Welcome to Computer Network Security Full Course. If you have ever wondered how to protect networks from hackers, secure sensitive data, or keep systems safe from cyber threats, you're in the right place. In today's digital world, network security is more crucial than ever, and this course will teach you everything you need to know. From the basics of network security to understanding the latest cybersecurity protocols and best practices, we have got you covered. You'll learn how to identify vulnerabilities, implement effective security measures, and defend against cyber attacks like a pro. We'll be starting with basics of networking, explaining key concepts like Ethernet, OSI models, switching techniques, and explore security measures like phishing attacks and penetration testing. We'll even get hands-on with the tools like Wireshark and dive into Linux file system to show you how real-world security challenges are solved. By the end of this course, you will be equipped with safeguard networks and become a confident cybersecurity professional. Before we start, if you're interested in stepping into one of the most in-demand fields of 2025, the Advanced Executive Program in Cybersecurity by Simplilearn is the perfect opportunity. In just 6 months, you will gain expertise in ethical hacking, penetration testing, ransomware analysis, and advanced defense strategies. This program, offered in collaboration with IIIT Bangalore, IBM, features live interactive classes, real-world projects, and industry-recognized certifications. You'll also benefit from masterclasses by top IIIT Bangalore faculty and an ex-NPCI expert diving into cutting-edge topics like generative AI with cybersecurity. Whether you're looking to start or advance your career with cybersecurity, this course will make you job ready with practical tools, projects, and certification to help you stand out. Hurry up and enroll now and find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comments.
Let's take a look at the things we will be covering today in our video. We start by learning about the different network types and the importance of an IP address in a network environment. Next, we cover the significance of switches and the working of routers in a network. Moving on, we cover the explanation of subnets in a network and the importance of network address translation or NAT. Finally, we understand how firewalls work and the distinct use cases of DMZs and port forwarding. Before moving forward, ensure you're subscribed to our channel and have hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let's get started with the two major types of network that should be considered basic knowledge for someone starting out with networking: LANs and WANs. The first variety of networks is a local area network, also known as LAN. It comprises of cables, gateways, switches, routers, and additional parts that allow these devices to connect to private servers, cloud services, and other LANs via larger networks. The growth of virtualization has also sped up the creation of virtual LANs, which let network managers divide and logically organize network nodes without having to make significant modifications to the infrastructure. The computers in each department could be conceptually linked to the same switch in an office with many departments, be it accountancy, IT support, and administration. Still, they might be segregated to operate separately. The benefits of a LAN are similar to those of any collection of connected devices. They may access and even control one another, exchange files, print to shared printers, and utilize a single internet connection. To better understand this logic, let us take a sample structure. We can see the various components of a local network connection in this picture. And now we can see three different devices: a system, a laptop, and a printer. So we have these few devices that need to be connected to a single local area network. Now, to identify these devices inside the network, we need to assign an identifier to each device. So this is where an IP address can help. An IP address is a lengthy string of digits allocated to any device connected to a network that utilizes Internet Protocol as the communication medium. It's the digital equivalent of your house or workplace's mailing address. The addresses are divided into 4 sections separated by dots. Each traditional base 10 numeral portion represents an 8-bit binary integer which can range from 0 to 255. These 4 integers are expressed in normal decimal notation and then separated by dots. However, computers work with binary numbers, meaning zeros and ones, and each number in an IPv4 address represents an 8-bit binary integer, which is why none of them can be more than 255. The distribution of these IP addresses is not just limited to LAN. Every device which is a part of a network will have its own IP address as assigned by the network administrator. As seen in the picture, we can now identify each device individually by their designated IP addresses. Now, with the primary purpose of a network being the ability of multiple devices to communicate and exchange information with each other, these IP addresses serve only half the purpose, since allotment and identification of these addresses need to be managed automatically and on demand. If the laptop shown on the left of the screen wants to use the printer in the network, it needs to know which particular device, or more precisely, which particular IP address to communicate with. This is where a switch comes into play. It takes the role of the delegation of commands in a particular network. Let's learn more about switches in detail. A network switch joins devices in a network, such as computers, printers, wireless access points, and allows them to communicate with each other by exchanging data packets. They can be both physical hardware devices that handle real networks or software based virtual devices. The vast majority of network equipment in modern data networks are switches. They link desktop PCs, access points, automated equipment, and some IoT devices via wired connections, such as card entry systems. They link the computers in data centers that run virtual machines or VMs, as well as the actual server and most of the storage equipment. Based on the type of switches employed, they can either differentiate between network devices using either their IP addresses or MAC addresses, which are separate types of addresses allotted to each hardware device, irrespective of the network it is connected to. Now that we understand the major parts of a local area network, a major query that may come to your mind is how can these local networks then communicate with other networks? A router is employed at the forefront of every network setup to facilitate communication between foreign networks. This router can then be used to connect to the internet so we can communicate with the loved ones from the comfort of our own homes. So let's learn a little more about routers. The router is a physical or virtualized internetworking equipment that receives, analyzes, and transmits data packets across computer networks. The router checks a data packet's destination IP address and utilizes headers and forwarding tables to determine the best path to transport the packet. Consider the router to be an air traffic controller and data packets to be airplanes flying to various airports or networks in this case. Each package, like each jet, has a unique destination and must be steered to its destination as effectively as possible. A router helps direct these data packets to their intended IP addresses in the same manner that the air traffic controller ensures that flights arrive at their destination without getting lost or experiencing severe disruptions. A router employs an internal routing table, which is a collection of pathways to multiple network destinations to properly direct packets. It scans the header of a packet to establish its destination, then consults the routing table to find the most efficient way to their destination. The packet is subsequently sent to the next network along the route. A router also has an IP address, which is often called as the network gateway. A crucial part of a networking setup is determining whether a particular piece of hardware is a part of local network or a foreign device. As you already know, specific IP addresses exist for each device in a network, be it a local or wide area network. All these IP addresses must belong to a particular range of addresses, which are often known as the subnet or subnetwork, and which help determine the overall range of a local area network. For example, the IP addresses that can be seen on the screen right now belong to a subnet that is 255.255.0.0. The first two flags denote fixed values that must be present in every single IP address of every single device in this particular network. In our case, the 192.168 is the consistent factor in every single IP address shown on the screen. This implies that if the devices can connect to a piece of equipment with an IP address and it starts from 192.168, that device will most likely be in the same local area network. The last two places are the free ranges in this example, which means they can be any number less than 255, further helping the router and switch differentiate between multiple IP addresses in a network. With that being said, we can now take a look at how wide area networks work. A wide area network, or a WAN, is in its most basic form a collection of local area networks or any other networks that interact with one another. A wide area network is essentially a network of networks, with the internet serving as the world's biggest one. However, when a router communicates with devices outside a local network, It tends to mask the internally allocated IP addresses and uses a single public IP address for all the devices. This process is called network address translation or NAT IP allocation. A network address translation is the method of translating one IP address to another while these packets are in transit through a router. This improves security and reduces the number of IP addresses required by a company. Once a router receives some particular information that must be transmitted to a local device in the network, it checks the internal routing tables to determine the correct internal IP address and the correct destination to send the externally received data to. But let's say a device from the external network or a wide area network wants to communicate directly with a device from the local network. This cannot be allowed since this can be a very big security risk for devices in a secure environment. All of this entry and exit rule creation and handling can be taken care of by a firewall. A firewall is a type of network security device that analyzes the incoming and outgoing networking traffic and allows or denies data packets depending on a set of security rules. Its objective is to provide a barrier between your local network and external traffic, such as the internet. The most common sort of firewall, which are packet filtering firewalls, check packets and prevent them from getting through if they do not meet an established security rule set. This sort of firewall examines the packet's destination and source IP addresses. If the packet fits an allowed rule on the firewall, they are permitted to access the network. But let's say we, as users, want to allow external requests to reach individual computers or devices on our local network. There are two ways to facilitate this behavior. The first way to go through this step is by using a DMZ, which stands for a demilitarized zone. Instead of communicating directly with the local network device, the external data is sent to the router instead. The router will have created a DMZ subnetwork with only those devices added to it that require the external information to reach them unaltered. Once the data is received by the router, it passes it on to the DMZ subnet and subsequently to all the devices which are a part of that subnet. However, since the external data can reach devices in a network without any firewall checks if they are a part of the DMZ subnet, the security risks associated with this method are very large compared to the second variant, which is port forwarding. Port forwarding is a method of granting external devices access to computers on private networks. It accomplishes this by translating an external IP address and port to an internal IP address and port. All the devices talk to each other and the network gateway using the IP addresses and specific ports. For example, the TCP IP protocol, basic internet usage, uses port 80 on every network. Similarly, we can create additional firewall rules to open up certain ports for external devices to communicate with. If the designated ports are open during communication, the firewall will allow the external network device or server to communicate directly with the local network device without any hindrance. That's all we really need to know for now about the basics of networking.
With the advancement of technology, everyone is constantly accessing data and information on the internet, be it in video format, audio format, or a text file. And in today's topic, we will look into something similar. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's look into the agenda for today's video. To begin with, we will look into what is Ethernet. Moving on with seeing what is the use of Ethernet, different types of Ethernet, and looking into the working of the Ethernet cables. Advantages and disadvantages of using Ethernet, and lastly, difference between Ethernet and Internet. Now let's look into the first heading. What is Ethernet? Ethernet is a form of communication network that uses a wired medium to connect devices for data exchange in a network. For example, LAN, also known as Local Area Network. Also, WAN, known as Wide Area Network. Ethernet also applies different protocol on the data to be transmitted over the communication channel efficiently and smoothly. Moving on, let's look into why to use Ethernet. As we now know, the Ethernet is a mode of connection for multiple devices to share and exchange data. But using this way of transmission also has its benefit. For example, the Ethernet network provides us with a high-speed connection for sharing data. Ethernet also provides the user data with a secure channel for transmission. The data that is transmitted over the Ethernet channel is reliable and has rarely faced any issues at the sender side. Let's move on to the next heading. Now we will look into different types of Ethernet. In general, the Ethernet is divided into three different types. First is the fast Ethernet. This type of Ethernet operates on a twisted pair cable with a data transmission speed of up to 100 Mbps per second. Fast Ethernet connections are used for personal connections or used in companies that require low internet connection. Moving on, we have Gigabit Ethernet. This connection is used for high-speed internet connection with a speed ranging from 1000 Mbps to 1 Gbps. It is an upgraded form of fast Ethernet. And the last type is switched Ethernet. This Ethernet type installs network devices such as switches or hubs so as to improve the network transmission. The transmission range for switched Ethernet connection is around 1000 Mbps to 10 Gbps. Now let's look into the working of Ethernet. Ethernet services specifically work in the first layer of the OSI model, that is known as the physical layer, and the second layer of the OSI model, also known as data link layer. Functioning of the Ethernet can be divided into three different parts. First step being acquiring the physical address, that is MAC address, media access control address of the sender and the receiver device. Then the second step is to check the data security, quality of the data, and the connection speed of the transmission channel for efficient and smooth transmission of data over the network. And the last step is to check network traffic and detect any error that occurs in the communication channel. To solve these issues, if occur, CSMA protocols and other protocols are used. For example, the CSMA protocol is used in case of packet collision in the network channel. Now let's look at a simple Ethernet model for further clarification of the steps. But before we begin with the model, the point to be noted is the transmission of data over the Ethernet channel is divided into two parts, frames and packets, where packets represents a unit of data in the network, whereas frame refers to the collection of data packets being transmitted over the channel. And the application of Ethernet services, which includes security, traffic check, and protocols being applied on the data. And that is when it reaches the receiver end. Moving on, let's look into advantages and disadvantages of using Ethernet. For advantages we have, cost of installing Ethernet connection is low in comparison to other network channels. The security of the data being transmitted over the Ethernet channel is maintained. As for disadvantages we have, it is suitable only for establishing short distance communication network due to high requirement of hardware resources. Whereas Ethernet is also not suitable for sharing real-time data and information. Let's look into some more advantages and disadvantages. Ethernet is suitable for maintaining the data quality of the information being transmitted. It also provides high-speed data transmission option for the network. For disadvantages we have, the network traffic issue is a drawback of installing Ethernet cables. Troubleshooting faults and issues in the Ethernet cable is also a troublesome work. Now let's move on to the last heading for this topic, that is Ethernet versus Internet. The first difference is connection medium. For Ethernet connection, physical cables are required. That means it uses wired medium for connection. Whereas in case of Internet, it uses wireless medium such as satellites as a connection medium. Moving on, the next difference is network model. The Ethernet is available only for a low distance connection, for example, LAN, whereas Internet is available for all the network connection distances, be it LAN, MAN, or WAN. Let's move on to the next difference, that is network control. For Ethernet, the complexity of the connection medium is low due to the less distance it uses, and also provides much efficient transmission of data over the communication channel. Whereas for Internet is a large collection of networks and hence require large group of administrator for control. The last difference between Ethernet and Internet is network security and reliability. Ethernet connection is a secure network from external interference and provides data security. Whereas in case of Internet, it is an open type of connection, so it is more prone to hacking attempts and less secure network. Distance vector routing. This is a protocol in data network that helps to determine the best route for data packets to travel in a network channel. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for today's video. In today's session, we will look into the introduction for distance vector routing, continuing with some key points for routing protocol, moving on to distance vector routing algorithm. In the end, we will look into some examples to better understand the routing protocol. Now let's move on to the first heading for this session, that is Introduction to Distance Vector Routing. Distance vector routing refers to the distance or the vector that is between the neighboring nodes in a network channel, and the routing part refers to the established route through which data packets are transmitted in the network channel. The other aspect of this routing protocol in a network channel is to determine the shortest path for a data packet in the network to reach its destination. Next, we will look into some key points regarding the routing protocol. For routing protocol, three primary key points are to be remembered. First one being, each router in this protocol is designed to share the vector data of each node throughout the network. This step is done to maintain proper circulation of data in the network channel. The next key point is the routing pattern in the network protocol. That is, the data shared by the routers is transmitted only to those nodes that are directly linked to a particular router. The last key point is that the routing protocol is designed in a manner that it shares the updated vector data periodically at the network channel. Now let's move on to the next heading, that is the algorithm used in the protocol. The algorithm used in this protocol is termed as Bellman-Fold algorithm. This algorithm defines the shortest path that a data packet can take to reach its destination node from an initial node, where d of xy refers to the least distance from a node x to node y. Moving on, we have C of x comma v, where excess cost from each of its neighboring v node is taken into consideration. Then we have d of vy. This is the distance of each neighbor from its initial node. And lastly, min of v. This is an abbreviation used to determine the most shortest vector after the solution is obtained using the algorithm. In the next heading, that is network example, we will understand all the points used in the algorithm. Now let's design a network model with 5 different nodes that are A, B, C and D, with each node connected to each other using different network channels. The numerical values in the network channel refers to the vector count, that is the distance from node A to node B or to some other node in the network channel. In a network model, each node shares its vector data with its neighboring node at a regular interval, as there are various updates in the network model. This data is shared in a form of routing table, where 3 different columns are used. First being destination column, second vector column, that is the distance node, and lastly the hop. Let's take a look at the neighboring nodes for this model. For node A, we have B and E, as it is directly interlinked to the node A. For node B, we have node A and node C. For node C, we have B and D. For D, we have C and E. And lastly, for E, we have node A and node D. These nodes represent only the neighboring nodes. Now let's solve an actual example on routing protocol to clear all our doubts and understand the key points. The example we will be taking to solve is this network model. The initial step to start solving the network model using the distance vector routing protocol is to make routing table for each of the nodes. Let's make the routing table for node A. This is the routing table for node A, where we have destination as A. That means destination is A from node A. That means the distance vector should be 0. Then we have destination as B. Let's take a look. In this given example, there is no given connection between A and B. That means this distance vector would be infinity. Then we have destination as C. Similarly as node B, there is no direct connection between A and node C. That means this is also infinity. And same is the case with node D. And in the end, we have node E, that is the only directly linked node to node A. That means the distance given is 5. So the network vector is 5. Let's make another routing table for node E. This is the routing table for node E. Let's take a look. In this routing table, the first is destination to node A. According to the network model given, distance is 5. So the vector value is 5 with the hop to A. Then we have destination as node B. According to the model, the distance vector should be 4. Then we have destination as node C. As given, there is no direct connection between node E and node C. That determines the value would be infinity. Then we have node D, which represents direct connection with node E, and the value is 7. And lastly, E destination from initial point E would be 0 vector. Now let's make another routing table similarly for node C. Now using the same steps, you can make the routing table for the remaining nodes, that is node B and node D. Now let's move on to the next step in solving the routing issue. This step is known as update step. In this step, we use the vector column from each of the node to update the vector column or the routing table for a particular node. In this part, we'll use node E's vector column to update the routing table for node A. And the steps are using the algorithm, that is the Bellman-Fold algorithm we used earlier. As we already know, moving from A to destination node A is always 0. So we won't be doing this step. Let's move on to the next one, that is moving from node A to node B. That would be A comma E, as we are using vector column of node E plus and the distance used to reach E from B. A comma E represents 5 and E to B represents 4 according to the network model. So the value is 9. Similarly, let's solve for A to C. To A to C we have A comma E plus destination required to move from E to C. According to the network model we have, node A is only directly linked with node E. So the value would be 5. But there is no connection between node E and node C. So the value would be infinity. Moving on, we have A to D. In this case, we have A comma E. The value would be 5 plus E to D, that is a direct connection, and the value would be 7. So the total distance is 12. And the last one is A to E. For this we have A comma E, that is directly the neighboring node. The value would be 5. So the new routing table for node A is 0, 9, infinity, 12 and 5. Similarly, let's take another node for this. For the next node, we will take node C and we will update the routing table of node C using its neighboring nodes, that are node B and node D according to the network model. Now, how to do this step? Firstly, it's C to destination A. In case of node B, we have C to A, that would be C comma B, that is a direct connection, plus distance required from B to A. According to the network model, we have C comma B as 6 plus B to A does not have any connection, that is infinity. So the value would be null. Then we have node D. In this case, we have C comma D, that is a direct connection, 3 plus D to A, that is again infinity, as it is not linked directly to node A. Moving on, we have destination as B. For node B, we have direct connection, so C comma B value is 6. Whereas for node D, we have C comma D, that is distance 3 plus D to B, that is infinity, as it is not directly linked with the node B. So again the value is null. Then we have destination as C. So connection between C to C is 0. Moving on, we have destination at node D. That would be C to D, as C to D, as there is no direct connection between node B and node D. So the value is infinity. Whereas for C to D is a direct connection for node D. So the value would be 3. Now for the last node, that is node E. In case of node B, we have C, B plus B to E, where the value for C to B node is 6 and B to E is 4. So the sum is 10. And now in case of node D, we have 3 plus 7. That would be distance from C to D and then D to E. And the value would be again 10. So we can use any of the side to reach the destination node E. By completing all the steps, we have the new table for node C. Similarly, we can find the routing table for all the nodes present. Now, to look into some key points we learned. For the initial step, use only the node distance of immediate neighbors. Nodes without distance that is directly linked to each other is always infinity. For the update step, use the vector table of the only neighboring node we have for the initial node. And lastly, to continue the update step, roughly n-1 iterations are used, where the value of n is equal to the number of nodes. For example, the model we took had 5 nodes. That means we have to do a loop of 4 iterations. With the increase in the data transactions over the network channel, have any of us ever wondered what procedures or protocols does the data must have to go through when transmitted over the network node? Well, this is what we will see in today's topic. Hi guys and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for today's video. For today's topic, firstly we'll understand what is an OSI model. Then we'll see the structure for the OSI model, continuing with knowing the layer structure and information in the OSI model. Let's start. To better understand the OSI model, let's take a look at a scenario. Assuming we have two different systems with different operating system installed in them, and there is a communication channel between them over which the data is shared. But sometimes during transmission of data, it faces some problems. These errors often arise due to the different operating system installed in the system or due to a network problem during a transmission. But to overcome such situations, the OSI model structure is used. Using the OSI model structure, we can make the transmission of data over the communication channel error-free. Let's take a look at the definition for the OSI model. The OSI model stands for Open System Interconnection Model, or a specifically designed set of protocols and standards that governs the modeling and conversion of the data for proper transmission over the network channels. The OSI model is based on the layer structure, where it consists of 7 different layers, where each layer has different set of protocols that are to be applied on the data during the transmission over the network channel. Let's take a look at the different layers of the OSI model. The OSI model consists of 7 different layers which perform specific functions and apply different protocols at different layers to maintain the quality and prevent the data from getting corrupted when it is transmitted over the communication channel. Let's take a look at each of them. The first layer is known as the application layer, which is the topmost layer. Then we have the presentation layer, session layer, transport layer, network layer, data link layer, and physical layer, which is the last layer of the OSI model. The upper 4 layers in the OSI model represents the host layers. That is, they interact with the application related issues when the data is transmitted over the communication channel. Whereas the lower layers are termed as network layers. They specifically deal with the transmission related steps for the data over the network channel. Let's take a look about some information in regards to the layers. Now let's take a look at the function and the data format that is handled by each of the layers during the transmission of data. The first layer is the application layer, which interacts as a gateway for the host data and network applications and handles the data format. Then we have the presentation layer, which handles the initial step towards the conversation of data for transfer. It also handles the data format. Then we have the session layer. Session layer establishes a connection between the network devices for the data transfer. Then we have the transport layer, which oversees the data that is transferred without any error and is in the same pattern needed by the destination system. The data format handled by this layer is segment format. Next, we have the network layer, which determines the path for the data transfer. It handles packet-related data. Then we have the data link layer, which performs the task of connecting the physical nodes for the transfer of data. It handles frame data. And in the end, we have the physical layer, which is used to transfer the raw bits, that is, in terms of ones and zeros, over the physical mode. Now that we are clear about different layers that are present in the OSI model and some information regarding them, let's take a look at each of the layers in detail. We'll start with top to bottom. That is, the application layer will be the layer that we'll be starting with. Let's take a look. The topmost layer in the OSI model is the application layer, which acts as an interface between the user and the applications that are being accessed, which can be Internet Explorer, Chrome, or any email client. It also handles different protocols that are needed for the data transmission over the network channel, which can be given as Hypertext Transfer Protocol, the HTTP protocol, and the SMTP protocol, which is the Simple Mail Transfer Protocols. Now let's move on to the next layer. The next layer is known as the presentation layer. The presentation layer is responsible for performing conversion tasks over the data that is received from the application layer. The conversion of data is done in accordance to the required format. It also performs encryption over the converted data so as to prevent it from getting hacked by cybercriminals or hackers. The compression of the encrypted data is also performed by the presentation layer so that it can be passed on to the session layer. The next layer in the OSI model is known as the session layer. In this layer, the communication channel between two different devices is established. The network devices are individually known as session. The data that is transferred is to be done over these session channels. The layer that is the session layer establishes and terminates these sessions in case of an error or some other unforeseen event. This layer is also responsible for authentication checks regarding the data that is being transferred and also provides data recovery options in case an error occurs over the communication channel. Some model layers, let's take up a question. The question is, what is the main action that takes place at the presentation layer? And the options are, first option, data segmentation, second option, encryption of data, third option, framing of data, and the fourth option, bit conversion of data. You can provide your answers in the comment section below. Let's move on with the next layer. The next layer in the OSI model is known as the transport layer. The main task performed by this layer is to break the data that is received from the session layer into different segments. These segments comprises of protocols which are UDP protocol and TCP protocol along with the data that is segmented from the received data. Then the segmented data along with the UDP and TCP identification is transferred over to the transmission channel, where then it's further transferred to the network devices that requested for the data. This layer also performs a very crucial part, which is the flow control. Let's understand flow control over the network channel through a small example. In this example, the server has a capacity to send 50 Mbps of data at once, whereas the receiver side has a capacity for 10 Mbps. When the data is transferred from the server to the client, it transfers 50 Mbps. But it is impossible to transfer all this data at once due to the lower capacity on the client side, which is why the flow control changes is required, which is provided to the server side by the transport layer. Now let's move on to the network layer, which is the third layer from the bottom in the OSI model. This layer is responsible for breaking down the segments into data packets by adding IP address to them that is received from the transport layer. These data packets are then further transmitted over through the best possible route to the destination system, which are governed by the Internet protocols, including IP and IPv6 protocols. For example, if we have a data that is to be transferred to the network device 2, we choose the best option, that is the route to be transferred over to that network device. Now let's move on to the next layer in the OSI model, which is a data link layer. This layer is responsible for maintaining and terminating the established connection between the devices over the network. The MAC address in this layer is added to the data packets, which are collectively known as data frames. These data frames are then further transmitted over to the physical network. These are divided into two different sublayers. Medium access control, that is MAC, which controls the established connection device. And the second sublayer is logical link control layer, LLC, which identifies the address and provides flow control for the data. This data frame, as earlier told, is transferred over to the physical layer. Now let's take a look at another question to brush up whatever we learned so far. The question is, which layer includes the MAC sublayer in the OSI model? Option 1, application layer. Option 2, session layer. Option 3, data link layer. Option 4, transport layer. You can give your answers in the comment section below. Let's move on to the last layer in the OSI model, which is a physical layer. This layer is responsible and provides the physical medium over which the data frame is transferred. But the transfer data is converted into bits before it's transferred. The transmission of data is covered by different protocols that are embedded in the physical layer. The transmission of ones and zeros format data is done. It also responsible for maintaining the data quality by applying different necessary protocols and maintaining the bit rate throughout the transfer of data, whether it be wired medium or wireless medium. With the increase in the sharing of data and information online, there is a need to maintain proper routing and efficient data transmission from sender to the receiver node, which comes under the scope for today's topic. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to not miss an update from us. Let's take a look at today's agenda. To begin with, we will look into what are switching techniques, why to apply these switching techniques, and in the end, we will look into different types of switching techniques. Let's move on with the first heading, that is, what are switching techniques? Switching techniques are network techniques responsible for overseeing the transmission of data over different communication channels. They are also responsible for choosing the best route for data transfer. Next, we will look into why to apply these switching techniques. Using the switching techniques, we can choose the best and the most efficient route for data transfer in the network. For example, if we want to send some data from node A to node B, we can do so by moving from node A to a switch, then node D, then to node B. But doesn't this seems like too long? This is where the switching techniques plays its role. Using the switching technique, we can choose the smallest and the most efficient way, that is, node A, switch, then to the node B. Next, we will look into different types of switching techniques. Switching techniques can be divided into three primary types. The first is circuit switching, that requires a predestined path for data transmission. Then we have message switching, which integrates the destination address with the data for transmission. And in the end, we have packet switching, that divides its message into smaller units known as packets. Packet switching can further be divided into two different types, that are virtual switching and datagram switching. Now let's look into some details regarding each of the types. On the first note we have circuit switching. In circuit switching, for data transmission to occur, a pre-established path is required between the sender and the receiver node. For example, assume that we call someone. Then this request is sent over to the network switches, and a route is to be established for the signal to pass through. After the system assigns a route for the signal to pass through, then the receiver receives the call from the caller side. This is how it works. Now let's look into some points to remember about circuit switching. For circuit switching, we require a dedicated channel established between the source and the destination node for the network to pass through. The data transmission can take place only after the path is established. And the last point to remember is, other than the sender and the destination node, no node can interfere with the transmission of data to the established route. Let's look at some advantages and disadvantages of applying circuit switching in a network. For first one, we have advantages. Data transmission in circuit switching is sure to be established due to the predestined path. Circuit switching is preferred for long and continuous transmission of data due to the pre-established path route. Then let's look into some disadvantages. The time required to establish the connection is quite long due to the time required to establish a path. Also, due to the continuous transmission of data in circuit switching, more bandwidth is required for maintaining the connection. Let's move on with message switching. In message switching, no predestined path is established between the sender and the destination node in the message. This technique integrates the destination address into the data transmitted and is shared over the network. Let's look into the setup to better understand the working of message switching. For first step, the sender node integrates the destination address into the message. Then the whole message is transmitted to the switching node in the network, where it gets stored for the next transmission. And similarly, like the second step, this transmission of data is done over the whole network. And finally, through the destination address in the data, it reaches the receiver node. This is how the message switching works. Let's take a look at some points to remember about message switching. In message switching, no predestined path is established. It uses dynamic routing as the message is transmitted through the communication channel in real time. Each node in network switching stores the data unless it is transferred over to the next switch node. Let's take a look at some advantages and disadvantages of applying message switching. To begin with, let's take a look at the advantages. The size of the data that can be transmitted over message switching is variable. In message switching, The use of bandwidth is done in an efficient manner. Now let's look into some disadvantages. For message switching, the nodes that are known as the switch node is to be provided with sufficient storage memory. There is a delay in reaching the destination due to the message technique, that is, the message has to stop at each of the switch node before it is transferred over to the destination node. Now let's look into the last switching technique, that is packet switching. In packet switching, the message is broken into smaller data units known as packets. These packets are appended with relevant network details for the transmission over the network. Let's look into the working of packet switching. We know that in packet switching, the data is broken into smaller units packets, which each packet is given a sequence number for identification. These packets are integrated with required sender and receiver address and switching method to choose the smallest route to reach the destination node. These packets are then recombined at the destination node in the correct sequence order. Now let's look into some points to remember for packet switching. For packet switching, all the data packets that are provided with unique number for identification at the receiver end, that is 1, 2, 3 and 4 in the previous example we just used. Packet switching chooses the most shortest path possible for the data to reach the destination end. In case we have unreached packet or some unattained packet, the whole message from the sender side is sent again to the receiver end. Now let's look into some details regarding advantages and disadvantages of applying packet switching. Advantages of using packet switching is it provides rerouting in case the network node is busy. It also allows multiple users to access the same network and no predestined path is needed. The disadvantage of applying packet switching is the protocols that are needed for the working of packet switching is very complex. There are often cases of loss of data packets during the transmission in case of overloading or corruption of data.
Hello Tech Wizards and Digital Explorers. Welcome to a journey into the core of Linux, the operating system powering over 2.3% of desktop computers globally and a staggering 96.3% of the world's top 1 million servers. I am Abhisar and today we are delving into one of the most vital components of Linux, its file systems. Imagine a world where every piece of digital information is meticulously organized, where every byte of data has its own unique place. That world exists right inside your Linux machine. So buckle up as we dive deep into the intricate maze of Linux file systems, exploring how they work, why they are important, and what makes them so unique in the realm of operating systems. In the realm of Linux, file systems like ext4, XFS, and BTRFS aren't just names, they are sophisticated architectures that manage how billions of bytes of data are stored, accessed, and organized. These systems are the unsung heroes ensuring data integrity and efficiency in a digital world. Today we will uncover how these file systems support everything from your personal blogs to the largest data centers hosting petabytes of information. We will explore inodes, journaling, mounting, and more terms that might sound complex but are incredibly fascinating once you get to know them. And now, Linux offers a diverse array of file systems, each tailored to specific requirements. And now, let's explore some prevalent Linux file systems. So starting with ex2, and then we have ex3, ext4, XFS, BTRFS, ZFS, JFS, and then we have RiserFS. So now, starting with the first one, that is ext2. So ext2, Extended File System 2, that is one of the Linux earliest and most commonly used file systems. ext2 has long been a default choice for many Linux distributions. It's known for its stability and suitability for small to medium-sized partitions, though it lacks a journaling feature, which can complicate file recovery post-crash. Now moving to the next file system, that is ext3. Extended File System 3. Building on ext2, ext3 introduces journaling to track file system changes, reducing data loss risk after crashes. It's a popular choice for its stability, reliability, and performance. And now, moving to the next, that is ext4, Extended File System 4. As the evolution of ext3, ext4 addresses some of its predecessors' limitations. It supports larger files, quicker file system checks, and enhanced performance for larger disks. Features like journal checksumming also enhances data integrity. ext4 is a default file system in many modern Linux distributions. Now, moving to the next file system, that is XFS. So XFS, that is X file system, that is designed for large-scale storage, and XFS excels in performance and is suitable for file systems up to 16 exabytes. It's a top choice for large data centers, offering scalability, reliability, and featuring like journaling and file-level languages. Now, moving on to the next file system, that is BTRFS, B-tree file system. A newer Linux file system, BTRFS supports copy on write, snapshots, and subvolumes, allowing for multiple file systems within a single partition. It also includes RAID and compression support. BTRFS is still under development and isn't as commonly used as other file systems. Next we have is ZFS. ZFS, Zettabyte File System. Initially developed for Solaris, ZFS is a robust system with features like snapshots, data compression, deduplication, and built-in RAID. Renowned for its data integrity and self-healing capabilities, ZFS is not typically included in Linux distributions due to licensings but can be installed separately. Now moving to the next file system, that is GFS. GFS, Journal File System, that is developed by IBM. GFS is known for its performance and reliability. It offers journaling, file-level compression, and online resizing, making it a strong choice for high-performance systems. And now, the next one, that is Resizer FS. So targeted at high-performance computing, Resizer FS includes features like journaling, file-level encryption, and support for larger files. While known for its speed and reliability, it's less common compared to other file systems listed here. Now moving to key Linux file system directories. So the Linux operating system's file management is predominantly handled through directories, commonly known as folders. These elements are crucial in the Linux file system, serving not just as file holders, but also as organizational tools. Imagine directories as virtual boxes, each capable of storing files and other directories. Directories in Linux play a vital role in providing an ordered, hierarchical framework for file arrangement. This hierarchy commences at the root directory, denoted as / and extends into various subdirectories. This approach allows for a logical and systematic organization of complex systems, enhancing the ease of file management and access. So key Linux file system directories. Each directory in the Linux file system serves a distinct purpose. Here are some of the significant directories. Starting with the number 1, that is root directory. So root directory is the highest level in the Linux file system hierarchy. All other directories and files are nested within this root. Now moving to the next directory, that is bin. Standing for binaries, this directory contains essential command line utilities and programs vital for basic system management. And then we have boot. So here lies the bootloader files and the kernel images necessary for system startup. And then we have dev. This directory hosts device files representing both physical like printers and disk and virtual devices like terminals. And then we have etc directory, that is home to system configuration files. These are utilized by various applications and services. And then we have home directory. It houses individual users' directories, providing personal space for file and setting storage. And then we have library directory. This directory stores shared library files needed by system programs. Next we have media directory, a mounting point for removable media such as USB drives, CDs and DVDs. And then we have MNT, that is mounting directory, that is used for temporarily mounting file systems like network file systems or disk images. Next we have OPD directory, a location for additional software packages that are not part of the standard system. And then we have standard bin directory, a directory for system binaries and administrative tools essential for system upkeep. And then we have user directory that contains user level programs, libraries, documentation and shared data files. So these were the directories in Linux file distribution system. And now here are the key concepts in file systems. Starting with journaling file system. So these systems maintain a log referred to as journal. This log records changes to files that are not yet permanently saved on the disk. This feature is particularly useful for recovering lost changes in the event of a system failure. And the next we have is versioning file systems. These systems preserve earlier versions of files. Essentially, they save file copies based on their previous states at specific intervals, offering a backup mechanism that could be based on minute or hourly updates. And next we have index nodes. An inode symbolizes a file or directory detailing attributes like size, permissions, ownership, and physical locations. And now we'll see the demo for the Linux file distribution system. So for that, we'll open the terminal with Ctrl-Alt-T. And now, first we'll see in which directory we currently are in. So we are in home, Abhisar. So first we'll move to the root directory. For that, we'll write the command cd space slash. So now we have moved to the root directory, and here we'll see what types of directories we have. We have bin, dev, boot, etc, opt, run, swap file. So now we'll move to the bin directory. So in bin directory, it contains binaries or essential executable files. So these are the binaries and executable files that we can use in the terminal only. So now, as I will show you, there's a bin and there's sbin also. This is sbin. So now we'll move to the sbin directory. For that, we'll write the command cd sbin, and here we see the directories of sbin. So what does sbin contain? It contains system binaries like mount or delete and the user that are used by the root user. So these binaries can be used by the root user only. And then we have other directories, that is library. So to move to the library directory, we'll write the command cdlib, and now we'll see its directories. So what does it contains? It stores common libraries between bin and sbin. So many directories are stored in the library directory only. So then we have another directory, that is user directory under the root only. So to move to that, we'll write cd user. So it says that, so first we'll move back to the root directory, and then we'll move to the user directory. So it says that no such file or directory is present here. We'll just check. I think it's USR for user. Yeah, it's USR. So user directory is named as USR. We'll move to the user directory, and to see the directories inside user, so these are the directories in user. So user has its own bin and sbin directory, and the binaries here are non-essential binaries, and there's a local directory under user. So it contains binaries that you can combine manually. So these are all the directories under root, and you can go to other directories also, as I have shown you the diagram of all the directories under user or under the root that I have shown in the previous thing, so you can check it out. So in conclusion, the Linux file system with its directory structure is a cornerstone of the operating system. It facilitates efficient data management while upholding system stability and security. Linux file system is characterized by its hierarchical tree-like structure with the root directory at its apex. Various file systems in Linux cater to different needs, each with its pros and cons. The Linux directory structure encompasses an array of directories, each designated for specific function like system binaries, boot files, device files, and user files.
If you've ever opened a computer's file manager, you've probably seen something familiar on Windows.
It's that trusty C drive with neat folders like program files and documents. On Mac, you get Applications folder, your desktop, and few others. Easy, right? But then you step into Linux and suddenly you're staring at bin, etc, proc, lib, and you're thinking, what alien planet have I just landed on? Now the truth is, Linux organizes its file in a completely different way. No C drive, no fancy icon. Everything starts from a single slash, and every folder hanging from it has a very specific job. And here's the thing, it's not as scary as it looks. In fact, once you understand it, it's beautifully logical. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through the Linux file system structure step by step in plain simple English. No tech jargon overloaded. And by the end, you'll know exactly what each folder does, where to find your stuff, and how it's different from Windows and Mac. So in this video, we'll be covering what the Linux file system is and how it's different from Windows and Mac, starting from the root directory and exploring key folders like home, bin, dev, lib, temp, and many others. We'll also cover simple Linux commands to navigate and explore the structure, and a few quiz questions to make sure you're following along. Now before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. When you first boot up your computer, which part of the Linux file system do you think is responsible for starting the system? Home directory, boot directory, etc directory? You can drop your guesses in the comment section below. Also, if you haven't subscribed to Simplilearn YouTube channel yet, do hit the notification bell and subscribe for more such content by Simplilearn. So let's get started now. Now before we get started, let's first understand what exactly the Linux file system is. You can think of it as the organization system for your computer. Now every file, program, and setting on your system is stored somewhere. And the Linux system is responsible for organizing all of that into neat directories and files. It's just like the blueprint for your computer's data storage, telling you where to find things and how they are connected. Just like a library has shelf, labels, and categories to keep all the books organized, in the same way the Linux file system works, but with files and directories instead of books. So why do we need this structure? Well, in Linux, the file system is a hierarchical structure, which means everything is organized in layers starting from the root at the top, just like a tree, and the branches off into different directories, each serving a specific purpose. It helps manage data efficiently, ensuring security, and allows the system to run smoothly and quickly. So why are we diving into the Linux file system today? So whether you're new to Linux or a seasoned user, understanding where files are stored and how everything is organized is very important for troubleshooting and system efficiency. Knowing the purpose of each directory will help you to navigate and manage files easily. This video will give you a solid foundation so you can confidently handle tasks and feel in control of your Linux system. Let's have a quick comparison between Windows and Linux. So when you're using Windows, everything feels familiar. You've got your C drive, maybe a D or E drive, and all your files and programs are neatly stored there. File paths uses backslashes like users Alex document, and Windows doesn't care about capital letters. So you can see here in the screen, you can see most of the apps are installed and it's end up with C / program files, right? And also talking about the capital letters, now files.txt and files are treated the same. Most apps you install end up with C program files, so it's pretty straightforward. But here in case of Linux, it's pretty different. The rules are a little different. There are no drive letters. Everything starts with a single root directory, and from there, all your folders and files branch out. File paths uses / like home, Chris, downloads, and it's also case sensitive, so file.txt and file.txt are completely different files here. Now, another big difference is in Linux, everything, your hard drive, your USB sticks, even your keyboard appears somewhere under this slash. You can think of it like this. Now, Linux is a giant tree and this slash is the trunk, and every folder is a branch out here, the bin, etc, home, opt, and everything. Now, once you see the pattern, it actually becomes easier for you to navigate than in Windows. Alright, now let's talk about the Linux file hierarchy structure, or simply how Linux arranges the folders and files. Well, in Linux, there's something called the File System Hierarchy Standard, or FHS for short. You can think of it as a rule book that tells the system where different types of files should go. Now, this standard is managed by the Linux Foundation, and here's the interesting part. No matter where a file is stored on your computer's hard drive or external drive or even a virtual device, in Linux, all of it appears under one main folder, which is the root directory. Now, this root directory is just under a single /. Some folders you'll see only if certain features are installed, like the X window system for graphic, but most of these folders are present in all Unix-based systems, and they generally work in a very similar way. What we'll be focusing on here is how Linux uses them specifically. So let's dive into the structure and break it down step by step. Let's begin at the top, the very first directory in Linux, which is the root directory. Now, what is a root directory in Linux? Well, the root directory is like the main entry point in Linux. It's represented by a single /, and everything else in the system connects to it. You can think of the root directory like the trunk of a tree, and all the other directories like branches grow out from it. This is the highest point in the Linux file system, and there is nothing above it. It's the starting point for everything. Now, how does the root directory even work? Well, every file, folder, device, or even a network shared in the system is connected with /. Let's say, for example, your documents, music files, or even your external devices like USB drives, everything will appear under the folder /. But only the root user, that is the administrator, can make changes directly to the / directory. Normal users won't have the permission to modify things out there without special access. Here's an important clarification to make: the root versus this /, the /root versus the normal /. So this is the main root directory, and the root is a special directory. It's the personal home directory to the root user, and it's very similar to how the home username in a home directory is used for other people. You can think of root as the root's user personal workspace within the system. Now, in Windows, we use different letters like C drive, D drive to represent different parts of a system, like your hard drive, external storage, etc. But in the case of Linux, there's no such thing as drive letters. Instead, everything connects to a root directory, even if it's an external devices like a USB drive. This structure makes Linux more unified and flexible, as all the files, no matter where they are stored, are part of one system, which is starting from /. Alright, we are at the trunk of the tree. Let's grab the essential tools we'll need, and they are all in the bin folder. So the second directory we are talking about is the bin, which is essential user command. Now, the bin directory in Linux, it stands for binary, and it contains essential commands that every user can use. So whether they are an administrator or a normal user. These commands are the core tools which are required for running the system and doing everyday tasks for the terminal, which is the command line. But why is bin even important? Well, the commands in bin are vital for working with files and managing your system. Let's say for here, ls, which stands for list the files in a directory. The cp stands for copies, file, or directories. MV means move or renaming files. RM is removing files or directories. Ping means checking network connectivity. grep searches for a specific pattern in files, and cat will display the contents of a file. You can see these commands are so fundamental that they are available even in single user mode, which is a minimal state where the system can run in, often used for maintenance or troubleshooting. So what happens if you don't have bin? If you don't have bin, you wouldn't be able to perform basic file operations like copying, deleting, or listing the files from the terminal. Now, these actions would be impossible, making the system unusable for normal tasks. If you're familiar with Windows, bin in Linux is similar, same as in Windows, like how we write this in C drive, Windows System 32 folder. System 32 in Windows holds essential tools like command.exe and other system utilities which are similar to how bin stores essential Linux command. So bin is critical directory in Linux because it holds the basic commands that are necessary to interact with the system and manage file. Without these commands, the system wouldn't function properly. But before you can even use bin, Linux needs to actually start up, and that's where boot comes in. Let's make sure you're following along. So I have another quiz question for you. Now, which of these folders in Linux holds the command that help you manage files like copying and moving them? Your options are home, bin, boot. You can think your answer and you can drop it in the comment section below. Now we'll be talking about the boot directory, which is often called the bootloader and kernel files. Now this is where Linux keeps everything it needs to start from the system. It contains the Linux kernel, the core of the operating system. It holds the grub, which is the bootloader files, the menu you might see when starting the computer. Now it also includes initial RAM disk file, which is the initrid or initrams, to help the kernel load drivers before the main system even starts. Now without boot, your PC won't even start Linux. Talking about Windows, Windows has boot files like boot mgr and the boot configuration. Okay, the engine is running now. Linux needs to talk to hardware as well. Keyboards, disk and printers. Now this happens when they are stored in the dev directory. Now dev is for the device files in Linux. So in Linux, hardware is treated just like a file. So in hard drives, you have folders like dev sd1, dev nvm. Then you have USB drive, microphone, speakers, keyboards, all have entries over here. Now talking about the two main components, so there are basically two main type of device files here. First, we've got the block devices which store and transfer data in blocks, for example hard drives. Then second, we have the character devices which can send data one character at a time, for example serial ports and keyboards. In Windows, devices appear as E, F, etc. And in Linux, they appear as special files in dev. Now, how does Linux knows how to behave? Now, that's decided in the etc directory. This stands for System Configuration Files. The configuration files, this folder contains all the system-wide settings in plain text. You have your network settings here, the DNS servers, then you have the user accounts as well, startup services like etc, initd, etc. You can also open these files with any text editor because Linux stores configurations as readable text, unlike Windows registry, which is stored in special database. Now we have seen system settings. Now where do you keep your personal files? That's where we have our home directory, which is for personal user directories. Now, every user in Linux gets a personal folder under this home. So if your username is John, your folder would be home, John, and you can store documents, pictures, downloads, and even your personal configurations over here. You cannot just modify other users' folder without any permission. It's just like the Windows C drive where users John in Windows, like how we use it. Now we have seen how this home directory works. Now to run applications, Linux needs shared code. And this is where the lib directory comes in, which is for shared libraries. So lib basically contains .so shared object files, which are similar to DLL files in Windows. Now these are used by programs in bin and sbin to work properly. Let's say, for example, if bin ls needs to print colored output, it might use a library in this lib directory to handle colors. Next, we'll look at where Linux puts removable devices, USB drives, CDs, and that's where media directory comes in. This is also called the auto-mounted devices. So when you plug in a USB or you insert a CD, Linux automatically creates a folder inside media and it mounts it there. For example, we have media John my USB. Now Windows will just give you the device a new drive letter, whereas in case of Linux, it will treat it as a part of the single directory tree. Let's move on to the next directory. Now, sometimes you don't want Linux to auto-mount devices, right? And that's where the mount comes into play. This is also called the temporary mount point directory, which is used by system admins to manually mount devices or network drives. Also, it's great for temporary use and it also doesn't even affect the media directory from here. Talking about the next directory on our list, which is the opt optional software. We all know that some software doesn't come with Linux by default. We keep it that in this optional software directory. Third-party software and its files are stored here. Let's say, for example, installing Google Chrome manually might put it in this opt Google Chrome directory. So this was for this directory out here. Next one, we've got the SBIN, which stands for System Administration Command. Now for system maintenance, admins use special commands. These live in this folder. It contains commands like IP tables, firewall, fdisk, disk partitioning, and reboot. So if you want to access the directory, you want to first initially start up and access the root. Next one we've got on the list is SRV, the Service Data Root Directory. So what it does is it basically stores files for services like websites, SRV, www, or FTP servers, SRV, FTP. Now you must have heard about this directory, which is the temporary files TMP. This is used by application to store short-term data, and also it clears automatically after a reboot. Then we've got this user directory, user programs and data. So the first one we have is the user local. These programs are installed manually from the source. Second, user program data directory, we've got user bin, the user commands which are not in the bin folder. Then we've got the user sbin, where the admin commands not in the sbin. And then we have the user lib, which are related to libraries. The next up, we've got this process information directory. So this is a virtual file system showing live system data. So this particularly will show your CPU details, your memory stats, and information about a specific running process. So now that we have covered all the important file directories, I'll show you a quick Linux command cheat sheet. So here, first up, we've got this ls, which stands for list directory content. Second, we've got this cd directory, which is the change directory. We have pwd, which stands for print working directory. cp source dest, it stands for copy files or directories. Then we've got mv source dest, which is move rename files. rm is for remove files or directories. Stop is for displaying system processes. ps aux is for showing process status. chmod permission file is for changing file permissions. chown user group file is for changing file ownership. grep pattern file is for searching text patterns. cat file is for displaying file content. ping host is to test network connection. SSH is for securing shell connection. And at last, we've got wget URL to download the files. And that's the full Linux system tool. Now you know exactly where Linux keep your files, settings, and even hardware. Once you get comfortable with these, navigating Linux just feel as natural as browsing folders in Windows. Maybe even better. Now that's a wrap on this video. If you like this video, do hit the notification bell and subscribe for more such video by Simplilearn.
Do you know, friends, that Wireshark is a powerful network protocol analyzer that helps you capture and analyze network traffic in real time? It allows you to deep dive into data packets traveling through your network, giving you insights into network performance, security, and troubleshooting. In this tutorial, we'll guide you through the basics of using Wireshark, from setting up your capture environment to interpreting the data. By the end of this tutorial, you'll have a solid understanding of how to navigate Wireshark interface, set of filters, and analyze the network traffic for different use cases. So guys, let's get started. Let us start first by understanding what is Wireshark. So guys, Wireshark is a comprehensive open source network protocol analyzer that basically allows user to capture and analyze the data traveling over the network in real time. It is widely used by network administrators, security professionals, and also developers for various purposes. For example, guys, like network troubleshooting, where you have to identify and resolve network issues by examining the traffic patterns and diagnosing the connectivity problems. The next one is network analysis, which we'll also be doing in our hands-on, where you have to understand and optimize network performance by analyzing data flows and interaction between network systems. The third one is security auditing. You will also have to detect and investigate unusual or potentially malicious network activities such as unauthorized access or data breaches. And finally, you have a protocol development, where you can debug and develop network protocols by capturing and analyzing protocol messages and behaviors. The key features of Wireshark are: the first one is packet capture. Wireshark captures packets of data transmitted over the network. Each packet contains a wealth of information, including source and destination addresses. And also you get protocol, types, and payload data. So as you can see all over here, I've already downloaded Wireshark, and I'll guide you also how to download it. But as you can see, these are the lines that shows that the Wi-Fi packet graph is showing that this is how the packets are transmitting. So this is basically the real-time analysis what you can get through in Wireshark. Next one is you get a detailed inspection. Guys, Wireshark also decodes and displays data at various protocol layers. Example, you can get Ethernet, IP, TCP, HTTP, which allows for detailed examinations of network communications. You can also perform filtering and searching. Then you'll also get a chance to do data visualization, which includes features for visualizing network traffics such as flow graphs, as you can see all over here, and also statistics, which can help in understanding network behavior and performance. Wireshark is available for multi-operating systems, like for Windows, macOS, Linux, and many more. Now, there are certain scenarios where network security engineers use it. Suppose for network performance monitoring, where you track and analyze the performance of network applications and services. You also get an incident response. You investigate and respond to network security incidents by analyzing captured traffic. And you also do the protocol analysis, where you examine and troubleshoot network protocols and ensure proper implementation. Now, let us start with the Wireshark. So first, let us download the Wireshark. And before we download it, I expect that you would have got some brief idea regarding what is Wireshark. Now, what you have to do, guys, you have to go at this link, wireshark.org.download.html. So since I'm using Windows, so I have clicked on Windows x64 installer. Just right click on this. So as you can see, it will start downloading. So guys, since I've already downloaded it, I may not have to do it again. And the steps are very simple. Just you have to click yes, and it's going to download all the required dependencies, and your installer will be ready. And after clicking all the OKs, you are going to get something like this. So this is your entry of the Wireshark network analyzer. Now, so as you can see all over here, you can capture the network packets from these interfaces. So you can see local area connection 10, adapter lookup, traffic capture, Bluetooth is there, then you have the Ethernets, okay? So let us choose the Wi-Fi as a network interface, okay? And just click on this. So as you can see all over here, so many of the packets have started running up, okay? And this is a shark icon. So basically, it is doing the real-time packet capturing where you have all these things. So now, let us try to understand what is there in Wireshark. So you can see you have file. Basically, for managing files, you have open, save, export. Okay, so these kind of options are there. You can also export the TLS session keys. Okay, you can export the objects, and you can do print, quit. Then here in the edit, so edit, you can modify the preferences, settings, and profiles. If you talk about view, you can adjust the layout all over here of Wireshark. If you talk about go, you can navigate through the packets all over here. Then here is a capture. You can start or stop all over here. You can restart it. Then next is analyze. So as you can see all over here, you have display filters, display filter macros, display filter expressions, and many more. Okay. Similarly, you have statistics, okay, which helps in viewing network statistics and data summaries. Here you have telephony for using these kind of protocols. Okay. Then you have wireless. Okay. Then you have tools all over here, firewall, ACL rules, MAC address. Okay. And there you have the help icon. So this is a very basic overview of this application. Now, let us do some basic exercises first. So let us try to capture a traffic first. Okay. So since I've already selected our network interface as Wi-Fi, and let us restart it. So you can just go on capture and just start the restart. Okay. So this has started. Now go to your browser and just type, say, HTTP. Okay. And say bin.org is the file. So guys, this is a basic website that we have requested on our browser. And let us go to our Wireshark and stop this for a moment. So as you can see all over here, this icon shows applying a display filter. Now go all over here and type the filter, say HTTP, okay, and you can say our filtering would be done. So as you can see, here you have the source, you have the destination, here you have the time, here you have the number, here you have the length of the packets, okay, and this is the info, okay. So now let us do the general analysis of the Wireshark output. So as you can see all over here, the first one is HTTP request and responses. So as you can see, this is our source, okay. We are sending a request to the destination address with 44.219.81.240. The protocol is HTTP and the length of the packet is 480. And it is basically a GET request, okay. So get HTTP/1.1. Now there is a reply from this destination all over here and to the destination at our source. The protocol is still HTTP. Now the length of the packet is increased, is 887. And what we are getting, guys, all over here, that the status is 200 and it says okay. Now, as you can see, what we are getting basically an HTML file all over here, okay. Now, similarly, we are again requesting and we are getting a JSON file all over here. Now, getting a specific JSON HTTP 1.1 and similarly reply is coming. So as you can see, it's a to and fro motion where we are requesting to a destination, which is the browser with the protocol HTTP, and similarly, we are getting a reply from our destination. So guys, this is our device and this is the given resource we are trying to access on our browser. So basically, now we can see these are the content types, which is text HTML for the HTML structure, okay. And also you can see all over here, this is a JSON type, okay. And these are the type of the content we are trying to access it, okay. And this is the request what we have done to our destination, which is the browser, okay, with the bin org, and it is returning a text.html file. I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea like how you can do the general analysis of the Wireshark output. Now let us try to do one more example, which will make our concepts more clear. Now, guys, I will show you one more use case of this, that you can diagnose the network issues with ping and trace command. Okay, so with the help of Wireshark, this can also be done, guys. So what you need next is you can open a terminal, okay, and just right click all over here. And now in this, what we are going to do, guys, we are going to generate an ICMP traffic. So with the help of ping command. Okay, so now what we do, we type ping, say google.com. And you can see all over here, the request and reply have started. And now what we will do, guys, we will use the tracer command for tracing our packet flow. So you can see something we have got all over here. We will discuss about this a bit later. Now let us open our Wireshark, okay. And what we'll do, guys, we will type ICMP, okay, and just click all over here. Okay. So guys, go to the filter and type ICMP, okay, and just click all over here. And but before that, you have to stop this. And now let us try. So you can see all over here that here the destination is showing unreachable, but here we are getting the reply. Okay. Now let us try to examine this protocol. Okay. So what all over here, let us try to understand first what we did in the terminal. Okay. So guys, when we are typing the command ping google.com, this command is basically testing the reachability of google.com by sending the Internet Control Message Protocol or ICMP echo request packets and waiting for the replies, which is echo response. Now guys, let us break down the ping results. So first 3 replies, we are going to see that each reply shows the IP address of 142.250.193.110, which is one of the Google servers. And you can see the round trip time latency for the packets. For the first time, it is showing around 76 milliseconds. For second round trip time, it is showing around 88. Then third is 99, and fourth one is 30 milliseconds. Now you can see there is something called time to live also, and in this case the time to live for each packet is around 55 milliseconds. Okay. So basically this field indicates how many hops or routers the packet can pass through before being discarded. Okay. Now you can also see the request timeout. So the fourth packet is a request timeout, meaning no reply was received within this set time. And you can also see the ping statistics. So you can say here sent 4 packets, received 4 packets, and there is no loss. Okay. So this is one thing. And also approximate round trip in milliseconds, you can see minimum is 30 milliseconds and maximum is 99 milliseconds. Average is calculated 73 milliseconds. So this is statistics what we got. Now you can see all over here we have the traceroute command. Okay, so here no arguments are provided first. So let us try to understand. The D means do not resolve IP address to host names. Okay, where H means maximum number of hops of routers to search, and W means timeout in milliseconds for each reply. So suppose if I see traceroute.google.com, so guys, this will show all the hops that the packet has to travel through reach the Google server, which will help to diagnose where the delays or issues might occur on the path. Now, you can see all over here, there are a lot of options are given. So similarly, you can read this. Now let us try to do the Wireshark analysis. So you can see all over here with our source 10.101.5.118, and we are sending the request to the Google server. And this is Internet Control Message Protocol. So you can see all over here, this is echo. This is a ping request with ID 0x001. And we can see the sequence is also given, the time to live, and we are replying in 7641 milliseconds. So this packet is basically what we are doing, guys. We are 7630 is our packet number, and this is what we are sending as a request. Then 7641 is a reply from the Google server with the given ID, okay, the sequence number of this and the time to live, and it is also giving the request one. Now what you can do, guys, you can also apply one filter all over here. We can, okay, now with the help of this, you can just see there are a lot of options as a filtering. Okay, so you can read the documentation for this, and whenever it is turning red, guys, it is showing something as error. Okay, and now let us do this and let us type our IP address, say 101, okay, 1.5.118. Okay, so this is also one of the way you can apply the filter. Okay, so it's going to filter out the IP address. Okay, say let's do this. So it is going to filter out our IP address, which is basically the same which is sending, because we have not given any other ping request. So guys, here what we can see, so this is kind of the analysis what we are doing basically. Okay, so guys, this was a Wireshark analysis for diagnosing the network issues with the help of ping and trace commands. And you can do a lot more other things with the help of Wireshark. Basically, these tools are used by network administrators, hackers, and also network engineers to understand the network performance, diagnose the network issues. Okay, so this was a short exercise which I have shown you about the basics of Wireshark. I hope so you would have enjoyed our today's video. We are going to learn about the fundamental rules that allow devices to communicate seamlessly across a network. But instead of just listening to technical definition, we will also going to explain everything using a fun and relatable analogy. So guys, if you want to learn more about networking protocols, watch this video till then. Imagine a city so technologically advanced where every building, vehicle, devices communicate seamlessly through a vast interconnected network. And the backbone of that city is the network protocols, which are set of predefined rules ensuring that all the devices, regardless of their make or operating system, can exchange data smoothly and securely. In this tutorial, we will explore the world of networking protocol, categorize them based on their functionality, and also dive deep into how they operate within the OSI model. So moving ahead, first, let us understand what is actually a protocol. So guys, protocol is a set of rules and standards that define how data is transmitted and received between devices in a network. It acts as a common language that enables computers, servers, and other devices to communicate effectively, regardless of their differences in hardware or software architecture. For example, let us say, imagine you are making a phone call, okay, to a friend all over here, as you can see in this diagram. And you say hello to initiate the communication. Your friend responds by confirming that they can hear you. You speak in a language both of you can understand. You take turns in listening and speaking. When the conversation is over, you say goodbye and end the call. This is the structured way of communicating following a set of unwritten rules, a real world example of a protocols. But if I talk about protocols in networking, they define how data is packaged, transmitted, received, and interpreted. They ensure that data is sent in a correct format, the receiving device understands and processes the data correctly, errors are detected and corrected if needed, security measures are in place to protect data from unauthorized access. Now, let us move ahead and understand about what are different types of networking protocols available. Now we are going to study about types of networking protocols. So network protocols can be broadly divided into three major categories. The first one is communication protocols. Here, these protocols ensure there is a seamless data exchange between devices. If I talk about security, then these protocols ensure that there is a secure communication against cyber threats. And finally, if I talk about management protocols, they monitor and optimize network performance. To understand these better, let us explore each one of them one by one. So if I talk about communication protocol, so this protocol governs data transmission and defines structure, format, and method for exchanging messages between devices. So we have this HTTP protocol or hypertext transfer protocol. So this is a backbone of the internet and it facilitates the web exchange between a server and a browser. So this is one kind of a protocol. Then you have a TCP protocol, which is a transmission control protocol. So it is a connection oriented protocol where protocol is ensured that the data packets are delivered accurately and they are in order. Then we have the internet protocol or IP protocol. These protocols addresses the system of internet, routes a packet across the given network. Then we have the UDP. So this is user datagram protocol. So it is a fast and connectionless protocol. And then you also have this file transfer protocol, which enables file sharing between servers using separate connections for controlling and data transfer. And finally, you could also see an ICMP, which is not mentioned in this diagram. So which is basically Internet Control Message Protocol. This protocol acts as a diagnostic tool, helping detect network errors and connectivity issues. So let us take an example and try to understand the communication protocol. Now imagine you are sending a parcel from one city to the another, or you can also consider sending from one country to the another. Now let us understand how these protocols are going to work. So if I talk about TCP IP that we have discussed earlier, you can consider it as a courier service. You choose a reliable courier company that ensures your package is delivered intact and it is in order. So the courier service which is reliable, that is TCP IP protocol working all over here in this scenario. Now if I talk about UDP or user datagram protocol, you can consider this as a public announcer. So instead of a courier, you broadcast a message over the city's public announcement system that everyone hears it. But there's no guarantee also that anyone will respond. Then you could understand FTP protocol as a parcel delivery system. So you use a secure delivery truck to send bulk packages from one place to the another. And if I talk about ICMP, so this is kind of a traffic reporter. This protocol is working like that. So this protocol service monitors traffic and alerts courier if certain routes are blocked. So in this way, these communication protocols are working. These communication protocols also ensure that fast, structured, and reliable delivery of data is happening in the digital network, just like cities' postal and transport system. Now let us move ahead and discuss about the security protocols. So if I talk about the network security protocols, so these security protocols protect sensitive data from unauthorized access, cyber attacks, and data breaches. Now if I talk about SFTP, which is not mentioned here. So you can consider it as a secure version of FTP. So which basically ensures the secure file transfer. So here it encrypts a file transfer using the public key encryption for authentication. Then you have the HTTPS, which is Hypertext Transfer Protocol. This is a secure version of HTTP which encrypts data between browsers and the servers. Then you have the SSL also, which is a secure socket layer, and it ensures that all the encrypted communication is happening over the internet, preventing any eavesdropping or any data theft. Now, as you can see also here, we have the SMTP protocol, which is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. It's also a communication protocol. So it is ensuring that it sends email over the internet, and also it ensures that emails are properly formatted, routed, and delivered to the recipient's email server. This protocol works in very simple steps. Like first of all, when you send an email, SMTP performs these steps. First is compose the email. Okay, so you type email in your email client like Gmail or Outlook. Then it connects to a SMTP server when you hit send. So your email client communicates with an SMTP server. Then the routing happens in the email where SMTP server checks the recipient's domain name and contacts their email server. And then the email is being delivered. So the recipient's email server receives a message and stores it for retrieval. So these were one of the scenario. And you could consider the same analogy for SMTP as a postal system also. Now, suppose you write a letter all over here and you put it up in an envelope. Okay, you drop it up at the post office, which is basically the SMTP server, where it's checked and it is sorted, and the postal system finds the recipient's address, mail server, and also the recipient can pick up and read the letter. Okay, so there are protocols like IMAP which are used to retrieve the emails. So SMTP only sends emails, not retrieves them. Okay, retrieval is done by IMAP protocol or POP3. So this was one of the example. Now let us discuss about SSH protocol. So SSH means it is a secure shell network protocol, which is basically used to securely access and control remote computers over an encrypted connection. It is widely used for securing remote logging and file transfers. Now, how does SSH works? So it initiates the connection. A user enters a command in the terminal, such as you can say SSH user remote server. Then the authentication happens where the user provides a password or uses an SSH key for authentication. Once it is authenticated, the user gains secure access to the remote server, and then the commands starts executing. The user can run commands, transfer files, or manage the system remotely. Imagine like a bank vault. Okay, so you can think SSH of a secure key card entry system for a high security vault. Okay, or in the banking, in the banks basically, where you will be needing credentials, password, or key card. Once inside, all the communications are private and encrypted. Okay, you can check records, retrieve documents, or make updates very much securely. And when done, you can log out and exit the vault safely. So you can think of SSH providing a secure way to access and manage remote computers, just like a bank vault system, which prevents the unauthorized entry. Now let us move ahead and discuss about our third and final protocol, which is basically the network management protocols. Network management refers to the process of monitoring, configuring, and maintaining the network devices to ensure a seamless communication is happening and preventing failures. It involves fault detection, performance optimization, and security enforcement. Now, the key network management protocols include like SNMP, which is Simple Network Management Protocol. So this protocol, as you can see all over here, this is basically used to monitor and manage network devices such as routers, switches, or servers. How this protocol works, guys? So, for example, devices have an SNMP agent that collects data, for example, the CPU usage or bandwidth. And the SNMP manager queries the agent to monitor network's health. If an issue occurs, then SNMP sends alerts called traps. So this is how it works. So for example, you can consider in a large office, SNMP alerts IT admins if a router is overloaded, something like this. Then we have the DHCP protocol, very famous protocol. So it stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. It automatically assigns IP addresses to devices in a network. So suppose when a new device connects, so it requests an IP address from the DHCP server, and the DHCP server assigns the available IP, preventing conflicts. This could be example in a Wi-Fi enabled office. Okay, so employee don't need to manually configure IPs. Here DHCP assigns them dynamically. Then we have the ICMP protocol, which is Internet Control Message Protocol. This protocol is basically used for error reporting and network diagnostics. Here ICMP actually sends a control messages like ping requests to test the connectivity. So if a network path is down, then ICMP informs the sender. For example, if a website isn't loading, then a technician runs ping www.com or any given domain to check if the server is reachable or not. Then we have the border gateway protocol. So this is kind of a routing protocol which determines the best path for internet traffic. Internet routers use BGP to exchange routing information mostly, and it finds most efficient route to send the data packets. For example, like in a fiber optic cable under the ocean, if it fails, then BGP reroutes the traffic via another path. Okay, so you can consider this example as how it is being used. Now we'll have a look on POP3. So POP3 means Post Office Protocol version 3. Basically, this protocol is one of the protocol that we have discussed earlier, that it retrieves email from the remote server. So when the user opens their email, clients, POP3 downloads the messages to their devices. Emails are deleted from the server after retrieval. So for example, you can consider using an Outlook to download emails from Gmail server. Okay, so there it is used. Now, these protocols are very much important because they ensure network reliability by identifying issues before they cause any failure, optimize the performance by managing the bandwidth and traffic, and automate an IP allocation. And also, it ensures the security. So you could see this is as an example of network security protocol, how it's working. So suppose this is our office. Now the data packets are being sent. So here you have the IP header, then IP payload. So IPsec is a security protocol. So here the IPsec header is added and a secure payload is added. And the same is, data is being transferred. This packet is to the laptop and it is routed via router IPsec, okay, with IPsec protocol all over here to the branch office. So this is how, you can consider architecture where, the network security communication is happening. Now, this is an example of a network monitoring protocol where there are endpoints, okay, and these you could see you are sending the data about health and performance, and it aggregates data from multiple endpoints. The network monitoring tools are present which converts raw data into usable metrics, and then the following data is given to the network administrators. Also, it generates alerts and reports. So this is how the network monitoring protocols are working in this alignment. So we've discussed about these protocols, and this was a certain diagrammatic explanation. So I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding these protocols. Okay. So now let us briefly understand the 7 layers of the OSI model. Okay. Now this is OSI stands for Open System Interconnection Model. So there are 7 layers in this model, okay, and along with there are protocols also mentioned and the components associated with each layer. So let us break down these layers. So first of all, we have the physical layer, okay. The purpose of this layer is to define the physical structure of the network, such as cables, switches, and wireless transmission. Here, the function is that of this layer is that it converts data into electrical signals like radio or optic signals for transformation. It also manages bit rate control and transmission media. Now, this is all about the physical layer. Then you have the data link layer, or you could say the error detection layer. This layer basically manages the direct node-to-node data transfer and error detection. The function of this layer is that it ensures that the data is correctly framed before transmission. It detects and corrects errors in transmission, and it basically uses MAC address for device identification. Examples of this layer could be considered as Ethernet or PPP, point-to-point protocol, switches, bridges. All these come into this layer. The third one, we have the network protocol or the routing layer. So this layer determines the best path for data to travel between different networks. It assigns logical IP addresses, routes data using protocols. It manages network congestion and fragmentation. The examples of this protocol could be IP protocol, ICMP, IPsec, IGMP, okay, Internet Group Management Protocols. Just like navigation systems, that determine the best route for a vehicles to reach destination. Similarly, this layer is working like that. Then we have the transport layer, which basically is like the delivery layer. It ensures complete and reliable data transmission. This layer divides data into smaller segments and ensures proper reassembly. It provides error detection and correction. It uses TCP for reliable transmission and UDP for faster connectionless communications. Examples could be, the TCP protocol or UDP protocol. So you can consider it like a couriers, that ensure that packages are delivered safely and in the correct order. So after this, the data is moved to the session layer, which is like the connection layer. It establishes, maintains, and terminates the communication sessions. It helps in managing sessions between applications. It handles authentication and any reconnections if needed. So for example, we have the API sockets all over here in this layer. So just like customer service representatives who handle call and ensure smooth communication between businesses, this layer is working like that. Then we have the presentation layer, which ensures that data is formatted properly for the application layer. It translates data formats like converts images, compresses file, encrypts and decrypts data for security. Then we have example of presentation layer like SSL, Secure Socket Layer, SSH, IMAP protocol, FTP. So you can consider these as a language translators who convert a message into a format that the recipient can understand. And finally, we have the application layer, which has a purpose of providing network services directly to the users. It manages data exchange between applications and the network. It enables browsing, email, and file transfer. So example of this layer include HTTP protocol, FTP, IRC, SSH, DNS. Okay, so you can consider something like this as these are the customer-facing employee in a company who directly interact with the users.
Today, we are diving into a super important topic that affects everyone: phishing attacks. As cyber criminals get more sophisticated, it's important for us to stay one step ahead. So in this video, I'll be walking you through what phishing is, how it works, some famous examples of phishing attacks, different types of phishing, how to protect yourself, and what to do if you ever fall victim. So let's jump right in. What is phishing? To start, let's talk about what a phishing attack really is. In simple terms, phishing is a type of scam where hackers pretend to be legitimate people or companies to steal your personal information, whether it's your passwords, bank details, or even social security number. They typically do this through emails, text messages, or fake websites that seem genuine at first glance. But phishing attacks don't just rely on fake emails. They use a psychological trick known as social engineering. Now, social engineering is all about manipulating people into making poor decisions, like clicking on a malicious link or sharing personal information. Let's take an example. Imagine you work in a company and one day you get an urgent email from someone who looks like your boss. The email says, "I'm in a meeting right now, but I need you to send me the financial reports immediately. Click here to access a secure file." Because it's your boss and the message sounds urgent, you might not think twice and click the link. But that's where the trick is. The link wasn't real, and now the hacker has the access to the company's sensitive data. So social engineering works because it plays on human emotions like fear, urgency, trust, and leads you to make hasty decisions without double checking. So phishing attacks are serious business, and they have caused some of the most damaging data breaches in history. Let's take a look at some of the most famous examples. First, let's talk about the Sony Pictures hack in 2014. This is one of the most well-known phishing incidents. It all started when Sony employees received phishing emails that looked completely legitimate. Some employees clicked on the links in these emails, which gave hackers access to Sony's internal network. And the result? Over 100 terabytes of data were stolen, including unreleased movies, confidential employee information, and thousands of internal emails. The leaked data caused major damage to Sony's reputation and led to lawsuits. It was one of the most costly cyber attacks of its time. Another incredible phishing incident involved both Facebook and Google. Between 2013 and 2015, a single hacker managed to scam these tech giants out of over $100 million. How did he do it? The hacker, Evaldus, pretended to be a hardware supplier that both companies did business with. He sent phishing emails with fake invoices that looked exactly like the real thing. Because the emails were so convincing, the finance departments of the Facebook and Google didn't question them and wired the money directly to the attacker's account. So these famous examples show that phishing can affect anyone, from everyday people to major corporations. So let's talk about how they work step by step when hackers actually try to steal your information. So how does a phishing attack unfold? Let's break it into easy steps. Step 1. Phishing attacks typically start with a carefully crafted message, often in the form of an email or text. This message will look like it's from a legitimate company, like your bank, a popular service like PayPal, or even someone you personally know. Hackers usually use several techniques to make these emails look authentic. One common technique is domain spoofing. This is when hackers create a domain that looks almost identical to the legitimate website, but with subtle differences. For example, instead of paypal.com, they might use paypal1.com or pay-pal.com. Because most people glance at the sender's email address quickly, they don't notice the subtle change. The next step is to get the victim to visit a fake website. When you click on the link in the phishing email, you're often redirected to a website that looks exactly like the real thing. These fake websites are often designed to perfectly mimic the official login pages of services like your bank or email provider. To create these fake websites, hackers often use what's called a phishing kit. Now, phishing kits are pre-built tools that make it easy for attackers to clone real websites. The hacker then hosts the fake website on a malicious server or uses DNS spoofing, where they manipulate the DNS records to redirect users from the legitimate website to their fake version without the victim knowing. Now, once you land on the fake website, the next step is for the hacker to collect your information. So these fake pages are designed to look identical to the real ones. So when you enter your username and password, you think you're logging in securely. But hear what's happening in the background. Phishing sites use various methods to capture the information you type in. One common technique is form jacking, where the form on the website is modified to send the data directly to the attacker's server. Alternately, hackers can use key logging malware that records every keystroke you make, capturing usernames, passwords, and even credit card information as you type. So to make the fake site even more convincing, attackers often secure it with a real SSL certificate. Now this means the website might show up as secure with a padlock symbol in your browser, making you believe it's legitimate. So this is why it's important to check more than just the HTTPS in the URL. Now once the hacker has your data, they can use it in various ways. The most common method is using your stolen credentials to log into your accounts. This is known as credential stuffing. But they can also use your personal information for identity theft, or they might sell your data on the dark web. But phishing isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. Hackers use several different types of phishing attacks, and each one is designed for a specific target or method. So now let's talk about the different types of phishing attacks. First, we have general phishing, which is the most common and broad type. So in this type of attack, hackers send out thousands or even millions of phishing emails to random people, hoping that a small percentage will fall for the scam. For example, let's say you receive an email that looks like it's from a popular company like Netflix. The email says something like, your payment method has failed, click here to update your information. You click the link and it takes you to a fake Netflix login. When you enter your details, they are sent straight to the hacker. These attacks are sent out to as many people as possible. Whoever falls for it, falls for it. It's all about volume with general phishing. Next is spear phishing. So unlike general phishing, spear phishing is much more targeted. So the attacker picks a specific individual or company and tailors the attack to that person or group. So spear phishing requires some research and planning. So it's more sophisticated than general phishing. For example, imagine you work in the finance department of a company and you receive an email from someone pretending to be the CEO. The email says, he's unable to transfer the money to the partner company and asks you to transfer it. So since it appears to be from your boss and it sounds urgent, you might be tempted to complete the transfer without questioning it. That's the goal of spear phishing. Because the email is personalized and often uses real names or insider information, it's much easier to fall for it.
So this makes spear phishing especially dangerous for businesses. Now let's talk about whaling, which is similar to spear phishing but with a bigger target. So whaling specifically targets high-ranking individuals like CEOs, CFOs, or other executives. So these attacks are often highly sophisticated because the stakes are so high. Let's say a hacker sends an email to the CFO of a large corporation, pretending to be a lawyer representing the company. So the email contains a fake warrant, asking the CFO to click a link to download important legal documents. Because it's a legal matter and appears highly official, the CFO clicks the link, which leads to malware being installed on the company's network. So whaling attacks are dangerous because they often involve larger sums of money or more sensitive information. So when high-level executives fall for these scams, the consequences can be disastrous. Next comes SEO phishing. So SEO phishing takes a different approach. So instead of targeting individuals with emails or text messages, hackers create fake websites and manipulate search engines so that these sites show up at the top of search results. So people who are searching for services or products may unknowingly click on these malicious websites. For example, imagine you are trying to log into Bank of America and you search for Bank of America login. So a phishing site could show up at the top of the result, looking exactly like the original website. You fill out the form, entering your personal and payment information. But instead of going to the bank, all of that information goes straight to the hacker. So SEO phishing works because we trust search engines to lead us to legitimate sites. Hackers take advantage of that trust by manipulating search engine algorithms to display their malicious sites. And finally, there's smishing, which stands for SMS phishing. Smishing involves sending fraudulent messages through SMS or text. So these texts often appear to come from a trusted source, like your bank or a delivery service, and contain a link that leads to a phishing site. For example, let's say you get a text that looks like it's from a delivery company such as FedEx, telling you to set your delivery preferences. The message includes a link to do the same. When you click the link, it takes you to a fake FedEx site that asks for your name, address, and credit card information to cover delivery fees. So smishing is effective because people tend to trust text messages more than emails, especially when they are on the go and may not scrutinize the message as closely. Anyways, fortunately, there are several things you can do to protect yourself from phishing attacks. So first and foremost, always think before you click. If you get an email or text asking you to click a link, stop and think. Does this look suspicious? Hover over the link to see where it actually leads before you click. Next, don't upload personal information online. Be careful where you share your personal information online. Hackers often gather details from social media or public profiles to make their phishing attempts more convincing. So make sure to keep your software, operating system, and apps updated. Regular updates include security patches that protect against known vulnerabilities. Next is use antivirus and email security. Install a good antivirus program and use email services with phishing filters. These tools can block many phishing emails before they even reach your inbox. And lastly, use a secure DNS service. This can prevent you from even accessing malicious websites, adding an extra layer of protection. Now, even with these precautions, phishing attacks can sometimes be successful. So what happens if you're already fallen a victim? Let's talk about what to do after a phishing attack. So if you realize you have fallen for a phishing attack, don't panic. There are steps you can take to minimize the damage. First, report the attack to cybercrime authorities. In many countries, there are dedicated teams that handle online fraud, and the faster they are notified, the better. Next, change the passwords for any accounts that may have been compromised. Make sure each password is unique and avoid using the same password for multiple accounts. Next, enable multi-factor authentication on your accounts. MFA adds an extra step, like a code sent to your phone, which makes it harder for hackers to gain access. And lastly, run a full malware scan on your devices. If you clicked a link or downloaded something from the phishing attack, malware might have been installed. So it's important to remove it as quickly as possible. And there you have it. We have covered everything you need to know about phishing attacks, from how they work, the different types, to some real-life examples of phishing disasters, and most importantly, how you can protect yourself.
In this session on User Datagram Protocol, we will look into the application of applying the UDP protocol and why it is used to transmit data in a network channel. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to not miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for today's session. To begin with, we will look into what is the User Datagram Protocol, continuing with knowing some features of the protocol, moving on with header format of the protocol. Next, we will look into the working steps of the UDP protocol, applications of the UDP protocol, and in the end, we will look into UDP versus TCP protocol. Let's move on with the first heading, that is, what is User Datagram Protocol? The User Datagram Protocol, commonly known as UDP protocol, is designed to be unreliable and connectionless in nature, which applies process-to-process communication model for data exchange between devices and is active in the transport layer of the Osi model and is used to transfer data and information related to internet services over the network channel, where process-to-process communication refers to the use of port numbers in the header format during the transmission of data over the network channel. As for connectionless, it means that the UDP format does not provide a established path for the data to transfer. Instead, it uses multiple different paths, which we will look into further in the video. Let's move on to the next heading. Features of using User Datagram Protocol. The User Datagram Protocol provides the network with various efficient and easy to understand network protocol features to apply over the data that is to be transmitted, where the first feature of UDP is related to the working area. That is, the UDP model is a transport layer protocol of the Osi model and is used to deliver best effort delivery options for the data transmission, where the best delivery option refers that the protocol does not provide the sender will receive any acknowledgement from the receiver side for the data transmitted, or it does not provide any guarantee of data transmitted to the receiver side. Now let's move on to the second feature of User Datagram Protocol. The second feature represents the mode of delivery or connection that the UDP establishes for data transmission. The UDP protocol, as we know already, establishes a connectionless path. That means there is no actual virtual path for the data to be transmitted, so that each data from the UDP format uses a random path available in the network channel and reaches its destination. Now let's move on to the next heading, that is UDP header format. The UDP header format comprises of two parts. First, the UDP header part, which is 8 bytes in size, and second, the data to be transmitted. Furthermore, the header part is divided into four different parts: source port, destination port, total length, and checksum, where each of the parts are divided into 16 bits. Let's take a look at the different parts of the header format in a little detail. The first one is source port number. It is a 16-bit value that is used to identify the port that is transmitting the data. Next is destination port number. That is used to identify the port number that will be receiving the data on the receiver end. Next we have total length. As the name suggests, this value is used to specify the total length of the UDP packet, including the UDP header part. And the last is checksum. This is a 16-bit value field and is used as an optional attribute. It is left empty if there is no need, or it is used in case where accuracy of the data is to be measured. Now let's move on to the working of the UDP protocol. To begin with, we have data from the sender side, which is enclosed with the UDP header for communication and data in the UDP header part. The next step is to hand over this data over to the IP section for encapsulation, with the IP header and data with the UDP header and data part. As for the last step, this part is handed over to the frame section, where it is transformed with the frame header and data format. Moving on, now let's transmit the data over the network channel for the receiver end to receive it. Over to the receiver side, the first step is decoding of frame header part and data part into the IP section, which contains IP header and data section. Again, this IP packet is divided into UDP header part and data part, from where the message is retrieved from the data section of the UDP header format and is then received by the receiver end. Now let's move on to the applications of UDP protocol. Let's take a look at some of the features of the UDP protocol that provides applications to various network models. For the first one we have, it provides flow control and error control mechanism to the network model such as TFTP. Next, it provides faster transmission of data as there is no pre-established virtual path needed. So it is used for real-time services, live communication, and gaming services. Now let's move on to the last setting for this session, that is UDP versus TCP protocol. We will differentiate between UDP and TCP based on some attributes that are mostly used in a network model. And the first attribute is reliability. For UDP protocol, as we already know now, it is unreliable in nature. That is, it does not provide any guarantee of data transmitted to the destination side is reached or not. As for TCP, it provides reliable and guaranteed data delivery to the receiver side. The next attribute is acknowledgement signal. The UDP protocol does not provide any acknowledgement from the receiver side to the sender side. Whereas in case of TCP protocol, sharing the acknowledgement signal is very important. If the acknowledgement signal is not shared by the receiver side to the sender side, the data exchange will halt. Let's move on to the next attribute, that is connection mode. As we already know now, UDP is a connectionless mode of service. There is no virtual path established for the data transmission to take place. Whereas for TCP protocol, it is a connection-oriented protocol. That is, a virtual path is needed for the data to be transmitted over to the receiver side or the destination node. The next attribute is error check system. In UDP protocol, basic check system is only used for error check. Whereas for TCP protocol, it is an extensive error check service. And along with error flow control mechanism included in the TCP protocol service. In a network channel, there are multiple devices at work that oversees the data exchange over the communication channel. These devices are differentiated based on their performance, processing unit, and working protocols, which we'll be discussing later in the session. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for this session. To begin with, we will look into what is a hub and some information related to the network hub. Moving to the next topic, we will look into what are network switches and some information about the same. Next, we will look into what are network routers and how they affect the networking exchange of data between communication channels. As for the last topic will be a difference between a network hub, switch, and a network router. Let's begin with the introduction to the network hub. A network hub is a device that is designed to connect multiple network units in a closely connected network channel. So hubs are also used in LAN networks. The network hub shares data with the destination device by acting as a central connection point of data transmission and connecting all the other devices in the channel. Some points to remember about the working of a hub. Hub is incapable of processing any complex protocols due to the absence of an intelligent unit in the system. Also, the physical model of the hub is composed of multiple sockets for connecting network devices. Now let's move on to the working of a network hub. For the first scenario, we will assume that a message is being sent through the hub to a destination node. Let's begin. According to the example, hub has received a message for device A, where it will share the same message to device A, which is a basic protocol. But due to the absence of any intelligent unit or a processing point in the hub device, it will share the message for A to all the other connected devices that are device B as well as device C. This creates a lot of access of traffic in the network channel. Now let's move on to the second scenario, which is when receiving a response from the device. In this case, when the device A shares a response to the hub to be sent to the sender device, it will share the same response to all the other connected devices, again due to the same reason, that is lack of any processing unit or intelligent point in the network channel. Please take a look at the arrow points, which is very important during the transmission of data. With this, we have cleared all the points that are important for a network hub. Now let's move on to the next topic, that is information on switches. The network switch is a networking device that is active in the data link layer of the Osi model and is designed specifically to connect private networks in a LAN channel. Switches are programmed to share messages only with a designated device that is mentioned in the header format of the message, which cuts down the network traffic in the channel. Switches uses different types of data, which can be either packets or data frames. Switch uses a destination source address and the destination address for forwarding the message to the specific device in the system. Now let's look into the working of a network switch. The first scenario is when the message is received to a switch and is to be forwarded to a particular device. In this case, we are receiving a message for device A, which will be shared only to device A according to the address mentioned in the header format. This decreases the network traffic in the channel and also prevent the access of message to device B and device C. This task of managing the address and sending the data to the designated device is handled using MAC address, which is used by the network card installed in the network device. Now let's move on to the second scenario, that is receiving a response from the device. In this case, the switch will receive a response from device A, which will be forwarded to the sender's address mentioned in the message. And this will prevent the response to be shared to device B and device C due to the presence of a processing unit in the switch. With this, we have completed all the important points to be known regarding a network switch. Now let's move on to the third topic, that is information on routers. Let's begin. A network router is a device that is designed to share data between multiple networks at a much larger scale in comparison to a hub or a network switch. It is connected to multiple devices at a very large level that can be considered as metropolitan area network or a wide area network. Router uses IP addresses to share data with the specified device in the network channel. And they also perform the task of translating an address that is available in a private network to a globally recognized network so that it can access internet, which is known as NAT, Network Address Translation. If you want to look further in the translation process that the router performs, you can visit our video on the same in the Simplilearn channel. Now, with this, we have completed all the introduction points regarding a network router. Now let's move on to the working of a network router. In this scenario, a message has been received by the router for device A, from which it will deduce the IP address for the device A and share the data. The message deliver efficiency is highest in case of a network router, as it uses routing path from a routing table to guide the message to its destination point. and vice versa. With this, we have completed all the important points regarding a network router. Now let's move on to the last setting for this session, that is difference between a network hub, switch, and a router. For this difference, we will use different features to differentiate the working of a hub, switch, and a router. The first difference is based upon the Osi model layer. In case of a hub, it is active in the physical layer of the Osi model, that is also known as the first layer. And in case of a switch, it is active in the data link layer of the Osi model, also known as the second layer. Whereas a network router is active in the network layer of the Osi model, also known as the third layer. Now let's move on to the next difference, that is based on addresses used by each of them. Let's take a look. A hub, as we already discussed, doesn't use a MAC address or an IP address for the transmission of data in the network channel. In case of a switch, it uses MAC addresses available in the network channel to provide a guidance system for the message to be transferred. Whereas in case of a router, it uses IP addresses to transmit the data to the designated device. Let's move on to some other differences, that is, format of data used in each of them. Hub uses electrical signals or bits for data transmission in a network channel, whereas switch uses a data frame or data packets for the transmission of data over the communication channel. And in case of a router, it uses data packets to be transferred. And the next difference is based on the mode of transmission. Let's take a look for this. A hub is based on half duplex network connection. That means at a certain point of time, only a single device can share or receive data from the other endpoint of the network channel. And in case of a switch, it is full duplex network connection. That means it can simultaneously receive and send a data packet or a data frame to any of the network devices connected in the system. Similarly, a router is also based upon the full duplex network connection form. Let's move on to the next difference, that is installation purpose. On the basis of installation purpose, a hub is mainly preferred in a LAN network or in a private network where 2 to 3 devices are to be connected, which increases the efficiency due to the absence of a processing unit in a hub. As for a switch, it connects multiple LAN networks or a large area network available. As for the case in a network router, it is a global network that connects multiple devices across the globe and is also designed to connect internet to any of the device. Let's take a look at the next difference, that is device classification. In case of a hub, it uses broadcast format or a broadcasting device to transmit data over the communication channel due to the absence of any processing unit in the system. And in case of a switch, it uses multicasting application for the transmission of data. And in case of a router, it uses routing path from a routing table to transmit the data in the communication channel. Let's take a look at a few more differences, that is installation cost. A network hub can be installed very easily in a network channel as it does not perform any complex task. In case of a switch, it required moderate cost installation as it performs some complex queries or complex protocols in the network channel. Whereas in case of a router, it is the most expensive to install in the network channel due to the high device specs and the performance-based protocol. And the next difference is based upon processing and intelligence. Now that we are clear, a hub device does not have any processing unit or intelligence point and is the most basic point of data transmission. Whereas in case of a switch, it possesses a processing unit to differentiate the destination address or a source address in the header format of the message. Whereas in case of a network router, it is the most sophisticated device among all the three network devices as it performs the most complex queries and protocols in the network channel. Computer networks are often differentiated based on the mode of connection, like wired or wireless. They are categorized into different types depending upon the requirement of the network channel. For example, on the basis of geographical location and the data to be transmitted. Hi guys and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for this session. To begin with, we will look at what is computer networks. Moving forward with different types of computer networks available in a network channel. Then we will look into one of the most used network channel, that is LAN network. Then MAN network. As for the end, we will look into WAN network. Let's move forward with the first heading, that is, what is a computer network? A computer network refers to a group of networking devices, for example, computer system, switch, router or hubs, connected to each other through a central unit to share hardware resources and information services. The mode to connect different devices in a computer network can be based on wired or wireless medium, which depends upon the requirement of the user and the availability of network channels. Now let's move forward with the next heading, that is different types of computer networks available in a network channel. There are different types of computer networks available to choose from, which also depends upon the need of the user or the network channel. On this basis, we can differentiate into four different types, where the first is personal area network, that is PAN, which, as the name suggests, is used in personal area to connect devices like mobile phones, personal computers, etc. The next type of network is local area network, also known as LAN. This area network is used to connect multiple devices across different buildings or multiple devices in a single building. And the next computer network is Metropolitan Area Network, also known as MAN, which connects multiple LAN networks within it. As for the last network, we have Wide Area Network, also known as WAN, which covers locations that are not easily available through wired medium. For example, different parts of states are connected to each other using wide area network. In this session, we will look into local area network, metropolitan area network, and wide area network. Let's move forward with the first, that is local area network. The local area network or LAN is used to connect devices that are available in a limited range or small geographical location, as it does not cover large locations because of hardware limitation. The devices that are connected in this computer channel use multiple protocols for proper and efficient exchange of data and internet services. The data exchange occurs from a server device that acts as a central unit and is passed on to the devices that are connected in the network channel. Let's take a look at some of the features of local area network. The data transmitted in the network, that is LAN network, is relatively higher in comparison to other network types, MAN and WAN, because it covers a small geographical distance, so the speed of data transmission is very high. LAN uses private network addresses for network connectivity, as the exchange of data and services takes place in a closely lit channel, which decreases the error occurring rate and also provides much better security. Let's take a look at some of the advantages and disadvantages of applying LAN network. For advantages we have, it has a single control unit which is used to store data and information and can be used anytime. Transferring of data and information becomes much easier and much faster in LAN networks. As for disadvantages we have, data security is compromised if the LAN admin decides to steal data and information. As for the other disadvantages, it requires constant administration for continuing data services and distributing hardware resources in a LAN network. With this, we have completed the LAN network part. Let's move on to the next, that is MAN network. The Metropolitan Area Network, or MAN, is a network type that encompasses network connection of an entire city or connection of a small area in a country. The area covered is less in comparison to WAN and faces moderate network traffic due to the large location it covers. The exchange of data occurs from one LAN network to the other LAN network, and this case is looped. Let's take a look at some of the features for Metropolitan Area Network. The Metropolitan Area Network covers a large geographical area and is also used as an internet service provider by many of the local services because it provides high data transmission rate. It also applies many network devices for smooth data services and is connected through telephone lines using wired medium to provide high internet services. Let's move on to the advantages and disadvantages of using MAN. It applies fiber optic cable for high transmission and much better security in comparison to LAN network. It also uses full duplex method for data transmission, that is, data exchange occurs simultaneously. As for disadvantages we have, it needs a good quality hardware resources and the cost of installation is very high. It also needs an experienced technician to maintain and provide much efficient data services in case of MAN network. Now let's move on to the next heading, that is WAN network. The Wide Area Network, or WAN, is designed to connect devices over large distances, like a global network, that is the internet. Because the Wide Area Network covers a very large geographical area, for example, connection between different states or even between countries. It uses wireless medium as a connection mode, for example, network towers and satellites. It also can be termed as the connection of multiple LANs or multiple MANs. Let's take a look at some of the features of Wide Area Network. Wide Area Network uses satellite medium, as we already saw. The satellite medium is used to connect multiple network towers, which in turn provide high-speed data connection for the devices in a network channel. Whereas the data transmission rate of a wide area network is in comparison to LAN and MAN very low because it uses wireless medium in most of the cases. So the speed of data transmission is low. And it also covers a larger distance, so it often faces data errors and loss of information. Now let's take a look at the advantages and disadvantages of applying WAN network. WAN network uses multiple network towers to connect numerous devices to be interconnected with the internet. It also covers a very large area to establish multiple connections between different parts of a country and also connect different countries as well. Let's take a look at the disadvantages of applying WAN network. The chances of an error occurring in a WAN network is very high due to the availability of different types of network channels, network devices, and different modes of connection medium. The initial cost of setting up a WAN network is very high, as it needs very experienced technician to work on and requires hardware resources, example satellites, network towers, which are very costly to set up. With the increase in data transmission and exchange between multiple network devices for information purposes, the probability of an error or damage occurring to the original data bit is highly possible. To overcome this situation, we use certain networking techniques to detect and correct the damage to the data, one of which we will be discussing in today's session. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for today's session. To begin with, we will look into what is Hamming code. Then we will look into terms related to the Hamming code. And in the end, we will look at a working example of Hamming code. Let's begin. The Hamming code method is a network technique that is designed to detect errors and corrects data bits which are transmitted during data exchange. It was first implemented by R.W. Hamming, hence the name Hamming code. This network technique is implemented because during data transmission, there are often cases where data loss or data damage occurs. To recover or detect the damage in the original data, we use Hamming code. In the next slide, we will look into some terms that are related to the working of Hamming code. The first one being redundant bits. These are the extra binary bits that are added explicitly to the original data bit to prevent damage to the transmitted data and also to recover the original data in case of a damage at the receiver end. In the next point, we will look into some formula related to redundant bits and how to add them in the Hamming code. The formula related to redundant bits is 2r more than equal to m plus r plus 1, where m refers to the data bits in the data and r refers to the redundant bits. Let's take an example. In case m is equal to 4, that means the data bits used are 4, we need to find the value of r. Using the above formula, let's deduce the value of redundant bits. 2r is more than equal to 4 plus r plus 1. 2 to the power r is more than equal to r plus 5. So using this, let's use r equal to 0. If we use that, we will get a value 1 that is more than equal to r plus 5, but that is wrong. Then using r equal to 3, that is 8 is more than equal to 8. This way, we conclude that the Hamming code would be 7-bit data because the value of r is 3 and m is 4. Now let's move on to the next term related to Hamming code, that is parity bits. The parity bit is a method to append binary bits to secure that the total number of counts of 1 in the original data is either even number or an odd number. Let's take a look, why do we exactly use parity bits? They are used to detect error in the original data which occurs during the transmission of data. Through this method, we can detect the error at the receiver end and also correct it. Let's take a look at different types of parity bits available. First one is even parity bit. In this case of parity type, the total number of ones counted is to be even in the count. In case the count is odd, then the value of parity is 1. Otherwise, the value should be 0. Similarly, the other parity bit is known as odd parity bit. For this parity bit, the total number of ones counted in the original data should be odd. If that is the case, the value of parity bit should be 0. And in case the value of ones in the original data comes out to be odd, then the parity value would be 1. Now let's move on to the next setting. That is the working example of the Hamming code. Let's take a look. Let's begin with the steps to be followed to solve a Hamming code issue. The first point being, the position of the parity bit is determined using 2 to the power n term, where n represents the number series 0 to n. Assigning the position for parity bit using this method would be more clear during an example. For the second point, we have the remaining positions represents the data bit. Now let's try using the value of parity bit for n is equal to 0. That means 2 to the power 0 is equal to 1. So all the bits with 1 in the last position are used to determine the value of the parity bit. To better understand the assignment value of parity bit, please focus on this mentioned table. In this table, we can take a look at the last position, that is n is equal to 0, and see the mentioned number. For P1, we can use a value 1 because n is equal to 0 and the last position value is 1. Then is number 3 because the last position bit is 1. Then similarly for number 5 because n is equal to 0 and the bit value is 1. So these three parity value can be used for n is equal to 0. Similarly, let's take a look when the n is equal to 1. That means 2 to the power 1 is equal to 2. So all the bits with 1 in the second position are used to determine the value of parity bit. Now let's take a look at the table to identify the numbers related to this parity bit value. The first one being 2 due to the presence of one bit in the second position. Then we have P3, presence of one bit in the second position. Similarly, the next would be number 6 due to the presence of one bit in the second position. Similarly, let's take a look at when n is equal to 2. That means 2 to the power 2 is equal to 4. So all the bits with 1 in the third position are used to determine the value of parity bit. And this would be 4, 5 and 6 number. Please read the points very carefully because next we will solve an example to better clarify all the concepts. Let's move on. The given example is the data bit to be transmitted is 1011 and we have to solve this using the Hamming code method. So the first step would be applying the Hamming code method and identify the given number of data bits. That would be 4 according to the question. So the number of parity bit would be 3, where the value would be 1, 2 and 4 according to the power of P expression. That means we will get something similar to this. This representation is in data bit format, where the first position is for P1 parity bit, the second for 2 to the power 1, that is 2 P2, and the third one is for 2 to the power 4, that is P4 parity. And let's put the value that is to be transmitted in the remaining positions. That would be P1, P2, 1, P4, 1, 0 and 1. Using this bit value, we will deduce the value of P1, P2 and P4 for data transmission. In this case, we are using even parity for the example. That means the number of ones should be even. Let's take a look. For P1 we have D1, D3, D5 and D7 as mentioned in the earlier slide. So the value would be P1, 1, 1 and 1 according to the data bits available to us by the question. That means the value would be 1 because the number of ones for P1 is odd. So to make it even, the value of P1 would be 1. Similarly, for P2 we have D2, D3, D6 and D7. Using the same method, we will get P2, 1, 0, 1. So the number of ones for P2 is even. So the P2 value would be 0. Next is for P4. The value is D4, D5, D6 and D7, where P4 has 1, 0 and 1. That means the number of ones is even. So again P4 is equal to 0. Now using this, we get the new bit that is to be transmitted. That is 1010101. After transmission, in case, let's say at position 5 an error occurs and the value of 1 is converted to 0. To detect this error at the receiver side, we will use the Hamming code. To begin with, we will use the parity value to cross-check the original data bit. That means, let's do the parity bit method for this received data. So for P1 we have D1, D3, D5 and D7. So the number of ones is odd. That means the value of P1 should be 1 to make it even. Then for P2 we have D2, D3, D6 and D7. So the number of ones is even. That means the P2 value would be 0. Now let's move on for P4. That would be 4, D5, D6 and D7. Number of ones is 1. That means odd. So the value of P4 would be 1. Now let's take a look at the results that we obtained using this method. Foremost, this shows that the data transmitted is damaged and we can detect the error position using this method, that is, using the value of parity bits obtained, where this will lead to 2 to the power expression. That means 2 to the power 0 plus 0 plus 2 to the power 2. That means 5. That matches with the assumption we took. Now, to correct this error, we can use the position that we obtained, that is 5, and replace the 0th value with 1 bit. By doing this, we will obtain the original data. With the increase in the networking devices, either for professional or personal use, the need to access the internet to perform various activities has increased. And in this process, having an IP address assigned and then being routed through the network model and is applied using the classless interdomain routing CIDR. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for today's session. To begin with, we will look into what is CIDR, that is classless interdomain routing. Moving on, we will look at some of the rules to perform the CIDR addressing, continuing with the working of the CIDR, and at the end, we will look into some examples to better clarify all the doubts we have learned so far. Now, let's take a look at the first heading, that is, what is CIDR? The CIDR, or classless interdomain routing, is a network concept designed to oversee the assignment of IP addresses to a system to replace the outdated way of classful addressing system. Furthermore, using the CIDR method, there is low wastage of IP addresses, and it also is helpful in maintaining the routing table, and it performs the task of subnetting, which saves a lot of IP addresses. Now let's move on to the next heading, that is rules of using CIDR. To better understand the working of CIDR addressing in the later part, please take a look at the rules very seriously. Let's take a look at the first rule, that is, the IP addresses assigned are according to the CIDR are to be continuous, as the ISP will provide them in a sequence to minimize the address wastage. For example, if we have an IP address 200.10.18.32, then the addressing will take place as 200.10.18.33 and moving on to the nth position, as mentioned in the example. This proves that they are continuous in assigning of IP addresses. Let's move on to the next rule, that is, the number of addresses in a CIDR block is to be power of 2. That is, in case the number of addresses is odd, then it's invalid value. For example, 2 to the power 4 is equal to 16, where 4 represents the number of hosts. Whereas, if the value is 17, then it's an invalid value. As for the last rule we have, use of CIDR block for notation purpose. That is, for example, if we have 200.11.19.34/28 as an IP address, then the block ID of this IP address is 28 and the host ID is 4, which is calculated using 32 minus 28, because in an IP4 address 32-bit is the maximum limit. Now let's move on to the next heading, that is working of CIDR. The CIDR addressing applies the variable length subnetting masking, that is VSLM for short, as the basis of its working method. That is used to break the conventional IP addresses into smaller subnetworks of varying sizes according to the user requirement. Let's take a look at an example to understand the working process. In the given example, the IP address is 195.10.20.40/16. Now let's solve the question. To begin with, from the given IP address, we can determine the network prefix. That would be 195.10.20.40, whereas the suffix represents the /16 part. The number 16 in an IP address represents the number of ones in the address. That is known as the block ID or the network ID. And the host ID is determined using 32 minus 16, because 32 is the maximum limit of bit length in an IPv4 address. So the host ID is 16. And the total number of hosts that are available in the network is calculated using 2 to the power number of hosts. That would be 2 to the power 16 for this case. So the value is 65,536 available hosts in this given network ID. Now let's move on to the examples to better understand the working. The first example is the given IP address 192.168.200.10/28, and we have to find the relevant information. Let's begin. For the first step, convert the IP address in a binary decimal format. That is, for this IP address, it would be the given binary format. Now let's find out the network mask for this IP address. That would be 28 ones and 4 zeros. The point to be noted is, according to the slash number, we point the number of ones for network mask. For example, in this question we have /28, so the network mask has 28 ones beginning from left to right, and the last 4 digits would be 0. And in numerical form, the value comes out to be 255.255.255.240, and this is the network mask for our IP address. Now let's move on to the next information, that is network ID. The network ID for the given IP address is calculated using this way. By the given subnet mask, that is /28, we assume that 192.168.200 does not change because it is a part of network ID. And the point to be noted is the network ID is never to be tampered with. Only the host ID can be used to change the value. That means we will open the .10 part in binary format. That would come out to be 0001010. Then change ones to zeros and perform the AND operation. After performing the AND operation for the last 4 digits, that is the host ID part, we will get 192.168.200.0/28. That represents the network ID for the given IP address. Similarly, we can find the number of hosts. That would be easy. That is 32 minus 28, that is 4. And the total number of hosts would be 2 to the power 4, that is 16. And the first host ID in this given IP address would be 192.168.200.1. With the completion of this example, we have completed all the relevant parts regarding CIDR working.
The world runs on data now. The internet houses a treasure trove of potentially harmful information, from basic shopping habits to private financial transactions. All this data is carried over a network of interconnected devices. During transit, the data is as secure as the mechanism responsible for its transmission. It's in this phase that the most corrupted data originates. It's paramount that the networks carrying this data must be secured against malicious hackers and harmful attacks. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered in this video on network security, which is rising in popularity and importance. We start by introducing the viewers to network security and its basic definition. We cover the working of network security in the next section. Then we have the different types of network security, followed by a small introduction to transport and application layer security and the importance. Next, we cover the key tools in network security, the benefits, and a live demonstration of how Nmap can scan hosts and aid in ethical hacking. So let's start with the first topic for the day, which is an introduction to network security. Network security is a set of technologies that protects the usability and integrity of a company's infrastructure by preventing the entry or proliferation within a network. Its architecture comprises of tools that protect the network itself and the applications that run over it. Effective network security strategies employ multiple lines of defense that are scalable and automated. Each defensive layer here enforces a set of security policies which are determined by the administrator beforehand. This aims at securing the confidentiality and accessibility of the data and the network. Every company or organization that handles a large amount of data has a degree of solutions against many cyber threats. The most basic example of network security is password protection. It has the network the user chooses. So recently, network security has become the central topic of cybersecurity, with many organizations involving applications from people with skills in this area. It is crucial for both personal and professional networks. Most houses with high-speed internet have one or more wireless routers, which can be vulnerable to attacks if they are not adequately secured. Data loss, theft, and sabotage risk may be decreased with the usage of a strong network security system. Your workstations are protected from hazardous spyware thanks to network security. Additionally, it guarantees the security of the data which is being shared over a network. By dividing information into various sections, encrypting these portions, and transferring them over separate pathways, network security infrastructure offers multiple levels of protection to thwart man-in-the-middle attacks, preventing situations like eavesdropping, among other harmful attacks. It is becoming increasingly difficult in today's hyper-connected environment as more corporate applications migrate to both public and private clouds. Additionally, modern applications are also frequently virtualized and dispersed across several locations, some outside the physical control of the IT team. Network traffic and infrastructure must be protected in these cases since assaults on businesses are increasing every single day. We now understood the basics of network security, but we need to understand how network security works in the next section in slightly more detail. Network security revolves around two processes: authentication and authorization. The first process, which is authentication, is similar to access cards, which ensure that only those who have the right to enter a building. In other words, authentication checks and verifies that it is indeed the user belonging to the network who is trying to access or enter it, thereby preventing unauthorized intrusions. Next comes authorization. This process decides the level of access provided to the recently authenticated user. For example, network admin needs access to the entire network, whereas those working within it probably need access to only certain areas within the network. Based on the network user's role, the process of determining the level of access or permission level is known as authorization. Today's network architecture is complex and faces a threat environment that is always changing and attackers that are always trying to find and exploit vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities can exist in many areas, including devices, data, applications, users, and locations. For this reason, many network security management tools and applications are in use today that address individual threats. When just a few minutes of downtime can cause widespread disruption and massive damage to an organization's bottom line and reputation, it is essential that these protection measures are in place beforehand. Now that we know a little about network security and its working, let's cover the different types of network security. The fundamental tenet of network security is the layering of protection for massive networks and stored data that ensure the acceptance of rules and regulations. As a whole, there are three types. The first of which is physical security, the next being technical, and the third being administrative. Let's look into physical security first. This is the most basic level that includes protecting data and network through unauthorized personnel from acquiring control over the confidentiality of the network. These include external peripherals and routers that might be used for cable connections. The same can be achieved by using devices like biometric systems. Physical security is critical, especially for small businesses that do not have many resources to devote to security personnel and the tools as opposed to large firms. When it comes to technical network security, it focuses mostly on safeguarding data either kept in the network or engaged in network transitions. This kind fulfills two functions. One is defense against unauthorized users, the other is a defense against malevolent actions. The last category is administrative. This level of network security protects user behavior, like how the permission has been granted and how the authorization process takes place. This also ensures the level of sophistication the network might need to protect it through all the attacks. This level also suggests necessary amendments that have to be done to the infrastructure. I think that's all the basics that we need to cover on network security, in which our next topic we're going to go through two mediums of network security, which are the transport layer and the application layer. The transport layer is a way to secure information as it is carried over the internet, with users browsing websites, emails, instant messaging, etc. TLS aims to provide a private and secure connection between a web browser and a website server. It does this with a cryptographic handshake between two systems using public key cryptography. The two parties to the connection exchange a secret token, and once each machine validates this token, it is used for all communications. The connection employs lighter symmetric cryptography to save bandwidth and processing power. Since the application layer is the closest layer to the end user, it provides hackers with the largest threat surface. Poor app layer security can lead to performance and stability issues, data theft, and in some cases, the network being taken down. Examples of application layer attacks include distributed denial of service attacks or DDoS attacks, HTTP floods, SQL injections, cross-site scripting, etc. Most organizations have an arsenal of application layer security protections to combat these and more, such as web application firewalls, secure web gateway services, etc. Now that we have the theory behind network security has been covered in detail, let us go through some of the tools that can be used to enforce these network security policies. The first tool to be covered in this section is a firewall. A firewall is a type of network security device that keeps track of incoming and outgoing network traffic, and it decides which traffic to allow or deny in accordance to a set of security rules. For more than 25 years, firewalls have served as network security's first line of defense. They provide a barrier between trustworthy internal protected and regulated networks from shady external networks like the internet at some points. The next tool which can be used to bolster network security is a virtual private network, or VPN for short. It's an encrypted connection between a device and a network via the internet. The encrypted connection aids the secure transmission of sensitive data. It makes it impossible for unauthorized parties to eavesdrop on the traffic and enables remote work for the user. The usage of VPN technology is common in both corporate and personal networks. Next, we cover the importance of intrusion prevention systems in network security or IPS frameworks. An intrusion prevention system is a network security tool that continually scans the network for harmful activity and responds to it when it does occur by reporting, blocking, or discarding it. It can be either hardware or software. It's more sophisticated than an intrusion detection system or an IDS framework, which can just warn an administrator and merely identify harmful activities, while in the case of an IPS, it actually takes against that activity. The next tool in this section and the final one are going to be behavioral analytics. Behavioral analytics focus more on the statistics that are being carried over and stored through months and years of usage. Once some kind of similar pattern is noted, where the IT administrator can detect some kind of attack, the similar attacks can be stopped and the security can be further enhanced. Now that we have covered all that we need to know about network security, the necessary tools, its different types, etc., let's go to the benefits of network security as a whole. The first, which is protection against external threats. The objective for cyber assaults can be as varied as the offenders themselves. Although they're typically initiated for financial gain, whether they are industrial spies, hacktivists, or cyber criminals, these bad actors all have one thing in common, which is how quick, clever, and covert the attacks are getting. A strong cybersecurity posture that considers routine software updates may assist firms in identifying and responding to the abuse techniques, tools, and the common entry points. The next benefit is protection against internal threats. The human aspect continues to be the cybersecurity system's weakest link. Insider risk can originate from current or former workers, third-party vendors, or even trusted partners, and they can be unintentional, careless, or downright evil. Aside from that, the rapid expansion of remote work and the personal devices used for business purposes, while even IoT devices in remote locations, can make it easier for these kind of threats to go undetected until it's too late. However, by proactively monitoring networks and managing access, these dangers may be identified and dealt with before they become expensive disasters. The third benefit is increased productivity. It is nearly impossible for employees to function when networks and personal devices are slowed to a crawl by viruses and other cyber attacks during the operation of website and for the company to run. You may significantly minimize violations and the amount of downtime required to fix the breach by implementing various cybersecurity measures such as enhanced firewalls, virus scanning, and automatic backups. Employee identification of possible email phishing schemes, suspicious links, and other malicious criminal activities can also be aided by education and training. Another benefit is brand trust and reputation. Customer retention is one of the most crucial elements in business development. Customers today place a premium on maintaining brand loyalty through a strong cybersecurity stance, since this is the fastest way to get other businesses back, get referrals, and sell more tickets overall. Additionally, it helps manufacturers get on the vendor list with bigger companies as a part of the supply chain, which is only as strong as its weakest link. This opens possibilities for potential future endeavors and development. That's all really for the theoretical part of network security. After covering so many topics, let's go through a small demonstration to drive home this topic's importance. So one of the first things we're going to cover is the installation of Nmap. What we're using right now is actually VMware, where we are running an instance of a Linux distribution known as Parrot Security operating system. The Parrot Security OS is a Debian-based Linux distribution that is catered more towards ethical hackers and penetration testers. How it is catered more is it comes pre-installed with a lot of tools that ethical hackers need, including Nmap. So let's say you're using another Debian-based Linux distribution. If you want to install Nmap, you can go with the command of sudo apt, which is the package manager, install Nmap, and just press enter. At this point, it's going to ask you for your administrator password because of the sudo command which you have used. Now this apt will change depending on the distribution. Let's say using a distribution that is based on Arch Linux, that will be different. If there is some other distribution which is built from scratch, the commands will differ. But more or less, a lot of the distributions, the mainstream distributions that people use like Ubuntu, Zorin OS, and Explaiend, they are Debian based. So you're just going to be using sudo apt install nmap. If you give your administrator password here, it's going to see that Nmap is had to manually install, and it is already the newest version. At this point, if you do not have Nmap in your distribution, it's going to install the necessary package files. If I just use the nmap command, you can see some helplines where it basically says what kind of flags you can use, what are some of the most common commands, the version, etc. It gives a small sample for the usage of nmap. Now, one of the most basic functions of nmap is to identify active hosts on your network. Nmap does this by using a ping scan, or sometimes it's called a ping sweep. This identifies all of the IP addresses that are currently online without sending any packets to these hosts. To run the command, we're just going to go with, let me just clear the screen for now. Okay. Another thing you have to do before running nmap, just for our ease of use, is we're going to use the sudo su command. This will turn our console into an administrator console. So let's say we want to use some drivers or some external adapters or anything that requires administrative permission. We don't have to use the admin password again and again. Just going to give it a bit of time for it to recognize. Okay. Now that you see, this $sign has changed into a hash symbol, which means we now have root access of this console right now, of this terminal. So what we're going to do for the ping sweep, where you have to check existing hosts, is we're going to use the command nmap -sp and go with the IP address of the current subnet that you're in, which is always going to be which is always going to be 192.168.1.1 in the 24 bracket. So this is going to take some time, considering this is going to check all the hosts in this particular subnet. The command then returns a list of hosts on your network, which is this, and the total number of assigned IP addresses. If you can spot like any IP addresses that you cannot account for in your network or your server, you can then run further commands to investigate them further using nmap itself. Now, coming to another feature of nmap, which is a very important usage, is when scanning hosts, nmap commands can use server names, IP addresses, or even IPsec addresses. A basic nmap command will produce information about the given host. So to run a basic port scan, we can just use the nmap command with the IP address of the device or the IP address that we are targeting. So for now, the host machine that I am using currently has this current IP address. If you can see, the current IP address is 192.168.1.22, as it's written in the IPv4 address preferred section. So now we're going to try and attack this host machine using nmap on Parent Security operating system. So we're just going to go with the nmap 192.168.1.22 and press enter, and it's going to start scanning the host for different services and the IP address that has been run on this system. The speed of these scans usually depend on how quick the processor is and also how quickly the two machines can connect with each other. But two machines, I mean the virtual machine in this case and the machine that is being attacked, which is right now the host machine, which is running VMware Workstation. As you can see, the host scanning is complete for this particular IP address, and you can see the number of ports is mentioned and the services that these ports are used for is also mentioned. It says which of these are open. For example, the 53 TCP port, we can see it is closed, while some of the other ports are open. Now, one more feature of nmap is the ability to guess the operating system of the IP address that we are attacking. For that, we need to add one more flag, which is going to go with the normal command is nmap -o and the regular IP address that we are in the process of attacking. Just give it a few minutes to run the scan, and it will try and put a small guess on the operating system that this host might be running. This guess might not always be accurate, but it puts a small idea, and this is much more accurate in the case of actually Unix-based operating system other than Windows-based operating systems. It may be able to detect that if it is a Windows, a Linux, a Macintosh, and so on, but it may have difficulty finding exact single versions, which becomes easier in the case of Linux because we can identify different distributions by some of the kernels, which most of the vulnerabilities comes from the kernels and not the particular distributions. As you can see, the OS detection guess is complete, and you can see aggressive OS guesses over here, which is Microsoft Windows XP Service Pack or Windows Server, and there's a 98% guess that is mostly like I mentioned, if you can guess if it is a Windows-based system, you can apply the vulnerabilities and the exploits accordingly. Now, at times you may need to detect service version and similar information from these open ports actually. This is useful for troubleshooting and scanning for vulnerabilities or locating services that need to be updated, considering a lot of the new updates are used to fix these kind of open vulnerabilities. So the flag that we're going to use in this case is -SV or -SV. That's the only thing that's going to change with the nmap and the IP address of the host system staying consistent. A lot of the services that are being run on these ports are often not the most safe. For example, Apache Web Server, which is a very common web server being used for even local and global projects. A lot of the older versions used to have systems that can allow privilege escalations or other vulnerabilities that can allow hackers to get into your system without even you getting a trace of it. So the updated versions tend to fix these as quickly as possible, and most of these versions do not circulate in the real world, but can be used for ethical hacking and testing on how these vulnerabilities can be attacked further. Now with the SV command scan is complete, we can see that it is mentioning some of the version of the services that are being run on the particular ports. Once again, like I mentioned, using these version numbers, you can identify particular vulnerabilities and use the exploits designed for these vulnerabilities to gain access to the system. Another thing that Nmap does well is port scanning. It's one of the basic utilities actually that Nmap offers, and consequently, there are a few ways that this command can be customized further. For example, to start a port scan, we're going to use the flag of -p. We're going to specify a random port, for example 443, which we know it will be open because it is the port used for HTTPS connections, which is obviously essential for you to access the internet. And once again, we are going to use the IP address of our local host as the test machine that are being attacked. As you can see, it clearly states that the 443 port is open as expected. Now you can use multiple ports. You can check multiple ports this way. For example, nmap-p, we're going to scan 3 different ports: 443, 80, and 445. We use the same IP address again, and it's going to show the state of all the 3 ports. Now you can see this filtered part here, which does not mean it is open and it cannot be exploited in any way, at least right now. Maybe if there is any other service that is being run, it can be exploited further, but right now it is in a filtered condition. That is how we can actually scan for multiple ports together. We can also use actually in a port scanning in a range format. For example, let's say we're going to scan the ports from 200 to 300. And once again, going to use the -p flag, and then the IP address of the system being attacked. It's going to scan all the ports from 200 to 300 and mention what are the ports that are open, filtered, or just straight up closed. As you can see, all the 101 scanned ports are in ignore state. For example, if we try to scan a range in a more reasonable range, for example, 443 to 446, that's it. We'll keep the IP address similar. And you can see 2 of them are open and 2 of them are filtered for different reasons. This is how you can find out which of the ports are liable for exploitation before attacking these kind of devices.
During data transmission, there are various external factors which can affect the transmission of data over a network channel. To prevent such cases from happening, we use Internet Protocol Security, which we will be discussing in this session on IPsec Explained. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to not miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for this session. To begin with, we will look into what is IPsec. Continuing with why do we use IPsec in a network, followed by components of IPsec, modes of IP security. As for the last topic, we will look into working steps involved in IP security. Let's begin with the first heading, that is, what is IPsec? IPsec, Internet Protocol Security, is defined as a set of framework and protocol to ensure data transmission over a network channel. This protocol was initially defined of two main protocols for data security over a network channel, which were authentication header, which is responsible for data integrity and anti-replay services. And the second protocol is encapsulating security payload, in short ESP, which includes data encryption and data authentication. Now let's move on to the next heading, that is, why do we use IPsec in a network? IPsec is used to secure sensitive data and information, such as company data, clinical data, bank data, and various sensitive information regarding an institution, which are used during data transmission over a network channel. The use of VPNs, that are virtual private networks, and apply IPsec protocols to encrypt the data for end-to-end transmission. Let's continue with why do we use IPsec services. IPsec is also used to encrypt data for application layer in the Osi model and provide security for sharing data over network routers and data authentication. Let's take a look at the working of IPsec services. To begin with, we have two different systems, System 1 and System 2, which will establish a network channel, and then the encryption of data will take place when one host will share the data to the second host. During this, IPsec services will secure the data that is to be transferred over the network channel by applying router encryption and authentication. Now let's move on to the next topic, that is components of IPsec. The IPsec services comprises of multiple protocols that ensure the data transmission over the network channel. The first one is Encapsulating Security Payload Protocol, in short ESP. This protocol of IP security provides data encryption and authentication services, and it also authenticates and encrypts the data packet in the transmission channel. Moving on, we have Authentication Header, in short AH. Similar to ESP, the authentication header also provides all the security services, but it does not encrypt the data. It also protects the IP packet and adds additional headers to the packet header. The modified IP datagram looks this way, where the IP components are included at the second position, the seventh position, and the sixth position, along with the authentication of data services over the network channel. Moving on, we have Internet Key Exchange, IKE. This protocol provides protection for content data and also changes the attribute of the original data to be shared by implementing SHA and MD5 algorithms. They also check the message for authentication and then only is forwarded to the receiver side. For example, this is the original data packet we are used to with IP header path, TCP UDP and data. Whereas this is the modified IPsec data packet where a ESP header is added between IP header and the TCP protocol. Now let's move on to the next heading, that is modes of IPsec. There are basically two types of IPsec modes available for data transmission over the network channel, where the first one is tunnel mode. This mode of transmission is used to secure gateway to gateway data. It is applied when the final destination of the data is to be connected to a sender side through a connection gateway over the internet. For example, we have two hosts, host A and host B. Through the host A, we are sending a message to host B, which will pass through a gateway at host A point, and it passes through a gateway to host B then. This is a basic format for gateway-to-gateway data transmission. And the given IP datagram format is used for tunnel mode. Now let's move on to the second mode of IPsec, that is transport mode. This mode of IPsec is used to protect protocols like TCP or UDP and is used to ensure end-to-end communication unlike tunnel mode. The transport mode data add authentication header and encapsulating security payload for security purpose in the IP header. This is the modified IP datagram for transport mode. The point to be noted is the IPsec header is always added between IP header and TCP header. Now let's move on to the last heading for this session on IPsec, that is the working steps involved in IP security. In general, there are 5 steps involved in the working of IPsec to ensure data transmission over a network channel. The first step is host recognition. In the first step, the host system will check if the packet is to be transmitted or not by automatically triggering the security policy for the data, which is implemented by the sender side for proper encryption. Then the second step is known as IKE phase 1. In this step, the two host devices, the sender and the receiver side, will authenticate each other to establish a secure network channel. It is comprised of two modes. The main mode. This provides much better security with a proper time limit. And the second mode, known as aggressive mode. As the name suggests, it establishes the IPsec protocol much faster in comparison to main mode. Let's move on to the third step, which is IKE phase 2. After the second step, the host decide the type of cryptography algorithm to apply over the session in the network channel and the secret key for the algorithm to be used to encrypt the data for transmission. Then we have IPsec transmission. This step involves the actual transfer of data over the network channel using the various protocols used in IPsec security, which are implemented under the tunnel condition. And the last step is IPsec termination. After the completion of data exchange or session timeout, the IPsec tunnel is terminated and the security key established is discarded by both the host system. In this video on Dijkstra's algorithm, we will learn details regarding the network algorithm used in multiple applications to connect a channel's node. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for today's session. To begin with, we will look into what is the algorithm. Moving on with key points regarding the algorithm. Continuing with the principle used in the Dijkstra's algorithm. As for the last topic, we will look into a solved example using the Dijkstra's algorithm. Let's move on to the first topic, that is Introduction to the algorithm. The Dijkstra's algorithm was invented by Edgar W. Dijkstra. This algorithm was designed to find the shortest path between the nodes of a communication channel. The Dijkstra's algorithm is also used to form a shortest path table for the given graph, and it works on the principle of greedy algorithm. Now let's move on to some key points regarding the algorithm. The first key point to be noted to solve a Dijkstra's algorithm is the algorithm is closely linked to position of the nodes in a graph. The next point is the attribute value between the nodes of a channel is used to deduce the shortest path. As for the last point, we have the initial value of all the nodes from the current node is assumed to be infinite. To much practically understand the functioning of the Dijkstra's algorithm, let's take a look at the principle for the same. The principle of the algorithm works as if the distance of u that represents the current node plus the length, that is the attribute value between node U, that is the current node, and node V, that is the target node, is less than the attribute value to distance of the target node. And also, the distance of the target node is equal to the distance of current node plus the length between target node and the current node, where distance u represents the source node or the current node, and distance v represents the target node or the destination node. To much better understand, let's apply this. For the given question, let's find the shortest path. In this given example, we have three different nodes, node A, B, and C. Using the previously discussed algorithm principle, we will deduce the shortest path for node A to the other nodes in the graph. That is, the shortest path from node A to node B and the shortest path from node A to node C. For this, let's take the node B first. According to the solution, it should be for node B, on applying the algorithm along with the values, we have if 0, that is the position of A, is 0, plus the target node attribute value, that is 10, is less than equal to infinite. That is, initially as mentioned, infinite value is to be assumed. And this statement stands true. So the distance between node A to node B becomes 10. For the third step, we will look into distance between node A to node C. That would be 0 plus 40. That is the direct connection between node A to node C according to the example, which is less than infinity, again true. So the distance between node A to node C is 40. Moving on, but we have to find the shortest path. So for this, fourth step comes into picture. That is, for node C from node B, on applying the algorithm we have 10, that is the initial value of node B, and plus 15, that is the attribute value between B and node C, which is 25 and is less than infinity. So the shortest path between node A to node C becomes 25 instead of 40, which was given through step 3. Using the same scenario and same steps, we will solve a much difficult question and understand how the algorithm is used. Then without further ado, let's move on to the solved example using the Dijkstra's algorithm. According to the given question, we have to use the Dijkstra's algorithm for the given graph and find the shortest path from node A to node C. The point to be noted is we need to find distance that is shortest between node A to node C only. Now let's take a look at the graph, and this is the given graph with node A at the current node and node C is to be the targeted node. But before we begin with the solution for the given graph, let's take a look at some of the important points to remember. The first point, the distance of node A from all the other nodes is infinite in the starting step, as discussed earlier in the example graph. The next point is, the node with the shortest value will become the next current node. Then we have, this graph is done to maintain a proper shortest path value table, which will be very helpful during the solution of the graph. Now let's move on to the solution. To begin with, we will make shortest path table value, that is given through this with 3 columns in it: node column, value column, and previous node. Now let's start with the actual solution. To begin with, the first step is to mark the current node, that is, node A. Then, the nodes that are directly connected to the current node, that is, node B and node D. Now, using the value distance, that is 3 for node A to node B and 8 for node A to node D, we will update our table. Where the point to be noted is that we have updated the previous node as A for both the nodes B and D. Moving on, now let's choose the next current node, that is node B for the next case, because the shortest path in the given table is 3, which is less than 8. Now, the directly connected nodes to node B are node D and node E. Similar to the case we did earlier, we will mark the shortest distance from node B to node D and node E. Let's reduce the distance. The distance between node B to node D is 3 plus 5, that is equal to 8. And then we have distance from node B to node D, that is 3 plus 6. So the value is 9. Now we will update our shortest path table, and the new table comes up to be from node D to node B we have 8, and node B to node E we have 9, with the previous node as B. Moving on, let's decide the next current node, that is D, because the shortest distance is 8 in comparison to 9 for node E. So the new current node is node D, and the directly connected nodes to node D is node E and node F. The point to be noted is the current node is chosen only from the unvisited nodes. Now, for this we have distance between node D to node E is 8, that is the previous value we deduced, plus 3, that is the distance between node D to node E, and the total value comes up to be 11. Then we have to node F from node D, that is 8 plus 2, that is the distance between node D and node F. So the value becomes 10. On updating the shortest path graph table, we have the new distances, that is node F has 10 value with the previous node as D, and there is no change with the node D, because in comparison to 8, 11 is much bigger. Moving on, let's choose the next current node, that is node E, because in comparison to value 10 from node F, 9 is smaller. Now the node E is the current node, and the directly connected nodes are node F and node C. Now let's find the value between node C and node E. That will be 9 plus 9, that is the distance between node E and node C. So the value totals come up to be 18. And for node F and node E we have 9 plus 1, that is the distance between node E and node F. That comes up to be 10. Now let's compare with the graph table, where node F is originally at value 10, and again the value is 10, so there's no change. And C we have infinite, and the value 18 is much smaller, so the new graph would be something like this, with node C as 18 value and previous node as E. Now let's decide the next current node, that is node F, because the distance value is lowest in the given graph, that is 10, and for node C is 18, and the directly connected node is node C. Then the distance comes up to be 10 plus 3, that is 13. Using this 13th value, we can decide the current value of C is 18 and the new value is 13. In comparison, 13 is obviously less. So the new graphs comes out to be for node C value 13, and the previous node becomes F. With the completion of all the nodes in the given graph, we can reduce the shortest path from node A to node C. That comes up to be from node A to node D to node F, and node F to node C. And the total value comes up to be 13. With this, we have covered all the parts regarding the functioning and the working steps involved in the Dijkstra's algorithm. With the increase in the data exchange between multiple devices over the network channel, we need algorithm to control the error and the damage done to the data being transferred over the network channel, where checksum plays an important role. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for today's session. To begin with, we will look into what is checksum. Continuing with why to apply checksum method in a data exchange. Continuing with working steps involved in the checksum. And in the end, we will look at a solved example for the same. Now, let's take a look at the first setting, that is checksum. The checksum is one of the most applied error detection method in the network channel and is a bit-based format detection method. The checksum uses checksum generator on the sender side to perform the checksum method and the checksum checker on the receiver side to check whether there is an error in the data or not. Let's continue with the next setting, that is why to apply checksum method. Using the checksum method at the sender side, the checksum value is added to the original data to be transferred as an error detection method, whereas at the receiver side, it decodes the incoming data from the sender side according to the checksum method to detect any changes in the given data. Now let's move on to the working steps involved in the checksum method. There are various steps involved in the checksum method. Let's take a look at the first step, that is, the first step begins at the sender side, where we divide the original data into k parts of n bits. Continuing with adding all the k blocks we have obtained, then the addition result is complemented using 1's complement. The data now obtained is known as the checksum value. Next, let's look at the step 2. Data transmission. After we have received the checksum value from the checksum method, we will add it to the front of the original data and transfer it to the network channel to the receiver side. Now, step 3. Step 3 begins at the receiver side. That is, the receiver side will divide the obtained original data plus the checksum value into k blocks and then add all the k blocks using addition. After that, we will complement the obtained data. If the complement of 1 comes out to be 0, that is, no errors are received in the data and the receiver will accept the data. Whereas for case 2, if the result is not 0, the received data is damaged. So the receiver will discard this data and request for retransmission of data from the sender side. Now, after understanding all the points regarding working of the checksum method, let's take a look at a solved example to better understand all the points. The question is, for the given data, perform the checksum method. This is how we divided all the 4 parts. Each of these represents a k block, that is 4 blocks, and 8 bits in each of the block, that is n bits. Now for the first step, that is at the sender side, we will add all the given data. So the value would come out to be 1000, that would be 1, 0100 would be 1, 0011 would be 1 carry 0, so 1 carry plus 1 means 0 plus 1 carry again, 1 carry plus 1 means 0 and 1 carry again, 1 0, 1. That is 1 carry 0 plus 1 plus 0 means 1. So 1 carry is over on this side. 1 plus 0 is 1. 1 plus 1 is 1 carry 0. 0 plus 0 is 0. 0 plus 0 is 0 and 0. And we have 1 carry over here. So the obtained data would be 1 0 with extra bit as this. Now to resolve this issue, we will now add the extra carry to the obtained data from the addition part. That would be 1 0 1 0 0 1 0 0. Now at the sender side, we will do 1's complement for the obtained addition value. That would come out to be 110 11010. That is the checksum value. Now this value addition to the original data will be shared to the receiver side, where at the receiver side we will again perform the addition method, and the value comes out to be this, along with 2 digits of extra bit, that is the carry. Again, similarly, we will add this carry to the addition value and get the new data, that is all ones. Now again, going by the steps, we have to perform 1's complement for this value obtained. That comes out to be all zeros. That means the checksum value is 0 at the receiver side, which indicates that there are no errors in the received data by the receiver side. With this, we have completed all the points regarding working of the checksum method. Now, to better understand all the steps, let's take up a quiz. That is, for the given data, find the checksum value, where the given options can be one of them. You can give your answers in the comment section.
In recent years, the cost of data breaches has steadily risen. The additional vulnerabilities that occur due to the move to a remote workforce dramatically enhance the chances for cyber attacks and introduce several weak points for hackers to exploit. Additionally, automated hacking assaults and the capacity to exchange bitcoins via ransomware have increased the cost of cybercrime in general. Companies' workforces have transitioned to full-time work-from-home models, which gives rise to new attack surfaces. Threat actors target the people who are most vulnerable by taking advantage of current events and shifting situations. To better understand this growth in digital crime, let us go through a few statistics. 2020 brought with it a slew of new problems for both businesses and consumers. In the midst of a worldwide epidemic, forest fires, and political instability, it's easy to overlook a serious, albeit less physical threat. It set a record for data loss due to cyber attacks as well as the sheer volume of attacks. 2020 is already outpacing its predecessor. The graph below denotes the percentage of companies that fell victim to at least one cyber attack in the respective year. With the numbers growing steadily, we are yet to see the true crux of this digital revolution. In situations like these, penetration testing has been a gift for organizations worldwide. While security testing cannot guarantee a 100% solution, it can go a long way in securing those critical data from falling into the wrong hands. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn. Welcome to this tutorial on penetration testing. Let's go through some of the topics we will be covering today. We start by learning about penetration testing and ethical hacking and the different use cases in the IT industry. Next, we know about the benefits of penetration testing and how they help organizations save money in the long run. Moving on, we familiarize ourselves with the different types of penetration testing or ethical hacking, with each serving a different category of personnel. In the next section, we read about the 5 distinct phases in every ethical hacking campaign and how they help clear up the extensive report at the end of every penetration testing session. Finally, we have a live demonstration on how we can check for vulnerabilities and the ways hackers can break into devices without adequate security measures in place. Let's start by learning about penetration testing in general. Organizations can define penetration testing based on the objectives of the test. All networks, applications, devices, and physical security components are included. It imitates the behavior of harmful individuals or the hackers. Experienced cybersecurity specialists use penetration testing to strengthen a company's security posture and eliminate any weaknesses that leave it vulnerable to attacks. Penetration testing, when done correctly, goes beyond simply preventing thieves from gaining unauthorized access to a company's systems. It generates realistic scenarios that demonstrate how well a company's present defenses might perform in the face of a full-scale cyber assault. The simulation aids in the discovery of the sites of exploitation and the testing of IT breach security. Businesses may acquire professional, unbiased, third-party input on the security procedures by conducting frequent penetration testing. Pen testing, while relatively time-consuming and costly, can aid in the prevention of highly destructive and expensive breaches. A white hat hacker employs hacking talents to find security flaws in hardware, software, or networks. On the other hand, white hat hackers follow the rule of law when it comes to hacking instead of black hat hackers. They assist firms in conducting penetration tests to analyze their security index and make the necessary improvements. Ethical hacking provides a full audit of your security policies and, in the case of bug bounties, can assist you in identifying holes in existing operational systems. It takes a far broader approach to cybersecurity than penetration testing. Whereas penetration testing focuses on system flaws, ethical hacking allows actors to utilize any attack tactics available to them. They can take advantage of system misconfigurations, send phishing emails, launch brute force password assaults, breach physical boundaries, or do whatever else they feel will get them access to critical information. Because thieves are progressively changing up the approaches and launching multi-layered complex attacks, this is incredibly useful for determining just how exposed the organization is to cyber threats. Considering the vast domain that is ethical hacking, we have multiple categories of penetration testing methodologies. Let's cover them in the next section. When configuring a security system, testing is critical to preventing hackers from penetrating the perimeter. There are three sorts of tests: black box, gray box, and white box. In the black box testing, the tester receives no information during the penetration test. In this case, the pentester takes the method of an unprivileged attacker from initial access and execution until exploitation. This scenario is the most realistic, showcasing how an attacker with no inside knowledge may target and compromise an organization. However, because of this, it is also the most expensive alternative. White box penetration testing, which is also known as crystal box testing, entails sharing all network and system information with the tester, which includes network maps and passwords. This saves time and lowers the overall cost of a project. A white box penetration test effectively simulates a focused assault on a given system using as many attack paths as feasible. In a gray box penetration test, also known as a transparent box test, very restricted information is present with the tester. Gray box testing is beneficial for understanding the extent of access a privileged person may get and the possible damage they could wreak. Gray box tests achieve a mix between depth and efficiency and may be used to mimic either an insider danger or an assault that has infiltrated the network perimeter. Now that we covered the basics of penetration testing and their relative categories, one must know how these testing campaigns benefit the organizations conducting them. Let us go through a few perks of penetration testing. Regular penetration testing helps your business assess the security of online applications, internal networks, and external networks. It also assists you in understanding what security measures are required to achieve the degree of protection your company needs to protect its people and assets. Prioritizing these risks offer firms an advantage in anticipating hazards and preventing harmful assaults. Penetration testing is similar to a real-life hacker rehearsing for a real-life hack. Regular penetration testing helps you be proactive in your real-world approach to reviewing the security of your IT infrastructure. The process identifies gaps in your security, allowing you to correct any flaws before an actual attack happens. It is undeniably expensive to recover from the effects of a data breach. Legal fees, IT cleanup, consumer protection programs, lost revenue, and dissatisfied customers may cost businesses millions. Penetration testing regularly is a proactive strategy to remain on top of your security and may assist in preventing financial damage from a breach while safeguarding your brand and image. Penetration testing aids in meeting the compliance and security duties imposed by industry standards and regulations such as PCI, HIPAA, FISMA, and ISO 27001. Having these tests done regularly help demonstrate due care and your commitment to information security, all while avoiding the significant fines associated with the non-compliance. With the entire process seeming to be a lengthy ordeal, what are the multiple phases in the process? Theoretically, we have to follow a 5-stage process. Reconnaissance is the first phase of the penetration test. In this phase, the security researcher collects information about the target. It can be done actively, meaning you are collecting information by sending a request directly to the target and interpreting it. Passively, where you are collecting data without contacting the target, or both. It helps security firms gather information about the target system, network components, active machines, etc. This activity can be performed by using information available in the public domain and using different tools. The scanning phase is more tool-oriented rather than performed manually. The penetration tester runs one or more scanner tools to gather more information about the target. By using scanners such as war dialers, port scanners, network mappers, and vulnerability scanners, the penetration tester collects as many vulnerabilities which help in turning to attack a target in a more sophisticated way. The third phase is gaining access of the system. In this phase, the penetration tester tries to connect with the target and exploit the vulnerabilities found in the previous stage. The exploitation may be buffer overflow attacks, denial of service DOS attacks, session hijacking, and many more. Pen tester extracts information and sensitive data from the servers by gaining access using different tools. In the fourth stage, the hacker has to maintain access. The penetration tester tries to create a backdoor for himself. It helps the penetration tester to identify hidden vulnerabilities in the system and can later access the machine should the need arise. In the final phase of clearing and covering tracks, the penetration tester removes all logs and footprints which help the administrator identify his presence. This allows the penetration tester to think like a hacker and perform corrective actions to mitigate those activities. With the cost of cybersecurity platforms going up, trained penetration testers receive an excellent level of remuneration for their efforts. As per reports, the average yearly salary for a penetration tester is 6 lakh Indian rupees or $110,000 in the American counterpart. Finally, let's go over some of the ways hackers can identify vulnerable positions on a system to gather information in a live demonstration. In this demo, we will start by setting up a VPN connection that will allow us to access to a vulnerable network by creating a local virtual group over the internet. We then try to scan the victim machine for breachable entry points, find the username and password of the user in question, and eventually grab the root password from the device. To start our demonstration, we're going to need a vulnerable machine to work on. Now, this vulnerable machine can be found on the website known as TryHackMe, which is a service catered towards penetration testers. Before we connect to the machine, we need to join the network where the machine is located. We can do that using an OVPN file, which is short for OpenVPN protocol. To connect to this OVPN file, we're going to go into a new workspace on Parrot Security. We're going to activate the root access and we're going to connect to it. hacktest.ovpn. Once we see the message initialization sequence completed, we can be sure that we have connected to the network which has the vulnerable machine. Now, to start the vulnerable machine, we're going to click this button and wait for a few seconds. As you can see, it gives a 1-minute countdown before it shows you the IP address. Now remember, whatever the IP address we receive here, it is a machine being launched on the TryHackMe servers, but we can access that machine because of the OVPN connection that we have just set up using this file. This OVPN file can be found on the TryHackMe servers profile section, which I downloaded beforehand. As you can see, we now have the IP address of our victim machine. Let's try if we can reach this machine or not. We're going to copy the IP address and we're going to try and ping to the machine. If the connection is successful and we have joined the network, we should be able to see some response over here. As you can see, we're receiving request pings from the victim machine, which means that we have already joined the victim network. Now that we are confirmed we are able to access the vulnerable machine, let's run the first step in a penetration testing, which is reconnaissance. Let's run up nmap scan. We're going to use the flag of SV so that we can know which version of the service it is running. We're going to take up the IP address and paste it here. This scan will only be possible if the OpenVPN connection is up and running. As we can see, it is still running. And we have our results over here. We're running this scan so that we can find the services running on the host machine that we will run nmap against. We conclude that a web service is running actually on port 80, as we can see over here, which is using the Apache server system. In addition to this, there is a SMB Samba service as well, running on ports 139.445. Now that we know we have an Apache server, we can use this IP address to open it on the browser. Okay. Since the current homepage is not accessible, we can use some other URLs as well. As far as Apache servers are concerned, there are a certain set of URLs that can be used to open. However, if we go to the URL, which is IP address / development, this opens up a new folder. If we try to check the contents of these files, this is for the dev.txt. You can see the version of the Apache HTTP server that is being run. This is the dev.txt. If we go back and we check the second file as well, it says the contency shadow has the credentials. Okay, if we go back again, SMB has been configured, which we have already found at nmap that it is running a Samba server. Now, with this version of the Apache server, we can find version specific exploits that can be run on Metasploit, but there is sometimes no need of that. We can use another technique, as we now know that there are multiple users that is being run over here. We can use a tool known as enum for Linux. What it does is acts and enumerates the Windows and Samba systems. To run that command, we're going to use enum for Linux -a, and we're going to take IP address of the machine. I'm going to paste it here. What this will essentially do is provide us usernames that are being stored in the victim machine. It's going to take some time to find out the usernames. Once we find those out, we can run the necessary attacks. As we have already seen on the nmap, it is also happening in SSH port. So if we find the username and we find a single hash that can be cracked, we can use the SSH to get inside the machine. Right now, we have to wait for the results of the enum for Linux command. As you can see, we have found two users of the machine known as K and Jan. I think we can stop the enumeration right now since we have the two users of this machine. Next step, what we can do is we can try to SSH into the machine. Now to run the SSH command, we're going to need the password of one of the users. For this example, let's say we go with the user of Jan. To brute force, we're going to use the Hydra tool. This is like an example command. This is how we can use. Let me just copy this and paste it over here. All right. Hydra -l user, as we had already decided, we're going to use the user Jan, and we're going to use SSH. For the IP address, we're going to copy it from here and paste it here. Now for the password list, we're going to use a word list which has a few passwords already present in it. For this example, I'm going to use the rocku.txt file, which has like millions of passwords already stored in it. What the Hydra will do is it will try to bypass the SSH console on the machine using the passwords present in the rocku.txt file. We will give the path of rocku over here like this. And we're going to run it. As you can see, it's mentioned that it's attacking SSH at this IP address. Now this attack is going to take a while, and after this attack is done, we are going to get the SSH password, which is basically the credentials of the Jan user in the victim machine. For now, I'm going to stop this attack. What I would recommend is for you to run this attack and write down the password that you received in the comment section below. The password that we receive from here can be used to log in into the machine. Let's try that once. To SSH into the machine, we're going to write SSH user @ IP address. We're going to write yes and press enter. Now we're going to enter the password that we have found after running the Hydra command. I'm going to type the password and press enter. And we have logged in, as you can see. Now, if we try to look around, there are no directories over here. Okay, so let's go one step back. Give a space over here. Okay. Let's go to the second users folder. Okay. These are the contents of the K folder, and you can see there's a .ssh folder over here. So we're going to enter that. Let's have a look the files in this folder, and we can file an RSA ID over here, which, if I'm not wrong, should be an RSA private key, which can be used to SSH into the machine. Here we go. You can see it's a big RSA private key, and it should end here as well. Now what this private key does, this hash will be used to log SSH into the machine when using the user K. Once this hash is cracked using Hydra or any other cracking software like John the Ripper, we can easily use the passphrase to log in into the machine with the user of K. What I am going to do is copy this private key . I'm going to launch a new terminal. I'm going to create a new file known as nano ID, paste the private key over here, and save it. As you can see, we have saved the file over here. Now this hash can later be used to crack into the machine using the user of K. This hash can be cracked using either John the Ripper, Hydra, or there are other cloud mechanisms that can be used to crack this machine. After it is cracked, we can use the passphrase derived from it to SSH into the machine. To perform the SSH entry, we're going to use this command, ssh-i. We're going to use the same file which we received. We're going to write the username, which is k 10.10. We can just copy it from the here. Right. Minimize this and paste the IP address over here. Or we can do one more thing. We're going to use the sudo command together as well. It's better. Sudo ssh, enter the system password. This passphrase is the one that we received after cracking the hash in this ID file. Whichever password you received after cracking this using Hydra or John the Ripper, please write the password in the comment section so that we can know that we have successfully cracked the password. We're going to write the passphrase over here, press enter, and as you can see, we have entered the system of K. Here we're going to press ls and we find the backup file of the password. We're going to write cat pass.back and here is the final root password. So as you can see, we have now received the final root password of the primary user, and we have already cracked the password of the other user, that is Jan. So this is the entire process of how you can use Nmap to find out the vulnerable points. You can see which are the softwares that are running, which versions they are running, and which of those versions have a legitimate claim as an insecure exploit. With cybercrime getting more and more complex by the day, corporations are in the need of trained personnel in the field of cybersecurity. Ethical hacking and penetration testing had always been necessary for organizations and the general public to protect the system against malicious attackers. However, with the exponential growth in cyber attacks, the necessity of being trained in ethical hacking is at an all-time high. Many such professionals tend to use Linux distributions for their penetration testing activities. There are specific operating systems which are catered to ethical hackers. These operating systems come pre-installed with the necessary tools and scripts required for ethical hacking. Probably the most famous operating system in this bracket is Kali Linux. For today's video, we will learn about this distribution made by and for hackers. We take you through the intricacies of its hardware and software specifications. Let's take a look at the agenda for today. We start by learning about Kali Linux and a basic explanation of its purpose. We take a look at the history of Kali Linux from the story of its origin to its current day exploits. Next, we learn a few distinct features of Kali Linux that make it an attractive choice for penetration testers worldwide. Moving on, we take a look at the multiple ways we can install Kali Linux to start our journey in the world of penetration testing. In the next few sections, we compare it to an industry rival operating system by the name of Parrot Security Operating System. We take a look at the OS on a grassroots level. Next, we learn about the standout features of Kali Linux and Parrot Security with their unique offerings. We make a direct comparison between Kali and Parrot Security OS as far as their hardware specifications and all-around usability is concerned. We make a conclusion as to which operating system caters to which category of user. In the next topic, we take a detailed look at how we can install Kali Linux on a Windows 10 system using the VMware virtualization software. Moving on, we go through some of the reasons why people should choose Kali Linux as their primary operating system when it comes to ethical hacking and penetration testing. In the next section, we cover the 5 different phases of penetration testing, where each stage is a crucial segment in the entire cycle of an ethical hacking campaign. We also take a look at the most popular tools installed in Kali Linux that are used regularly by ethical hackers as a part of their professional work. Coming to a few live demonstrations, We start by learning some Linux terminal basic commands, set up proxy chains to maintain our privacy on the internet, run a few Nmap scans to find information about our victims, use Wireshark to detect insecure browser traffic traveling through HTTP web pages, learn about Metasploit and its components, and finally use Metasploit to hack into a Windows 10 machine and grant ourselves root access or the admin access, which basically gives us the key to the entire machine. It's no secret that the majority of our internet usage is at the risk of being hacked, be it via unsafe messaging applications or misconfigured operating systems. To counteract this void of digital security, penetration testing has become the norm when it comes to vulnerability assessment. Kali Linux is an operating system that has become a well-known weapon in this fight against hackers. A Linux distribution that is made specifically for penetration testers, Kali Linux has layers of features that we will be covering in today's lesson. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered in this video. We start by learning about Kali Linux and a basic explanation of its purpose. We take a look at the history of Kali Linux from the story of its origin to its current day exploits. Next, we learn a few distinct features of Kali that make it an attractive choice for penetration testers worldwide. Finally, we take a look at the multiple ways we can install Kali Linux to start our journey in the world of penetration testing. Let's start by learning about Kali Linux in general. Kali Linux, which is formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools that are targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multiple platform solution accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali desktop. While the operating system is capable of practically modifying every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali become disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a deeper element of control to the most enthusiastic of users. We did not get Kali Linux since the first day. How did it come into existence? Let's take a look at some of its history. Kali Linux is based on years of knowledge and experience in building penetration testing and operating systems. During all these project lifelines, there have been only a few different developers, as the team has always been small. The first project was called WOPEX, which stands for White Hat Knopex. As can be inferred from the name, it was based on the Knopex operating system as its underlying OS. WOPEX had releases ranging from version 2.0 to 2.7. This made way for the next project, which was known as WAX, or the longhand being White Hat Slacks. The name change was because the base OS was changed from Knopex to Slacks. WAX started at version 3 as a nod, it carrying on from WOPEX. There was a similar OS being produced at the same time, Auditor Security Collection, often being shortened to just Auditor, which was once again using Knopex. Its efforts were combined with WAX to produce Backtrack. Backtrack was based on Slackware from version 1 to version 3, but switched to Ubuntu later on with version 4 to version 5. Using the experience gained from all of this, Kali Linux came after Backtrack in 2013. Kali started off using Debian stable as the engine under the hood before moving to Debian testing when Kali Linux became a rolling operating system. Now that we understand the history and the purpose of Kali Linux, let us learn a little more about its distinct features. The latest version of Kali comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool that was included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a great number of tools that either simply did not work or which duplicated other tools that provided the same or similar functionality. The Kali Linux team is made up of a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets greatly reduces the risk of source contamination, which can cause Kali Linux users worldwide a great deal of damage as a direct victim of cybercrime. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes true multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in their native language and locate the tools they need for the job. The more comfortable a user feels with the intricacies of the operating system, the easier it is to maintain a stronghold over the configuration and the device in general. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more and more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distributions, so the tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution. All this information is necessary for users to determine if Kali Linux is the correct choice for them. If it is, what are the ways that they can go forward with this installation and start their penetration testing journey? The first way to use Kali Linux is by launching the distribution in the live USB mode. This can be achieved by downloading the installer image file or the ISO file from the Kali Linux website and flashing it to a USB drive with a capacity of at least 8 GB. Some people don't need to save their data permanently, and a live USB is the perfect solution for such cases. After the ISO image is flashed, the thumb drive can be used to boot a fully working installation of the operating system, with the caveat that any changes made to the OS in this mode are not written permanently. Some cases allow persistent usage in live USBs, but those require further configuration than normal situations. But what if the user wants to store data permanently in the installed OS? The best and the most reliable way to ensure this is the full-fledged hard disk installation. This will ensure the complete usage of the system's hardware capabilities and will take into account the updates and the configurations being made to the OS. This method is supposed to override any pre-existing operating system installed on the computer, be it Windows or any other variant of Linux. The next alternative route for installing Kali Linux would be to use virtualization software such as VMware or VirtualBox. The software will be installed as a separate application on an already existing OS, and Kali Linux can be run as an operating system in the same computer as a window. The hardware requirements will be completely customizable, starting with the allotted RAM to the virtual hard disk capacity. The usage of both a host and guest operating system like Kali Linux allows users a safe environment to learn while not putting their systems at risk. If you want to learn more about how one can go forward with this method, we have a dedicated video where Kali Linux is being installed on VMware while running on a Windows 10 operating system. You can find the link in the description box to get started with your very own virtual machine. The final way to install Kali Linux is by using a dual boot system. To put it in simple words, the Kali Linux OS will not be overwriting any pre-installed operating system on a machine, but will be installed alongside it. When a computer boots up, the user will get a choice to boot into either of these operating systems. Many people prefer to keep both the Windows and Kali Linux installed, so the distribution of work and recreational activities is also allotted effectively. It gives users a safety valve should their custom Linux installation run into any bugs that cannot be fixed from within the operating system. Professionals in security testing, penetration testing, and ethical hacking utilize Linux as their preferred operating system. It provides several configurable distributions that you may configure based on your end use. Kali Linux and Parrot OS are two popular penetration testing distributions. While these operating systems each have unique offerings, the overall choice can differ between personnel thanks to their various tools and hardware specifications. Today we will look at both these distributions and settle on the perfect choice for each type of user. Let's go through the agenda for this video. We will learn about Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS from scratch, while understanding their primary selling points as a Linux distribution catered towards penetration testers. Next, we know about some features of these operating systems that stand out of their package. Finally, we directly compare Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS, thereby making a clear-cut conclusion on which OS is perfect on a per requirement basis. So let's start by learning about Kali Linux from a ground level. Kali Linux, which is formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution for security auditing. It contains several hundred tools targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multi-platform solution, accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and a stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali Linux desktop. While the operating system can practically modify every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali Linux come disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a more profound element of security control to the most enthusiastic of users. Now, let's take a look at Parrot Security operating system. Parrot Security OS is a Debian-based Linux distribution with an emphasis on security, privacy, and development. It is built on the Debian's testing branch and uses a custom hardened Linux kernel. Parrot Security contains several hundred tools targeted towards tasks such as penetration testing, computer forensics, reverse engineering, and security research. It is seen as a generally lightweight distribution that can work under rigorous hardware and software specifications. It features a distinct forensics mode that does not mount any of the system's hard disks or partitions and has no influence on the host system, making it much more stealthy than its regular occurrence. This mode is used on the host system to execute forensic procedures. A rolling release is a paradigm in which software upgrades are rolled out constantly rather than in batches of versions in software development. This ensures that the software is constantly up to date. A rolling release distribution such as Parrot Security OS follows the same concept. It provides the most recent Linux kernel and software versions as soon as they become available. With a basic introduction to the operating systems out of the way, let us take a look at the unique features of both Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS. The latest version of Kali Linux comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a significant number of tools that either simply did not work or duplicated other tools that provided the same and similar functionality. The Kali Linux team comprises a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets dramatically reduces the risk of source contamination, which can cause Kali Linux users worldwide a great deal of damage as a direct victim of cybercrime. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes proper multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in the native language and locate the tools they need for their job. The more comfortable a user feels with the intricacies of the operating system, the easier it is to maintain a strong hold over the configuration and the device in general. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distribution, so the tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution. Let's take a look at some of the features of Parrot Security operating system now. Along with a giant catalog of scripts, Parrot Security OS has its own hardened Linux kernel modified explicitly to provide as much security and resistance to hackers as possible in the first line of defense. The configurations in the operating system act as the second gateway, taking care of malicious requests and dropping them off. This is particularly beneficial since should there be a scenario where the latest Linux kernel is causing some particular issue, the Parrot OS development team will most likely iron it out first before passing it on as an update. If the custom hardened kernel wasn't reason enough, Parrot security developers managed to install more hacking tools and scripts to ensure a smooth transition for the Kali Linux users. All the tools you find in Kali are present in Parent OS and a few extra ones for good measure. And this has been achieved while keeping roughly the same operating system size between both of them. However, it's not all productivity points for Parrot OS. They provide a choice between two different desktop environments, Mate, which comes pre-installed by default, and KDE. For those unfamiliar with Linux terminology, you can think of desktop environments as the main UI for a distribution. Being highly modular in nature, one can use Parrot Security OS while adding another desktop environment that they find appealing. While Kali Linux has only a single option, Parrot Security has provided two optimized builds with Mate Desktop and KDE Desktop. One of the primary advantages of Parrot OS over Kali Linux is that it's relatively lightweight. This implies that it takes significantly less disk space and computing power to function correctly, with as little as 320 MB of RAM required. In reality, Parrot OS is designed to operate successfully off a USB stick, but Kali Linux does not work well from a USB drive and is generally installed in a virtual machine. Parrot OS is more of a niche distribution if you're searching for something lighter than Kali Linux. Features are great, but what about performance? Real-world metrics. Let us compare both these operating systems directly with respect to their hardware specifications and usability. In the end, we can decide on what distribution is fit for each type of user. For our first point of comparison, let's take a look at the RAM required. For optimum performance of the operating system, which is highly essential when trying to crack hashes or something of similar nature, RAM usage is a very important facet. While Kali Linux demands at least 1 GB of RAM, Parrot Security can operate optimally with a minimum of 320 MB of RAM. For correctly displaying graphical elements, Kali Linux requires GPU-based acceleration, while this is not the case with Parrot Security OS, which doesn't require any graphical acceleration needed from the user side. Once these operating systems are installed on VMware using their live boot ISOs, they take up a minimum amount of hard disk storage. Both of these operating systems have a recommended disk storage of minimum of 20 GB in Kali Linux and a minimum of 15 GB in Parrot Security, so they can install all the tools necessary in the ISO file. When it comes to the category and the selection of tools, Kali Linux has always been the first in securing every single tool available for hackers in the penetration testing industry. Parrot Security, on the other hand, has managed to take it up a notch. While specializing in wireless pen testing, Parrot Security makes it a point that all the tools that Kali Linux provides has been included in the ISO, while simultaneously adding some extra tools that many users will have to install from third-party sources in Kali Linux. Being a decade-old penetration testing distribution, Kali Linux has formed up a very big community with strong support signature. Parrot Security, on the other hand, is still growing, and it is garnering much more interest among veteran penetration testers and ethical hackers. A primary drawback of Kali Linux is the extensive hardware requirement. To perform optimally, it requires higher memory than Parrot Security. It also needs graphical acceleration while demanding more virtual hard disk storage. Parrot Security, on the other hand, was initially designed to run off a USB drive directly, thereby requiring very minimal requirements from a hardware perspective, like just 320 MB of RAM and no graphical acceleration needed. This means Parrot Security is much more feasible for people who are not able to devote massive resources to either their virtual machine or on their laptop hard disk directly. With the comparison done between both of these operating systems, let's take a look at the type of users both of these are catered to. One can go with Kali Linux if they want the extensive community support offered by its users, if they want to go with a trusted development team that have been working on this distribution since many years, if they have a powerful system which can run Kali Linux optimally without having to bottleneck performance, and if they are comfortable with a semi-professional environment which may or may not be very useful for new beginners. One can decide to go with Parrot Security if they want to go with a very lightweight and lean distribution that can run pretty much on all systems. It also has a lot of tools pre-installed, and some of them are not even present on Kali Linux. It is much more suitable for underpowered rigs where users do not have a lot of hardware resources to provide to the operating system, and thereby it is much more feasible for people with underpowered laptops or no graphical acceleration. Compared to Kali Linux, Parrot Security's desktop environment is also relatively easier to use for new beginners. For people who are just getting into ethical hacking, Parrot Security does a relatively better job of introducing them to the operating system and to the various tools without having to dump them into the entire intricacies. The installation of Kali Linux. There are multiple ways to install Kali Linux. We can either install it on a normal hard drive in a virtual machine software such as VMware or VirtualBox, or we can do that in hard bare metal machines. Now, for the convenience of explanation, we're going to install Kali Linux today on a virtual machine software known as VMware. VMware is able to run multiple operating systems on a single host machine, which in our case is a Windows 10 system. To get started with Kali Linux installation, we have to go to the website to download an image file. We go to Get Kali, and as you can see, there are multiple platforms on which this operating system can be inverted. As per our requirement, we're going to go with the virtual machine section. As you can see, it is already recommended by the developers. This is the download button, which will download a 64-bit ISO file. We can download 32-bit, but that is more necessary for hard metal machines, or if you're going to use it for older devices which do not support 64-bit operating systems yet. After clicking on the download button, we can see we have a WinRAR archive which will have the ISO files. For now, we have downloaded the ISO file and it is already present with me. So we can start working on the VMware side of things. Once the ISO file is downloaded, we open up VMware Workstation. We go to File and we create a new virtual machine. In these two options, it is highly recommended to go with the typical setup rather than the custom one. The custom is much more advanced and requires much more information from the user, which is beneficial for developers and people who are well versed with virtualization software, but for 90% of the cases, typical setup will be enough. Here, we can select the third option, which will be I will install the operating system later. In some operating systems, we can use the ISO file here directly and VMware will install it for us. But for right now, in the case of Kali Linux, the third option is always the safest. Kali Linux is a Linux distribution. So we can select Linux over here, and the version, as you can see here, have multiple versions such as the multiple kernels. Every distribution has a parent distribution. For example, Kali Linux has Debian, and there are other distributions which are based or forked from some parent distribution. Kali Linux is based off Debian, so we can go with the highest version of Debian, which is the Debian 10.x 64-bit. Go on next. We can write any such name. We can write Kali Linux so that it will be easier to recognize the virtual machine among this list of virtual machine instances. The location can be any location you decide to put. By default, it should be the documents folder, but anywhere you put, it will hold up all the information of the operating system, all the files you download, all the configurations you store, everything will be stored in this particular location that you provide. When we go next, we are asked about the disk capacity. This disk capacity will be all the storage that will be provided to your virtual machine of Kali Linux. Think of your Windows device. If you have a 1 terabyte of hard drive, you have the entirety of the hard disk to store data on. How much data you give here, you can only store up to that amount of data. Not to mention, some amount of capacity will be taken up by the operating system itself to store its programs and applications. For now, we can give around, let's say, 15 GB of information. Or if its recommended size for Debian is 20, you can just go ahead at 20. It depends all on the user case. If you are going to use it extensively, you can even go as high as 50 or 60 GB if you have plans to download many more applications and perform multiple different tests. Another option we get over here is storing virtual disks as a single file or storing them into multiple files. As we already know, this virtual machine runs entirely on VMware. Sometimes when transferring these virtual machine instances, let's say from a personal computer to a work computer, we're going to need to copy up the entire folder that we had mentioned before over here. Instead, all virtual machines have a portability feature. Now this portability feature is possible for all scenarios, except it is much easier if they split the virtual disk into multiple files. Now even if this makes porting virtual machines easier from either system to system or software to software, let's say if you want to switch from VMware to VirtualBox or vice versa, the performance takes a small hit. It's not huge, but it's recommended to go with storing the virtual disk as a single file if you have no purposes of ever moving the virtual machine. Even if you do, it's not a complete stop that it cannot be ported. It's just easier when using multiple files. But in order to get the best performance out of the virtual machine, we can store it as a single file over here. This is a summary of all the changes that we made and all the configurations that have been settled until now. Now at this point of time, we have not provided the .iso file yet, which is the installation file for the Kali Linux that we downloaded from this website. As of right now, we have only configured the settings of the virtual machine. So we can press on Finish. And we have Kali Linux in the list. Now, to make the changes further, we press on Edit Virtual Machine Settings. The memory is supposed to give the RAM of the virtual machine. The devices with RAM of 8 GB or below that, giving high amount of RAM will cause performance issues on the host system. If the memory has some amount of free storage left, let's say on idle storage, my Windows machine takes about 2 GB. So I have 6 GB of memory to provide. Although if you provide all of the 6 GB, it will be much more difficult for the host system to run everything properly. So for this instance, we can keep it as 2 GB of memory for the virtual machine instance. Similarly, we can use the number of processors and we can customize it according to our liking. Let's say if we want to use one processor, but we want to use 2 different cores, we can select them as well. Hard disk is pre-set up as the SCSI hard disk and it does not need to be changed for the installation of this operating system at all. CD-ID DVD. This is where the installation file comes. You can think of the ISO file that we downloaded as a pen drive or a USB thumb drive which is necessary to install an operating system. To provide this, we're going to select Use ISO image file. We're going to click on Browse. Go to Downloads and select the ISO file over here. Select Open. And you can see it is already loaded up. Next, in the network adapter, it is recommended to use NAT. This helps the virtual machine to draw the internet from the host machine settings. If your host machine is connected to the internet, then the virtual machine is connected as well. There are some other options such as host only or custom segments or LAN segments, but those are not necessary for installation. Rest of them are pretty standard, which do not need any extra configuration and can be left as it is. Press OK. And now we can power on this virtual machine. In this screen, we can choose how we want to proceed with the installation. We have a Start Installer option over here. So we're going to press Enter on that. We're going to wait for the things to load from the ISO file. The first step in the installation is choosing the language of the operating system. For this, we can go with English as standard. This is a location. This will be used for setting up the time and some of the internal settings which depend entirely on the location of the user. So for this, we're going to go with India. Configuring the keyboard, it's always recommended to go with the American English first. Many people make a mistake of going with the Indian keyboard if it is possible, and it provides a lot of issues later on. So it's always preferred to go with the American English, and if later we see some necessity of another keyboard dialect that is required, we can install it later. But for now, we should always stick with American English as a basic. At this point, it's going to load the installation components from the .iso file. It is a big file of 3.6 GB, so it has a lot of components that need to be put into the virtual machine, which can also be used to detect hardware. Once the hardware and the network configuration is done by the ISO file, we want to write a host name for the system. This host name can be anything which is used to recognize this device on a local network or a LAN cable. Let's say if we use the name Kali. Domain name, we can skip it for now. It's not necessary as such for the installation. This is the full name for the user. Let's say we can provide the name as Simplilearn as a full name. Next, we're going to set up a username. This username is going to be necessary to identify the user from its root accounts and the subsequent below accounts. For now, we can give it as something as simply123. Now we have to choose a password for the user. Now remember, since this is the first user that is being added onto this newly installed operating system, it needs to be a password for the administrator. We can use whichever password we like over here and use the same password below and press on continue. At this point, it's going to detect on the components on which the operating system can be installed. Like here, there are multiple options like the use entire disk can set up LVM, use entire disk can set up encrypted LVM. For newcomers, it is recommended to just use the first one, since LVM encryption is something that you can learn afterwards when you're much more hands-on with the Linux operating system. For now, we're going to use the use entire disk guided installation and press on continue. When we set up the virtual machine on VMware, we had set up a disk capacity. That we gave a purpose 20 GB. That is the hard disk which is being discovered here. Even though it is a virtual disk, on VMware it acts as a normal hard disk on which an operating system can be installed. So we select this one and press on continue. Here there is a multiple partition system. All the operating systems that are installed have different components. One is used for the keeping of the applications, one for the files, other for the RAM management, and other things. For newcomers, it is always recommended to keep it in one partition. And we're going to select that and press on continue. This is just an overview of the partition it's going to make. As you can see, it has a primary partition of 20.4 GB and a logical partition of 1 GB used for swap memory. Now these kind of naming can be confusing for people who are not well versed with Linux operating systems or in general virtualization, but for now you can go ahead and press on continue, as this will be fine. We can press on finish partitioning and write changes to disk and continue. It's just a confirmation page. As you can see, it's wrote that SCSI3 is our virtual hard disk of 20 GB disk capacity. We write the changes to the disk, we press yes and click on continue. At this point, the installation has started. Now this installation will take a while depending on the amount of RAM provided, the processors provided, and how quickly the performance of the system is being hampered by the host machine. On quicker systems, this will be rather quick, while on the smaller ones, this will take a while. Since this is going to take some time to install, as it is being run on a virtual machine with only 2 GB of RAM, we're going to speed up this part of the video so we don't have to waste any more time just watching the progress bar. Now that our core installation is completed, it's asking us to configure a package manager. The work of a package manager on Linux operating systems is similar to the Google Play Store on Android mobile devices and on the App Store for the Apple devices. It's an interface to install external applications which are not installed by default, let's say for Google Chrome or any other browser which can be used to browse the internet. At this point of time, it's asked us to select a network mirror. We're going to select as yes and move forward with this. Next, it's going to ask us for an HTTP proxy, which we can leave it as blank and press it as continue forward. At this point of time, it's looking for updates to the Kali Linux installation. This will fetch the new builds from the Kali server, so the installation is always updated to the latest version. Now that the package manager is configured, we have the grub bootloader. The grub is used for selecting the operating system while booting up. Its core functionality is to allow the operating system to be loaded correctly without any faults. So at this point of time, if it asks install the grub bootloader to your primary drive, we can select it as yes and press continue. Remember, the installation was conducted on dev SDA. So we're going to select installation of the grub loader on the same hard disk that we have configured. We press this one and press continue. So now the grub bootloader is being installed. The grub is highly essential because it shows the motherboard where to start the operating system from. Even if the operating system is installed correctly and all the files are in correct order, the absence of a bootloader will not be able to launch the OS properly. As you can see, the installation is finally complete. So now we can press on continue and it's going to finalize the changes. Now you can see Kali Linux being booted up straight away. It doesn't check for the ISO file anymore since the operating system is now installed onto the virtual hard disk storage that we had configured before. Here we're going to enter our username and password that we had set up before. And we have the Kali Linux system booted up. And this is your homepage. We can see the installed applications over here, which are being used for penetration testing by multiple security analysts worldwide. All of these come pre-installed with Kali Linux, and others can be installed using the apt package manager that we had configured. We can see a full name over here. And with this, our installation of the Kali Linux is complete. It's no secret that the vast bulk of our internet usage is vulnerable to hacking, whether it's through hazardous messaging apps or faulty operating systems. Penetration testing has become the norm for vulnerability assessment in order to fill this vacuum in digital security. Kali Linux is a well-known operating system in this fight against hackers. Kali Linux, a distribution designed specifically for penetration testers, has layers of features that we will go over in today's lesson and take a look at some of the tools and features that the operating system has to offer. Let's take a look at the video's topics and features that the operating system has to offer. Let's take a look at the video's topics. We start by learning the requirements of an operating system like Kali Linux. We learn more about the core features of the OS and its intricacies. Moving on, we take a look at the 5 distinct stages of penetration testing that dictate the flow of vulnerability assessment in general. Next, we learn about some important tools that can be found on Kali Linux, which are geared specifically for ethical hacking purposes. And finally, we have an extensive demonstration where we work on some basic terminal commands, proxy tools, and a couple of highly regarded software from the crux of the operating system.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Let's start by learning why one should learn Kali Linux in the first place. In today's world, an organization's most valuable asset is its information or data. This is true for all kinds of businesses, be it public or private. On a daily basis, they all deal with enormous amounts of sensitive information. As a consequence, terrorist groups, hacking teams, and cyber thieves often attack them. To ensure this safety and protection, businesses use a variety of security measures and regularly update their index. Organizations must be proactive in this age of digitalization by regularly assessing and updating their security. Every day, hackers discover new methods to breach firewalls. Ethical hackers or white hat hackers provide a fresh perspective on security. They conduct penetration tests to validate security measures. Generally, they will penetrate your networks and give you relevant information about your security posture. Once an organization has this knowledge, it may upgrade its security procedures accordingly. The latest version of Kali Linux comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool that was included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a great number of tools that either simply did not work or which duplicated other tools that provided the same or similar functionality. Occasionally, when conducting penetration testing or hacking, we must automate our activities since there may be hundreds of conditions and payloads to test, and manually examining everything is time-consuming. To improve our productivity, we utilize tools that come pre-packaged with Kali Linux. These tools not only save us time, but also accurately capture and process the data. The Kali Linux team is made up of a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets greatly reduces the risk of source contamination. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes true multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in their native language and locate the tools they need to do for the job. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more and more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distribution, so tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution tools. Now that we understand the necessity for an operating system like Kali Linux, let us take a look at some of its core features and offerings to the ethical hacking world. Kali Linux, formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution which is aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multi-platform solution accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali Linux desktop. While the operating system is capable of practically modifying every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali Linux come disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a deeper element of security and control to the most enthusiastic of users. Let us now take a look at the 5 stages or phases of penetration testing. This is the first stage of the penetration test, which is known as the reconnaissance phase. In this stage, the security researcher collects information about the target. It can be done actively, which means you are collecting information without contacting the target, or even both. It helps security firms gather information about the target system, network components, active machines, open ports and access points, operating system details, etc. This activity can be performed by using information available in the public domain and using different tools. The next phase is more tool-oriented rather than performed manually, and it is the scanning phase. The penetration tester runs one or more scanner tools to gather more information about the target. The penetration tester runs one or more scanner tools to gather information about the target. By using various scanners such as war dialers, port scanners, network mappers, and vulnerability scanners, the tester collects as many vulnerabilities which help to turn an attack in a more sophisticated way. The next stage is known as the gaining access phase. In this phase, the penetration tester tries to establish a connection with the target and exploit the vulnerabilities found in the previous stage. Exploitation may be buffer overflow attacks, denial of service or DOS attacks, session hijacking, and many more. Basically, penetration tester extracts information and sensitive data from servers by gaining access using different tools. In the maintaining access phase, the penetration tester tries to create a backdoor for himself. It helps him to identify hidden vulnerabilities in the system and can later act as a gateway to retrieve control of the system. In the final phase of covering tracks, the penetration tester tries to remove all logs and footprints which help the administrator identify his presence. This helps the tester to think like a hacker and perform corrective actions to mitigate those activities. Now that we understand the basics of penetration testing and how ethical hackers go about their way, let us take a look at some notable tools which can be used on Kali Linux. At the top of the chain lies Nmap. Nmap is a free and open source utility port scanner which can be used for network discovery and security auditing. Many systems and network administrators also find it useful for tasks such as network inventory, managing service upgrade schedules, and monitoring host or service uptime. It is most beneficial in the early stages of ethical hacking, where a hacker must figure the possible entry point to a system before running the necessary exploits, thus allowing the hacker to leverage any insecure openings and breach the device. It's a part of the scanning phase of the penetration testing. Nmap uses raw IP packets in novel ways to determine what hosts are available on the network, what services these hosts are offering, what operating systems they are running and their versions, what type of packet filters and firewalls are in use, and dozens of other characteristics. It was designed to rapidly scan large networks but works fine against single hosts as well. Since every application that connects to a network needs to do so via a port, the wrong port or server configuration can open a can of worms which lead to a thorough breach of the system and ultimately a fully hacked device. Next on the list we have Metasploit. The Metasploit framework is a very powerful tool that can be used by cybercriminals as well as ethical hackers to probe systemic vulnerabilities on networks and servers. As a part of the third stage of penetration testing, it's an open source framework which can be easily customized and used with most operating systems. With Metasploit, the ethical hacking team can use a ready-made or custom code and introduce it into a network to probe for weak spots. As another flavor of threat hunting, once these flaws are identified and documented, the information can be used to address systemic weaknesses and prioritize solutions. Once a particular vulnerability is identified and the exploit is fed into the system, there are a host of options for the hacker. Depending on the vulnerability, hackers can even run root commands from the terminal, allowing complete control over the activities of the compromised system as well as all personal data stored on the device. A big advantage of Metasploit is the ability to run full-fledged scans on a target system, thereby giving a detailed picture of the security index of said system. This also provides the necessary exploits that can be used to bypass the firewalls and the antivirus software. Having a single solution to gather almost all the necessary points of attack is very useful for ethical hackers and penetration testers, as denoted by the high rank in this list. At number 3, we have Wireshark. Wireshark is the world's foremost and widely used networking protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at a microscopic level and is the de facto standard across many commercial and non-profit enterprises, government agencies, and educational institutions. Wireshark is a popular open source tool to capture network packets and converts them to human-readable binary format. It provides every single detail of the organization's network infrastructure. It consists of devices designed to help measure the ins and outs of the network. The information collected through Wireshark can be used for various purposes, such as real-time or offline network analysis, identification of the traffic coming onto your network, its frequency, and its latency between specific hops. This helps network administrators generate statistics based on real-time data. Wireshark is also a cross-platform tool that can be installed on Windows, Linux, and Mac systems to enable hackers in all ecosystems to monitor network traffic irrespective of the operating system. The development team is determined to maintain this level of freedom for their users in the foreseeable future. The next tool on our list is AirGarden, which is a part of the third phase of penetration testing. This is a multi-use bash script for Linux systems to hack and audit wireless networks like our everyday Wi-Fi router and its counterparts. Along with being able to launch denial of service attacks on compromised networks, this multi-purpose Wi-Fi hacking tool has very rich features which support multiple methods for Wi-Fi hacking, including multi-fi WPS hacking modes, all-in-one WEP attack, handshake file capturing, evil twin attacks, pixie dust, and so much more. It usually needs an external network adapter that supports monitor mode, which is necessary to be able to capture wireless traffic traversing the air channels. Thanks to its open source nature, AirGarden can be used with multiple community plugins and add-ons, thereby increasing its effectiveness against a wide variety of routers, both in the 2.4 GHz band and 5 GHz band. The next tool is John the Ripper. John the Ripper is an open source password security auditing and password recovery tool available for many operating systems. John the Ripper Jumbo supports hundreds of hash and cipher types, including for user passwords of operating systems, web apps, groupware, database servers, network traffic captures, encrypted private keys, file systems, and document files. Some of the key features of the tool include offering multiple modes to speed up password cracking, automatically detecting the hashing algorithm used by the passwords, and the ease of running and configuring the tool, making it a password cracking script of choice for novices and professionals alike. It can use dictionary attacks along with regular brute forcing to speed up the process of cracking the correct password without wasting additional resources. The word list being used in this dictionary attacks can be used from the user's end, allowing for a completely customizable process. Now that we have covered the basics of Kali Linux, let us take a look at the agenda for our demo today. We start out with a few terminal commands that are a basic part of a Linux operating system. We configure our own proxy chains to maintain anonymity while running penetration testing attacks on our victims. Next, we run a few Nmap scans on a local Windows 10 machine to find out the type of information that can be gathered in such a scenario. Moving on, we use Wireshark to monitor internet traffic and understand the importance of encryption and security when browsing the World Wide Web. Next, we learn about Metasploit and its various applications in the line of vulnerability assessment of a device. And finally, we use Metasploit to take root access of a fully updated Windows 10 computer system. Let's begin with some terminal basics on Kali Linux. When most people hear the term Linux, they envision a complex operating system used only by programmers. However, the experience is not as frightening as it appears. Linux is an umbrella term for a collection of free and open source Unix operating systems. There are many variants like Ubuntu, Fedora, Debian. These are distributions, which will be a more precise term. When using a Linux operating system, you will most likely utilize a shell, which is a command line interface that provides access to the operating system services. The majority of Linux distributions ship with a graphical user interface, also known as GUI, as their primary shell. This is done to facilitate user interaction in the first place. Having said that, a command line interface is suggested due to its increased power and effectiveness. By entering the commands into the CLI, tasks that require a multi-step GUI procedure may be completed in a matter of seconds. We can start the terminal by clicking on the prompt icon here on top. Once the terminal is opened, we can put up our commands. The first command that we are going to look into is pwd. pwd stands for Present Working Directory. As of right now, what you are seeing is the terminal window by default. If I write pwd and press enter, this shows the directory in which the terminal is being run on. As of right now, it's in the nf folder of my desktop, which is specifically this folder. If I open up this folder, you can see it is currently empty, as in it has no contents. If I use another command known as mkdir, which is supposed to stand for make directory, and I write nf2, shortage for new folder 2. If I open up the nf, you can see the new folder is created. This is how the pwd command works. Another important command to change directories, it's called the cd command. Let's say right now if I am in nf, I want to create a new file in nf2 folder or something else in the nf2 folder. I have to shift to cd nf2. Now if I write pwd, it will show the present working directory of home, Simplilearn, desktop, nf, and inside that I am in nf2 right now. It is done to navigate through the Linux files and directories. It requires either the full path or just the name of the directory. If we have to move a completely different folder on a completely different file, then we can use the entire path like this. For now, cd works. Another few commands is we can write cd ... and it will come back one folder. Now the pwd will be just nf and not nf2. Let's say we are in this folder and we want to go a different file. Let's say if we just go for cd home, Simplilearn. That's it. Right now, these are the folders in our current present working directory. We have the desktop, the documents, downloads, etc. From here, we can again go to the desktop using the same cd command, cross-check the changing of directories, and check the files again. And yes, there we go, nf. How do we know this? What are the commands that are used to show the files and folders? That folder is known as the ls command. ls can be used to view the contents of a directory. By default, this command will display the contents of your current working directory. If we add some other parameters, we can find the contents of other directories as well. There are some hidden files as well in Linux which cannot be showed just with ls. For example, if we just go to cd etc, which is a configuration folder for Linux, if we write ls now, these are the files that can be seen. If we want to see the hidden files, we'll have to add one more parameter here like ls-a, and as you can see, the number of files have increased this time around. There are other things as well that we can see with Linux. ls-al will show the hidden files along with some of the parameters and some of the permissions that has been provided for each file. As you can see, many of these files have root access. Some of them can write, some of them can read. It differs file to file, and the ls-al command is used to check each of these files' permission and change them accordingly if needed. The next command that we can look for is the cat command or concatenate. It is one of the most frequently used commands, and it is used to list the contents of a file on the output. For example, let's say if I have a file at the desktop. In this nf2 folder, I will create a document, create an empty file, e file. I'll open up the document and I'll write it as hello Kali. I will save this up. Now, to change the directories from etc to nf2, we have already discussed how to use the cd command using just the folder name. Now, if we want to go to the entire directory, we can write cd home As you can see, it is already prompting us to complete the name of the directory. At this point, we just have to press tab and it completes it for ourselves. Next, we already know we have to enter the desktop, NF and NF2. And this brings us to the current working directory. Here, if we press ls, we can find a file over here. Now, as discussed for the concatenate, it is used to show the contents of a file. So right now, if we press CAT, which stands for concatenate, e-file. As you can see, we have written hello Kali in the text file and we can see the output right now. We can also use it to create new files. For example, if we write cat, any file name such as efile2. Here we can write anything. Hello Kali again. Once we press Ctrl C here, we can check efile2 and we have hello Kali again printed over here. We can see the same using the concatenate command as well. If I press ls, you can see we have two files here and I can go with cat efile2 and I have hello Kali again. This is how the concatenate command works. Apart from this, it can be used to copy. There is a different command like called cp, which is used to copy the files from one place to another. Mind you, this is not moving. This is only going to copy the command. For example, currently our pwd, which is the present working directory, is in the nf2 folder, as you can see over here. Let's copy the efile2 to the nf folder. We can write cp efile2 and give the path of the nf folder, which will be home, Simplilearn, desktop, and nf. Now if I press ls, I'll find both the files in nf2 since I copied. To go back to the nf folder again, we can again use the same command of we can again use the home, Simplilearn, desktop, and just nf. No nf2 this time, just nf. As you can see, this will change back our present working directory. Now when we press ls, we will find the efile2 file and the nf2 folder. And we can confirm this using the GUI as well. This is the nf folder and you can see the nf2 folder and the efile2 document. If I write cat efile2, we can see the contents of the file. Now this can be done using moving as well. For example, if I go to cd nf2, which is the inside folder, it has both the document files like efile and efile2. Let's say I want to move the e-file completely from nf2 to nf1. Instead of writing cp, the command I'm going to use is mv efile, and again give the path of the folder into which I have to copy, which will be again home, Simplilearn, desktop, and nf. As you can see, the contents of the nf2 have appeared here and e-file has been moved from nf2 to nf. This is the nf2 and we don't find e-file here anymore. If we press cd ... and we go back to nf ls right now, and we can find both the files, e-file that we moved and efile2 that we copied from the nf2 folder. So this is how copying and moving will work using the terminal. Now this is just a simple one-line statement that might take a couple of clicks when using GUI. This is why the command line interface is considered to be much more streamlined for Linux operating systems. Another very important command for Linux operating system is the sudo command. Sudo is short for super user do. The command enables you to perform tasks that require administrative or root permissions. You can think of it as how we run programs as administrator on Windows systems. It is not advisable to use this command for daily use because it might be easy for an error to occur, and the permissions of root are very intricate. So new beginners are advised to use the sudo command only when absolutely necessary. For example, sudo su. With this command, I am giving this terminal a root permission. This su stands for this user. At this point, it's going to ask for my admin password. Once I enter my password, and I now have root access. Note how the password that I entered did not show up here. This is a security measure to prevent people from snooping on your root password, which is the end game of all this operating system. As you also can see, the symbol changed. If the dollar symbol is showing, it shows as a standard user. When you switch to root, you can easily see a hash symbol. This opens up a separate shell inside this terminal command. For example, we can exit out of the root user to the standard user using the command exit. And once again, we have the dollar sign and the root has vanished over here. There are some commands that will only work with administrative access. For example, when updating the Kali Linux system, we have to use apt update. As you can see, it says problem unlinking the file because permission denied. Now let's try this using sudo apt update. As you can see, it is updating the package repositories which work as the software installed on the system. This can be done using either writing the sudo command every time we want to perform a root access, or we can just write sudo su once and write apt update alone. The fetching is complete over here. For the second example, let's say I just write sudo su, and this time it's not going to ask me the password because at this current terminal process I've already provided the root password once and it is in memory right now. Now when we used to update the system, we had to write sudo apt update. That was because we were running it as a standard user. Now we are running it as a root user, so all we have to write is apt update and it's going to continue its work. There you go. Another command that can be useful is the ping command. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's going to be checking the internet connectivity. You can be used to check internet connectivity, or you can see if there is a local server on your system which needs to be pinged, then you can check that. For example, if we have to write ping, and we can use either IP address or domain. Let's say if we want to check that if we can access google.com using this Kali Linux installation or not, we can write ping google.com. And you can see it shows the bytes being sent and received and how much time it took to take up the request. This can be done for local systems as well. For example, this installation of Kali Linux is being run on a virtual machine. Once this machine is running, I still have my host machine running over here, the IP address of which is 192.168.29.179. If I try to ping this from here, as you can see, the time to complete the request is drastically low compared to a website on the internet, considering this is on the local network. This is how the ping command is worked, and it can show you what kind of packages are transmitted, how many are received, if there was any kind of packet loss between the connection window, and other details. A very important command when working with the terminal for a long duration is the history command. Pretty self-explanatory. There are so many commands that are being run. Sometimes people forget what was the change they did or what was the directory name they put. A history command helps to recover some of the commands that you have written. It doesn't go all the way back, but it takes up many commands that were inputted in the last few processes. This is how the history command works. These are some of the most commonly used terminal commands. If you want to learn more about this terminal and every other feature of this, please let us know in the comment section and we'll try to make an in-depth tutorial, especially if you could repeat. If you want to learn more about the terminal, please let us know in the comment section and we will try to make an in-depth tutorial specifically for terminal commands on Linux. Moving on, we learn how to configure proxy chains on our system. Proxying refers to the technique of bouncing your internet traffic through multiple machines to hide the identity of the original machine. It is a good tool that hackers use to accomplish this goal is proxy chains. Essentially, you can use proxy chains to run any program through a proxy server. This will allow you to access internet from behind a restrictive firewall which hides your IP address. Proxy chains even allows you to use multiple proxies at once by chaining them together. One of the most important reasons that proxy chains is used in a security context is that it's easy to evade detection. Attackers often use proxies to hide their true identities while executing an attack. And when multiple proxies are chained together, it becomes harder and harder for a forensic professional to trace the traffic back to the original machine. When these proxies are located across countries, investigators would have to obtain warranties in the local jurisdictions where every proxy is located. To see how proxy chain works, let's open Firefox first and check our current IP address. Write Firefox, and there we go. As we can see, Firefox is now open. Let's check our current IP address right now. If we go to an address called myip.com, and you can see it easily detects our country is in India, and this is a public IP address. Now, if we move to the terminal again, here we can now write proxy chains -h. What this -h does is it finds a help. It stands for the help file. This is for help file. What we found out using this is proxy chains has a config file here, etc proxychains4.conf. This is the config file found. Using this config file, we can customize how our proxy chain should work. If we want to open that, we have to use it in a text editor. On Windows, we have Notepad and other things like that, Microsoft Word to edit documents. On Linux, we have a tool called Nano. To access the Nano, we use the command nano and give the path of the file that we want to check. As of right now, the proxy chains config file is located over here. So we're going to follow the path there. chains4.conf. And here we go. We see the config file. There are three basic types of proxy chaining here. We have a strict chain where all the proxy in the list will be used and they will be chained in order. We have a random chain where each connection made through proxy chains will be done by a random combo of proxies in the proxy list. When you have dynamic chain, it's the same as strict chain, but dead proxies are excluded from the chain. And here we can set up whichever type we want. To enable or disable a particular type, we use the hash symbol here. As you can see right now, all the lines have a hashtag symbol at the front, except this one, a dynamic chain. This is the current one being used. Let's say if I want to use a strict chain method, so I can add a hash value here and remove the hash here. At one point of time, any one of these 3-4 types should be enabled. Let's go for the dynamic chain. We can disable this strict chain by putting the hashtag in front and removing the dynamic chain. As you can see below, we have few commands to how to handle the nano text editor. This symbol is known as the control button on your keyboard. Now if we want to write out, which is synonymous to saving the file, it's supposed to go with Control O. So if I press Control O on my keyboard, it says file name to write, and we have to press enter here since we want to overwrite the proxy chains 4.conf file. We don't want to create a new file over here. So just press enter and we get a permission denied. This permission denied we're getting is because we have opened this using a standard user. etc is a system folder. To be able to make some changes, we have to use it using a sudo command. To exit this nano, we have to use the Control X command. We use Control X. We're going to clear, and this time we're going to use the sudo command. Sudo nano etc proxy chains 4.conf, and we have the same file open up again. Now this time if we want to make a change, let's say we're going to add a strict chain instead of a dynamic chain, we remove the hashtag from strict. We're going to use Control O for the save file option. We're going to press enter and it says wrote 160 lines. Again, if you want to reverse this change, we put the hashtag over here, enable dynamic chain, we press Ctrl O, press enter, and it says wrote 160 lines. Now we can exit straight away using the Ctrl X format. Right now we have not provided any file or a proxy chain. We can have proxy IP addresses from the internet, but we have to make sure that they are safe and they don't snoop on our data. When there is no proxy chains being provided personally, it's going to use the Tor network, but for that we have to start Tor. Tor is a service in Linux. To know more about this Tor, we can write sudo systemctl, which is used to know the status of services on the Linux operating system, and status of Tor. Systemctl, sorry, instead of stl, it should be systemctl status Tor. As you can see, it is a Tor service, anonymizing overlay network for TCP connections, and it's currently inactive. Now to start this up, we have to write sudo systemctl start Tor. Now if we repeat the same sudo systemctl status Tor, as you can see, it's active now. You can see the green logo over here. Okay. To integrate the Firefox and the browser, we can use the proxy chains command directly over here. We can write proxy chains. We can use Firefox to launch our web browser, and let's say if we want to visit google.com. We press enter, and the Firefox window is launched, and it should open up google.com next. And there we go. If we go to myip.com once again, as you can see, we have a different IP address and the country is unknown as well. So this is how we can use proxy chains to anonymize internet usage when using Kali Linux. Next on our agenda is the ability to scan networks using Nmap. At its core, Nmap is a network scanning tool that uses IP packets to identify all the devices connected to a network. You can learn more about Nmap using the help file. As you can see, these are some of the parameters that can be used when scanning ports of a system. You can see the version and the URL of the service over here. The primary uses of Nmap can be broken into 3 core processes. First, the program gives you detailed information on every IP active on your network, and then each IP can then be scanned. Secondly, it can also be used to providing a lot of live hosts and open ports, as well as identifying the OS of every connected device. Thirdly, Nmap has also become a valuable tool for users looking to protect personal and business websites. Using Nmap to scan your own web server, particularly if you are hosting your website from home, is essentially simulating the process that a hacker would use to attack your site. Attacking your own site in this way is a powerful way of identifying security vulnerabilities. As we already discussed, the host Windows 10 machine on this system has an IP address of 192.168.29.179. If you want to test the OS scan of this system, we're going to first get the root permission over here. We use the sudo command, and now we are a root user. We're going to launch the command nmap -o, which is supposed to be an OS detection scan. The IP address we can use of the host system 192.168.29.179. In a legitimate penetration testing scenario, we can use the IP address of the vulnerable device over here. We are going to let it scan for a while, and it's going to give us some guesses on what can the OS be. As you can see, the scan is done, and it has shown some of the ports that are open. You can see the MSRPC port open, the HTTPS 443 port open, which is used to connect to the internet, and it has some aggressive OS guesses as well. For example, it thinks there's a 94% chance that it's going to be a Microsoft Windows XP Service Pack 3. That's partly because a lot of the Windows XP update packages are still prevalent on Windows. Now that the OS detection is confirmed, there are multiple more details that we can gather from Nmap. Let's go with the nmap -a command, which is supposed to capture as much data as possible. There is also a speed setting. You can call it a speed setting or a control setting of the -t. -t ranges from t0 to t1 to t2 all the way up to t5. This basically determines how aggressively the victim is being scanned. If you scan slowly, it will take more time to provide the results, but it will also give a less chance for the intrusion detection system on the vulnerable machine firewall to detect that someone is trying to penetrate the network. For now, if we want to go with somewhat of a high speed, we can go with the T4 and provide the same IP address of the local machine I am trying to attack. It's going to take a little bit of time since it's trying to capture a lot of information. As you can see, the results are now here. It launched a scan and took a few top ports that are most likely vulnerable from a Windows XP perspective, and it showed a few ports over here. It has not shown 991 filtered ports, which could not be attacked anyway since they were closed for outside access. It shows a few fingerprint settings like the connection policies and the port details. It shows an HTTP options, some other intricate details that can be used when you attacking its servers. It shows a VMware version that it's running and some few other ports over here. Apart from that, we also have the aggressive OS guesses over here, just like we did with the -o, and you can see this time it is showing Windows 7 as 98%. No exact OS matches, since if there was any exact OS matches, we could have seen 100% chances over here. This is a trace route. A trace route will be the time and the path a connection request takes from the source to the destination. For example, this request went from 192.168.72.2 to a destination address. Since this is a local machine, it took only a single step. On multiple occasions, if you're trying to access a remote system, it's going to be a number of trace routes when it jumps from firewall to firewall and router to router. This is how we can use nmap to find information about a system and find some vulnerable ports we can access. Moving on, we have a tutorial on how to use Wireshark to sniff network traffic. To start using Wireshark, we're going to have to open the application first. Now, during installation of Wireshark, there is an option to enable if non-root users can be able to capture traffic or not. In my installation, I have disabled that, so I will be launching Wireshark when using the root user itself. Also, to capture data, we need an external Wi-Fi adapter. You can see it over here in the VM tab, removable devices, RE-Link 802.1 and WLAN. This is an external Wi-Fi adapter which is inserted into my USB system. You can see it over here. If I write iwconfig, this is the one, WLAN 0. This is absolutely necessary because we need to have a monitor mode required. We won't need it for sniffing data on Wireshark right now, but it's going to be necessary later on in this tutorial as well, as we will see. For now, we can just start up Wireshark by writing its name on the command line, and it should start the program. Here we go. Here it's going to check which of the adapters we want to use. For example, right now the ETH0, which is supposed to stand for Ethernet 0 port, you can see data is being transmitted up and down. We're going to select ETH0. And we have started capturing data. You can see the data request from the source to destination, from the time and which protocol it is following, everything we can see. And we can see the IPv4 flags here as well, as you can see over here. To capture internet traffic, we can try running Firefox. If we just write wikipedia.com, and you can see the number of requests increasing. Okay, this is spelling mistake. Wikipedia. Here you can see the application data of all these requests going up, and they're connected to a destination server of 102.166.224. Now even if we check the transmission control protocol flags over here and so many more things, we cannot find anything beneficial. As you can see, the information over here is gibberish, which is supposed to be, since it's supposed to be encrypted. Now this is possible due to this being an HTTPS website, hence you can see the log symbol over here, and connection is supposed to be secure. Now what about HTTP ports? We have seen many people recommend to not visit HTTP ports. Repeat. We have seen many people recommend to not visit HTTP websites, and even if we have to visit, to not provide any critical information. For example, let's go to a random HTTP page over here. As you can see, this is saying connection is not secure, and this is an HTTP page and not HTTPS. Now let's check for some of the information that is passing through this. This is a login form. Let's say I have a legitimate account over here. If I write my account name, and my password is supposed to be password 1234, I press login, and the password does not match because I do not have an account over here. But let's say I did and I was logged in as expected. We can go to Wireshark. We can use filters over here. Now all the requests that I am sending, it's a TCP request, so I can write a filter containing TCP contains whatever string if it is being passed. Let's say for the end username I write my account name, so I can just write my account name over here and press enter to find a request over here. Now as you can see, there are many flags over here. If we go to the HTML form URL encoded and open up some of its flags, as you can see, I can see my account name and Simplilearn password over here. This is the same details that I input on the website. Let's say I did have a legitimate account on this website. I would have logged in with no problems, but anyone who would be using Wireshark to sniff on their data can easily get my credentials from here. This is why it's recommended to not provide any information on HTTP pages. The security is not up to the mark, and always look for the log symbol when visiting any website or making any internet transactions or providing any information. This is how we can use Wireshark to detect transmission and sniff packet data that is being transferred to the network adapter. Next, we have to learn about what is Metasploit. The Metasploit project is a computer security project that provides information about security vulnerabilities and aids in penetration testing and IDS development. We can open up the terminal here. We're going to allow root access, and to open up Metasploit, the keyword is MSF console. It's going to take a little bit of time to start it up. Now the Metasploit console has been loaded. From here, we can decide what type of attack we want to launch and what kind of exploits we can launch against vulnerable targets. For example, like we had already discussed, I'm running this virtual machine on a Windows 10 host machine. So if I open the command prompt from my Windows 10 over here, if I need to check the IP address once, I go with ipconfig. Here you can see the IP address of this local machine. Moving on, if we have to attack that machine, let's say we want to see what kind of exploits are going to work over there. Now we already know that Windows has some common vulnerabilities. One of those vulnerabilities is the HTA server vulnerability. HTA is supposed to be a HTML application, but when passed the right payload, it can be used to open a backdoor into a system. To start off with the Metasploit and accessing such applications, we're going to use the command use exploit, and the name of the reverse HTA server is this: Windows MISC for miscellaneous HTA server. As you can see, it already found this one. Alright, now there are some options that we need to set for this exploit to go through. For example, you can see some of the options over here. There is a payload. The payload is supposed to be the malicious file that we are going to send on the HTML application, which allows us to give the backdoor. For example, right now the payload, which is the malicious file, is a Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. Completely understandable. Now let's set the L host. L host and R host and SRV host should be the one where we are going to launch the attack from. For example, if we launched another tab of this console and we just press ifconfig, the IP address is 192.168.72.130. So we're going to set the L host as 192.168.72.130, and we're going to do the same thing with SRV host. We're going to set a port where we need to capture the backdoor access. Next, the payload has already been set. This payload will launch a backdoor and give us Meterpreter access to the system. Meterpreter can be considered as an upgrade of a normal command prompt shell. We will look into it once we get the access in the first place. Now that we have set the commands, we can press on exploit and press enter. Now you can see we have a URL over here. We're going to copy this URL Once the URL is copied, we take it into the browser and paste it. This will ask us to download this file. Now, as per browser security settings, this file should be blocked by default. We can decide to keep it, and with the correct formulation of this malicious package, even the website browser antivirus softwares will not be able to detect good payloads. We're going to save this file and we're going to open it. Publisher could not be verified. If we press run and we go back to our Meterpreter access over here, you can see it has already captured a URL of an HTTP server and it is writing delivering payload. Just have to wait for a few seconds till the payload is delivered. It has sent this much amount of data. Meterpreter session 1 is opened and we should get the access soon. There we go. Now, to understand where is the session set, we can write sessions -i. As you can see, it has a Meterpreter over here. We're going to write sessions -i. The session ID is 1, so we're going to write 1. And we have the Meterpreter access. Now, to get a fair idea of the system, we're going to write sysinfo, and it's going to the computer name, the OS, architecture, all these things. We can write the help command to see what are the things that we can get out of the system. We can take screenshots, we can control the webcam and start a video chat. We can take a lot of things over here. There are other commands as well where we can change the file directory, like the cat command, cd command. There are so many things that work in the normal CMD which we can run on the Meterpreter as well. Now, if we want to access this command prompt of the system directly, we can go with this. We have to write shell, and there we go. We are in the downloads folder right now. To see if this is the same computer or not, we're going to write ipconfig. As you can see, it is our victim machine with 192.168.29.171. We can just press exit and we're back with the Meterpreter access. This is how we can use Meterpreter and Metasploit to gain access to a Windows 10 machine. Next, let's take a look at how we can get root access from a Windows 10 system. We just learned how we can get a Meterpreter access from a system. We can background this Meterpreter session by writing background and pressing enter. we can still see the sessions minus I. It's still present over here. Now, these kind of access are not administrative access. These are the kind of backdoors that can be created for standard users. But to get a complete access of a system, including the program files, the Windows documents, we need to have root access or administrative access. To do that, we're going to use another exploit. Reminder that the meter session of the standard access is already present and we're not messing with it right now. We're going to set up another session, albeit with the same machine. That exploit name is use exploit Windows local bypass UAC event viewer. And there we go. Now, if we check the options that we can put in the system, we have to choose an exploit target. We need to put a session as well. Let's say we're going to use the session 1. This is the session that has the meter access with the standard user. It doesn't have the system user. We're going to write set session 1 and we're going to run exploit. Run a few commands and it opened a second meter session. As you can see, it is the session 2. If I write sysinfo, you can still see I'm not the system user right now. I'm still just a normal user. How can we check that? If you go to shell, I can still see users GNB downloads, all these things. If I press exit, go back to the meter, there is a command on meter get system. It attempts to elevate your privilege to that of the local system, which basically means you get promoted into root access. So if we write get system, and due to pipe impersonation, we now have the system root access. As you can see, now it has become x64 and we are the admin users. Now if I go to shell, I can easily go back, Windows, and I can easily access these things. This kind of control over the Windows folders and the program files folders, these kind of things are not possible if you are not an admin access or the command prompt has not been run with admin permissions. This is how we can use privilege escalation to get into an admin access system. We use the second exploit, which was the bypass UAC event viewer exploit, and essentially used it with the first session. As you can read here, Windows escalation UAC protection bypass. It was first disclosed on 2016, but it still works on some systems. This is how we can get root access on a Windows 10 installation. Hope you learned something new today.
Let's talk about hacking and what exactly hacking is. Hacking refers to exploiting weaknesses in a computer network to obtain unauthorized access to information. A hacker is a person who tries to hack into computer systems. Now here there are some keywords that we need to understand. First and foremost, exploit. When you are exploiting weaknesses are technically called vulnerabilities, which are basically design flaws, misconfiguration errors, usage of default usernames and passwords which have not been modified. So any misconfiguration or anything that has been left behind by a security administrator that can be misused, which means exploited by a hacker to gain unauthorized access. So the next term is unauthorized access, something that you're not allowed to do. And when you say a hacker is a person who tries to hack, it's basically a person with malicious intent trying to gain access to a system or a resource that they are not authorized to access in the first place. How do they do it? They find a vulnerability that is a weakness or a flaw, and then they misuse it to gain access to that particular network. So here in the diagram, you can see that the sender on the left hand side is trying to send some data to the receiver on the right hand side. The hacker would try to gain unauthorized access to the transmission that is being sent and would try to capture the data packets and read the secrets within. Let's look at a business case scenario into hacking. Now there is an organization, everybody is going around their own business when they realize that their systems may have been compromised. Now, they're trying to look at the customer data to ensure that that has not been compromised and trying to assure the customers. However, they do realize that some customer data has been lost and even the company reports have been modified as well. Now, this is the scenario where there have been some security controls in place and those controls have been identified. They realized that there is an attack that has happened, and based on that attack, they have realized that their data has now been compromised and their records have been modified by the hacker, which means that the data is no longer trustworthy and thus cannot be used by the business for any legal transactions. So then the hacker gives a call to the organization or gets connected to the organization demanding a ransom for the data to be replaced, to be taken back into the original state where it was trusted, and thus the organization can utilize it for business transactions. The organization has probably no backup, so they decide that they want to pay the lump sum to the hacker to restore that data so that they can continue on with the business. Thus, money exchanges and the hacker is able to restore that data and the business continues as usual. However, the activity here of a hacker trying to leverage the misconfiguration of the weaknesses in the organization's security, thus being able to hack them and make these ransomware demands. So the company then wants to figure out, even if having a security system in place, how was the hacker able to hack their systems? Thus, one of the employees comes up with a brilliant idea of identifying vulnerabilities in the network to proactively search for any flaws that have been left behind, so that they can plug those flaws and nobody can misuse them. Thus, they figure out that they want to hire an ethical hacker who would help them identify the security posture of the organization, identify the weaknesses, vulnerabilities and flaws, and help them remedy those flaws so that in future scenarios, these scenarios will not happen. So before we go into an ethical hacker, let's understand what are the types of hackers. So what are the types of hackers? Hacker is a technically skilled person who is very adept with computers. They have good programming skills, they understand how operating system works, they understand how networks work, they understand how to identify flaws and vulnerabilities within all of these aspects, and then they understand and know how to misuse these flaws to get a outcome which would be detrimental to the health of the organization. So there's 6 types of hackers that have been identified: black hat hackers, white hat hackers, grey hat, script kiddies, nation sponsored hackers, and hacktivists. So black hat hackers are basically the malicious hackers who have malicious intent and have criminalistic tendencies. They want to harm the organization by hacking into their infrastructure, by destroying their infrastructure, by destroying their data, so that they can gain from it from a monetary perspective. These guys are also known as crackers. The main aspect of these people are that they have malicious intent, they try to do unauthorized activities, and they try it for personal gain. Another important aspect to remember is that a black hat hacker will always try to hide their identity. They will spoof their online digital identity by masking it, by spoofing their IP addresses, MAC addresses, and try to remain anonymous on the network. A white hat hacker, on the other hand, is also an ethical hacker or a security analyst who's an individual who will do exactly the same thing that a black hat hacker would do, minus the malicious intent, plus the intent of helping the organization identifying the flaws and remedying them so that nobody else can misuse those vulnerabilities. So they are authorized to act on the company's behalf. They are authorized to do that activity which would help the company identify those flaws and thus help the company mitigate those flaws, improving on their security posture. So these kind of security experts or ethical hackers would help organizations defend themselves against unauthorized attacks. Grey hat hackers is a blend of both white hat and black hat hackers. So here they can work defensively and offensively both. They can accept contracts from organizations to increase their security posture. At the same time, they can also get themselves involved in malicious activities towards other organizations to personally gain or benefit from them by doing unauthorized activity. Script kiddies are people who are technically not much aware about what hacking is. They rely on existing tools that have been created by other hackers. They have no technical knowledge of what they're doing. It's just a hit or miss for them. So they just get their hands on a tool. They try to execute those tools. If the hack works, it works. Otherwise, it doesn't. So these people are basically who are noobs or newbies who are trying to learn hacking, or just people who with malicious intent who just want to have some fun or trying to impress people around. Then we have the nation or the state-sponsored hackers. As the name suggests, these hackers are sponsored by their government. Now, this may not be a legitimate job, but most of the governments do have hackers enrolled in their on their organizations to spy on their enemies, to spy on various countries and try to figure out the aspirations of those countries. So this is basically a spying activity where you're technically trying to get access to other countries' resources and then try to spy on them to figure out what their activities have been or what their future plans have been. And then we have the hacktivists, who is an individual who has a political agenda to promote, and they promote it by doing hacking. So these guys, what is the difference between a black hat hacker and a hacktivist? The black hat hacker may try to hide their identity. A hacktivist will claim responsibility of what they have done. So for them, it's a political agenda, a political cause, and they will try to hack various organizations to promote their cause. They would probably do this by defacing the website and posting the messages that they want to promote on these websites. So what exactly is ethical hacking then? We have discussed the types of hackers. We have identified a malicious hacker as a black hat hacker with the intent of doing harm to an organization's network for personal gain. We have discussed what the ethical hacker is. So an ethical hacker would be doing the same activity but in an authorized manner. So they would have legal contracts that they would be signing with the organization, which would give them a definite scope of what they are allowed to do and what they are not allowed to do. And the ethical hackers would function within those scopes, would try to execute those test scenarios where they would be able to identify those flaws or those system vulnerabilities, and then they would be submitting a report to the management of what they have found. They would also help the management to mitigate or to resolve those weaknesses so that nobody else can misuse them later on. They might use the same techniques and the same tools that black hat hackers do. However, the main difference here is that these guys are authorized to do that particular activity. They're doing it in a controlled manner with the intent of helping the organization and not with the intent of personal gains. So who's an ethical hacker? Again, an ethical hacker is a highly intelligent, highly educated person who knows how computers function, how programming languages work, how operating systems work. They can troubleshoot. They're technically very adept at computing. They understand the architecture. They understand how various components in a computer work. They can troubleshoot those components, and they can basically be very good with programming as well. Now, when I say programming, we don't want an ethical hacker to be a good developer of applications. We want them to understand programming in such a way that they can create scripts. They can write their own short programs like viruses, worms, trojans, or exploits which would help them achieve the objective that they have set out for. So here you can see the ethical hacker. They are individuals who perform a security assessment of their companies with the permission of concerned authorities. So what is a security assessment? A security assessment is finding out the exact security posture of the organization by identifying what security controls are in place, how they've been configured, and if there are any gaps in the configurations themselves. So an organization will hire an ethical hacker. They would give the ethical hacker the information about what information is, or what security controls, what firewalls, what IDSS, IPSS, intrusion detection or intrusion prevention systems, antiviruses are already in place, and then they will ask the ethical hacker to figure out a way to bypass these mechanisms and see if they can still hack the organization. What is the need of an ethical hacker? The need of an ethical hacker is proactive security. The ethical hacker would identify all the existing flaws in an organization and try to resolve those flaws to help secure the organization from black hat hackers. So ethical hackers would prevent hackers from cracking into an organization's network by securing the organization, by improving on their security on a periodic basis. And they would also try to identify system vulnerabilities, network vulnerabilities, or application level vulnerabilities that would have been missed or have already been missed, and then try to figure out a way of plugging them or resolving them so that they cannot be misused by other hackers. They would also analyze and enhance an organization's security policies. Now, what are policies? Policies are basically documents that have been created by an organization of rules that all the employees need to follow to ensure that the security of an organization is maintained. For example, a password policy. A password policy would help users in an organization to adhere to the standards the organization has identified for a password complexity. For example, a password, when a user is creating them, should adhere to standards where they are using random words. They contain the alphabet A through Z, uppercase and lowercase, 0 through 9 as numerics, and special characters, and they are randomized so that the password becomes more stronger to prevent from brute force attacks. So what would an ethical hacker do at this point in time? They would try to test the strength of the passwords to see if brute force attacks or dictionary attacks are possible, and if any of these passwords can be cracked. They would ensure that all the employees are following the policies and all the passwords are as secured as the policies want them to be. If there are any gaps in the policies or the implementation of the policy, it is the ethical hacker's responsibility to identify those gaps and warn the organization about it. Similarly, they would also try to protect any personal information, any data that is owned by the organization that is critical for the functioning of the organization, and they will try to protect it from falling into the hacker's hands. Now, what are the skills that are required of an ethical hacker? These are the following skills. So first and foremost, they should have good knowledge with operating systems such as Windows, Linux, Unix, and Mac. Now, when we say knowledge about operating systems, it's not only about how to use those operating systems, but how to troubleshoot those operating systems, how these operating systems work, how these operating systems need to be configured, how can they be secured. For example, securing an operating system is not only installing a firewall and an antivirus, but you need to configure permissions on an operating system of what users are allowed to do and what users are not allowed to do. For example, limiting the installation of applications. How are we going to do that? We need to go into the system center, the security center of Windows, and we need to configure security parameters over there of what are acceptable softwares and what are not. Same with Linux and Mac softwares, operating systems. So we need to know how we can secure these operating systems. Similarly, all of these would have desktop versions and server versions of operating systems. As an ethical hacker, we need to know the desktop and server versions both, how to configure them and how to provide services within the organization on these servers so that they can be consumed in a secure manner by all the employees. At the same time, they should also be knowledgeable of programming languages or scripting languages such as PHP, Python, Ruby, HTML for programming, if you will, because web servers come into the picture. So again, they should not be great developers where they can create huge applications, but they should be able to develop scripts, understand those scripts, analyze those scripts, and figure out what the output should be of those scripts to achieve the hacking goals that they have set out for. An ethical hacker should have a very good understanding about networking. No matter whether you're in application security, you're in network security, or you're in host-based security, since a computer will always be connected to a network, either a local area network like a LAN or the internet, we should know how networking works. We should know the 7 layers of the OSI model. We should know which protocols work on those 7 layers. We should identify the TCP/IP model and how a OSI model can be mapped to the TCP/IP model. We should understand how TCP and UDP work, how each and every protocol is crafted, how they are supposed to behave for us to analyze and understand any network-based attacks. We should be very good in security measures. So we should know where those vulnerabilities would lie, what are the latest exploits available in the market, and we should be able to identify them. We should be able to know the techniques and the tools of how to deal with security, how to analyze security, and then how to implement security to enhance it as well. Along with that, it is important that a security analyst or ethical hacker is aware of the local security laws and standards. Why is that? Because an organization cannot do any illegal activity. Whatever responses that they have, whatever security mechanisms, whatever security controls they will implement, they need to be adhering to the local law of the land. They should be legal in nature and should not cause undue harm to any of the employees or any of the third-party clients that they are dealing with. So the ethical hackers should be aware of what security laws are before they implement security controls, or even before they start testing for security controls. And all of these should be backed up by having a global certification or a globally valid certification related to networking, related to security, ethical hacking, the law of the land, anything and everything. Maybe even programming. It's good to have a certification in PHP, Perl, Python, Ruby, and so on and so forth. Why? Because most of the organizations, when they hire ethical hackers, look out for these certifications, especially globally valid certifications, so that they can be sure, or they can be assured that the person that they are hiring has the required skill set. So let's talk about a few of the tools that an ethical hacker would utilize in their testing scenarios. To be honest, there are hundreds of tools out there. What you see on the screen are just a few examples of them. Nessus is a vulnerability scanner. What is a vulnerability scanner? It is an automated tool that is designed to identify vulnerabilities within hosts, within operating systems, within networks. So they come with their ready-made databases of all the vulnerabilities that have already been identified, and they scan the network against that database to find out any possible flaws or any possible vulnerabilities that currently exist on the host or the operating system or on the network. Similarly, there would be application scanners like Acunetics, or Arachne that would help you scan applications and identify flaws within those applications as well. Now, all of these are automated tools. The essence of ethical hacker is when these tools churn out the reports, the ethical hacker can understand these reports, analyze them, identify the flaws, and then craft their own exploits or use existing exploits in a particular manner so that they can get access or they can bypass the access security controls mechanisms that are already in place. How can they do that? With the tool called Metasploit. You see that big M there on the right hand side? That M logo is for a tool called Metasploit, which is a penetration testing tool. What is a penetration testing tool? It is that tool that will allow an ethical hacker to craft their exploits or choose their exploits for the vulnerabilities that have been identified by Nessus. Since we are interacting with computers, we will always be interacting using tools, right? So the first tool, Nessus, identifies the flaws and the possible list of vulnerabilities. We do a penetration test using Metasploit to validate those flaws and to verify that those flaws actually exist, and try to figure out the complexity of those flaws. And that's where Metasploit helps us do that. Wireshark would be used in the background while we are doing both the activities using Nessus or Metasploit to keep a track of what packets are being sent and received on the network, which will help us analyze those packets. So whenever I run a Nessus scanner, I would run a Wireshark in the background. It will capture the data packets and I can go through those data packets and analyze that data packets to identify what Nessus is actually trying to do. Similarly, when I try to attack a machine using exploit on Metasploit, I will keep on Wireshark running in the background to capture the data packets that have been sent and the responses that I've received from the victim, so that I can also go through those packets and analyze the responses and analyze the attack, whether it was successful, to what extent was it successful, and basically will also give me a validation, a proof of the activity that has happened. Nmap is another automated tool that allows me to scan for open ports and protocols. So why would I use Nmap? Because ports and protocols become an entry point for a hacker to gain access to devices. For example, when we connect to a web server, we connect through a web browser, but we automatically connect to port 80 using HTTP and port 443 is using HTTPS. So if I'm connecting to a web server using HTTPS, it is safe to assume that port 443 on the web server is open to accept those connections. Similarly, there would be other services that may be left open on the web server because nobody thought about configuring it, or they misconfigured the web server and they left unwanted services running. So Nmap will allow me to scan those ports and services and allow me to understand what services are being offered on that server, so then I can start analyzing that server, identify those flaws within those services, and then try to attack them. If the application that I'm analyzing is connected to a database and I want to do a SQL injection attack, or if Nessus tells me that there is a SQL injection attack that may be possible on that particular application, I can use an automated tool called SQL Map or SQL Map that would allow me to automatically craft all the queries that are required for a SQL injection attack and help me do that attack at the same time. So here I do not have to manually create my own queries. The SQL map tool would automatically create them for me. What I would do is I would use Nessus to identify that particular flaw. If Nessus reports that flaw, I would then go use the tool SQL map, configure it to attack that particular web server, and when I fire off the tool, it will then automatically start directing queries, SQL injection queries, to the database to see if those databases are vulnerable, and if yes, what data can be retrieved from those databases. So all of these tools in a nutshell would help me hack networks, applications, operating systems, and host devices. And this is what an ethical hacker does. They use these kind of tool sets, they identify what attacks they need to do, they identify the right tool for that particular attack, and they write their exploits, they create those attacks, and then they start attacking, analyze the response, and then give a report to the management, providing them feedback about how the attack was created or crafted, what was the response to that attack, and whether the attack was successful or not. If successful, they would also give recommendations of what to do to prevent these attacks from happening in the future. So when we are doing these attacks, or when we want to launch these attacks, what is the process that we would follow? So there are 6 steps that we would do as an ethical hacker. If you're just a hacker, you probably wouldn't do the 6th step, which is a reporting step. So the first step that would be done is the reconnaissance phase, which is the information gathering phase, which is very important from an ethical hacker's perspective or a hacker's perspective. Because if I want to attack someone or something as a digital device, I need to know what I'm attacking. I need to know the IP address of the device, the MAC address of those devices. I need to know the operating system, the build or the version of that operating systems, applications on top, the versions of those applications, so I know what I'm attacking. For example, if I want to attack a server, I assume it's a Windows-based server and I use a particular tool to attack it, but it actually turns out to be a Linux-based server, my attacks are going to be unsuccessful. So I need to focus my attack based on what is there at the other end. So in my information gathering phase, I want to identify all of that information. Once I have that information done, I'm going to scan those servers using tools like Nmap that we just talked about, and we're going to try to see the open ports, open services, and protocols that are running on that server that can give me possible entry points within the network or within the device or within the operating system. At the same time, along with the scanning with Nmap, I would run a vulnerability scanner, the Nessus vulnerability scanner we talked about, or Acunetics for applications, and then I would try to identify vulnerabilities in those applications, operating systems, or networks. Once I have identified those vulnerabilities in the scanning phase, I would then move on to the gaining phase, where I would then craft my exploits or choose existing exploits and start attacking the victim. At this point in time, if my attack is successful, I will probably have gained access by either cracking passwords or escalating privileges or exploiting a vulnerability that I may have found during the scanning phase. Once I have gained my access, I want to maintain my access. Why? Because the vulnerability may not be there for long. Maybe somebody updated the operating system and hence the flaw was no longer existing, or somebody changed the password that I may have cracked, thus I no longer have access. So what do I do to maintain my access? I install Trojans or backdoor entries to those systems using which I can secretly, in a covert manner, get access to those devices at my own will, at my own time, as long as those devices are available over the network. So that's where I maintain my access. I have hacked them. Now I want to maintain my access, so I install a software which would give me a backdoor entry to that device no matter what. Once I have done this, I want to clear my tracks. So whatever activity that I've been doing, for example, installing a Trojan. A Trojan is also a software that would create directories and files once installed on the victim's machine. So I want to hide that. If I have accessed data stores, if I have modified data, I want to hide that activity, because if the victim comes to know that something has happened, they would start increasing their security parameters. They might start scanning their devices. They may take them offline. Thus, my hack would no longer be efficient. The reason I'm clearing my tracks is that the victim doesn't find out that they have been hacked or they have been compromised, or even if they do find out that they've been compromised, they cannot trace the compromise back to me. So I would be deleting references of any of the IP addresses or MAC addresses that I may have used to attack that particular device. And this is where I will be able to identify where those logs were created, where those traces are. Once I take off those traces, the victim would not be any wiser of whether they have been compromised or who compromised their system. And if I am successful at all of these stages, or to whatever extent the success that I've achieved in any of these stages, I would then create a report based on that, and I would report to the management about the activities that we have been able to do and whatever we have been able to achieve out of those activities. For example, we identified 10 different flaws. There were 20 different attacks that we wanted to do. What attack did we do? What was the outcome of that attack? What was the intended or the expected output of that attack? I'll create a report which would give a detailed analysis of all the steps that were taken, along with screenshots and evidences of what activity was conducted, what was the output, what was the expected output, and I would submit that report to the management, giving them an idea of what vulnerabilities and flaws exist in their environment or their devices that need to be mitigated so that the security can be enhanced. So these are the 6 steps that the ethical hacking process would take. Just going through this, the reconnaissance is where you're going to use hacking tools like Nmap, HPing to obtain information about targets. There are hundreds of tools out there depending on what information you want. Then in scanning, again, Nmap, Nexpose, these kind of tools to be utilized to identify open ports, protocols, and services. In gaining access, you're going to exploit a vulnerability by using the Metasploit tool that we talked about in the previous slides. In the maintaining access, you're going to install backdoors. You can use Metasploit at the same time. You can craft your own scripts to create a Trojan and install it on the victim's machine. Once you have achieved that, clearing tracks is where you're going to clear all evidences of your activity so that you do not get caught or the victim doesn't even realize that they have been hacked. And once you're done all of this, we are going to create reports that are going to be submitted to the management to help them understand the current security evaluation of their organization. So now let's see how we can hack using social engineering. Now, what is social engineering? Social engineering is the art of manipulating humans into revealing confidential information which they otherwise would not have revealed. So this is where your social skill and your people skills come into the picture. If you are able to communicate effectively to another person, they would probably give up more information that they intended to give out. Let's look at examples, right? If you see on the screen, phishing activity. What is phishing? We receive a lot of fake mails on a regular basis. We have always received those emails where we have won a lottery of a few $1 million, but we have never realized that we didn't purchase a lottery to win a lottery in the first place. We have always had those Nigerian frauds where a prince died in some South African country and you out of 7 billion people on the planet have been identified where they want to transfer a few $100 million through your account and they want to give you 50% of that money in return as thank you. So some very basic attacks where you go onto websites and there's a banner flashing at you saying congratulations, you're the 1 millionth visitor to this website, click here to claim your prize. All of these are social engineering attacks, phishing attacks, fake websites, fake communications being sent out to users to prey on their gullibility. Most of humans always have that dream of striking it rich, winning a huge lottery once and for all, and living their life lavishly ever after. But sadly, in the real world, that doesn't happen that often. And if you're receiving those mails, it is very important that you first research the validity of those communications before you even want to act upon them. So why are humans susceptible to social engineering? Because humans have emotion. Machines do not. Try pleading with a machine to give you access to an account that you have forgotten a password to. The machine wouldn't even know what you're doing. Try pleading with a human, sympathy or empathy, where you could try to create a social engineering attack where you can plead with them saying, if I do not get access to this account immediately, I might lose my job. And then that would put my family into problems. Somebody would feel empathy or sympathy towards you and help you reset that password and give you access to that account. It's how good the attack is and how convincing you are for the success of this attack to happen. So what is a familiarity exploit? Attackers interact with victims to gain information which will benefit the attackers to crack credentials. As passwords, if we want to reset our passwords, what do we have as a mechanism to resetting passwords? We have some security questions that we set up. Those questions are nothing but personal information that we would know, but through a social engineering attack, it would be easily be able to gather the information that you have set for your security questions. The security questions can be as simple as the first school that you attended. You probably have that listed on your LinkedIn profile, where a person can just go in there and see your academic qualifications and identify the school that you were in, right? Similarly, it might also be a question, what was your mother's maiden name? That's a very good attack. And that's, if a person can interact with you, let's say they're trying to take a survey and they approach you for a feedback on a particular product that you have been utilizing, and they ask you these questions, you wouldn't think twice before giving those answers. As long as the request sounds legitimate to us, we are able to justify that request, we do answer those queries. So it's upon us to verify the authenticity of the request coming in before we answer it. Phishing, as discussed, would be fraudulent emails which appear to be coming from a trusted source. So email spoofing comes into mind, fake websites, and so on and so forth. Exploiting human curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat, right? So there's so many physical attacks where hackers just keep pen drives lying around in a parking lot. Now this is a generic attack. Whoever falls victim will fall victim. So if I just throw around a few USBs in the parking lot, obviously with Trojans implemented on them, some people who are curious or who are looking for a couple of freebies might take up those pen drives, plug them in their computers to see what data is on the pen drives. At the same time, once they plug in those pen drives on their computers, the virus or the Trojan would get infected and cause harm to their machine. Then exploiting human greed. We just talked about the Nigerian frauds and the lotteries, those kind of attacks, the fake money-making gimmicks. Now, basically, this is where you prey upon the person's greed kicking in, and they are clicking on those links in order to get that money that has been promised to them in that email. So one of the safest mechanisms to keep data private and to keep yourself secure is using encryption. Now, encryption can happen through cryptography. What is cryptography? Cryptography is the art of scrambling data using a particular algorithm so that the data becomes unreadable to the normal user. The only person with the key to unscramble that data would be able to unscramble it and make sense out of that data. So we're just making it unreadable or non-readable by using a particular key or a particular algorithm, and then we're going to send the key to the end user. The end user using this same key would then decrypt that data. If anybody compromises that data while it is being sent over the network, since it is encrypted, they would not be able to read it. So the encryption algorithm would be something like this. Now, if you see the computer word once made into unreadable format would look like EQORXVGT. For an end user, it wouldn't make any sense, but the person who has a key to unscramble that would be able to convert it back to computer and then understand the meaning of that word. So this is just a substitution cipher that is being shown on the screen. So what is the alphabet? The key is alphabet plus 3. So C plus 3 alphabets, that becomes E. O becomes Q. M becomes O. So the key that is utilized to scramble the data is the character that you are at. The third character from there would be the corresponding key. So the encrypted message is also known as a cipher. The decryption is just the other way around, where you know the key now and you can now figure out what that E corresponded to by going back 3 characters in the alphabet. Most of the times, a certified ethical hacker must decrypt a message without knowing the secret key. So let's say a ransomware has affected your organization or has affected a device, and you want to figure out or you want to decrypt that data. Now, as an ethical hacker, you wouldn't be for paying a ransom to the hacker, would you? So it is now your prerogative of how you're going to work around and how you're going to try to crack the encryption mechanism, how to crack the cipher to decrypt that message and see what's within it, right? Decryption without the use of a secret key, that is known as a cryptanalysis. Cryptanalysis is the reversing of an algorithm to figure out what the decryption was without using a key. So cryptanalysis can be done using various formats. The first one is a brute force attack, second is a dictionary attack, the third one is a rainbow table attack. A brute force attack is trying every combination, permutation and combination of the key to figure out what the key was. It is 100% successful, but may take a lot of time. A dictionary attack is where you have created a list of possible encryption mechanisms, a list of possible cracks, and then you try to figure out whether those cracks work or not. Rainbow tables are where you have an encrypted text in hand and you're trying to figure out the similarities between the text that you have and the encrypted data that you wanted to decrypt in the first place. So in the brute force attack, you're trying every possible combination, permutation of what the key would be. In dictionary attack, you have a word list that would tantamount to the key, and if you're trying to match all the words listed in the text file or the word list to see if any of those words are going to work to decrypt that data. Here in the rainbow table, the ciphertext is compared with another ciphertext. You find out similarities and then you try to work or reverse engineer your way accordingly. So let's have a quick demo on cryptography before we end this session. So to begin with the demo of cryptography, we are on a website called spammimic.com, which will help us scramble the message that we created into a completely format which would be unrelated to the topic at hand. So if I say I want to encode a message, turn a short message into spam. So what this does is, you want to send across a secret message, you type in the secret message, a short one, and it will convert that into a spam mail. You send it across, so whoever's reading that spam mail would never get an idea of the embedded message within it. So if I want to type in a message here, hi, this is a secret message, the password is ASD@1234, and I want to send this out to people or to one of my colleagues, but I want to send it out in a secret manner so that others are not aware of this. So when I press on encode, what the algorithm will do is it will convert this message into a spam mail. So my message, hi, this is a secret message, the password is @1234 or ASD@1234, gets converted into this. Now if you read it, dear e-commerce professional, this letter was specially selected to be sent to you. This doesn't make sense. There is nowhere or no reference to the actual message that I've already said. So if I copy this entire message and I send it, let's say via email, to the recipient. Now the thing is that the recipient needs to know that I've encoded it using spam mimic. The algorithm needs to remain the same. So once they know that it is spam mimic, what they can do is, now in this instance, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a new browser and I'm going to go to the same website. And at this point in time, I'm going to click on decode. When I click on decode, I'm going to paste the message that I've just copied. There we are. And this message is now being copied into a different browser. And if I decode this, you will see that it will convert it back to the original message that there was. So the key is there @spam_mimic, and it is embedded within the message. So whenever we paste the message in the decode factor, it knows what the key was and it can decrypt that message and give me the actual message that was embedded within it. There we are, the entire message. This is what we created in the Google Chrome browser, and in the Firefox browser we decoded. Similarly, if I want to protect these kind of messages, there is an aspenencrypt.com website where, let's say, we use text encryption and I want to encrypt the same message. This is a secret message. The password is ASD@1234, and then I give it a password to protect this message, let's say the word password, and I use the cipher to scramble this by using, let's say, AES, which is the strongest cipher right now, and I say encrypt. So this is what the encryption would look like, and basically if I don't have the password over here, if I decrypt it, you would see that the error has occurred. Now if I type in the password over here and then decrypt it, it will be able to convert that back into the unscrambled text, and it will give me what the original message was. This is a secret message. The password is ASD@1234. So if I want to keep my data secure from hackers, I want to scramble it in such a way that they would not be able to crack it, or it would be very difficult for them to crack it. And this is one of the first mechanisms that would be recommended by any ethical hacker to keep the data secure. Now let's talk about downloading and installing Kali Linux. Along with that, we'll also be looking at the basic commands that are required for Kali Linux. Alright, so I've opened my browser and we want to go to the Kali website. So we want to go to kali.org. You can directly type in kali.org and go to the website. I can just do a Google search and say Kali download, and it will give you the same website, but it will directly take you to the downloads pages. So either here or you can go to the home page. Cookies are being installed on your machine, so see which cookies you want to allow. I'm only going to use the necessary cookies to support this site, and you can see that this gives you the latest Kali Linux news and tutorials, gives you the latest release, what is in that release, and gives you a lot of documentation which will help you understand what tools have been developed and what functionality has been given in the latest version. If you want to download, you can directly go here and you can download Kali Linux. Now, Kali Linux is a 2.6 gigabyte download, so it's going to take time, the latest version being 2019.4. And we click over here. I'm using a download manager to manage all these huge downloads, and you can see it's pointed to the operating systems folder, and it is going to be a 2.57 GB download. So we click on download, and in the background, you can see this is going to be downloaded, and we're going to minimize this. And it will take a few minutes for that to download, but this is an ISO image, so we need to install it on a virtual machine. So what we need is we need to use a hypervisor which will allow us to create virtual machines. So we can either use VMware Workstation, which you can download from here. However, this is paid version, so you can see it is around $250 or something for this software, but it is a very good software to have. So if we click on download now, it is going to start the download. It's a 30-day trial period if you want to use it. After 30 days, you'll need to enter the key, which you will get after purchasing the software. If you do not want to utilize this, the free version that you have, you can either download VMware Player, but there are some limitations for VMware Player that you might want to look at. You want to compare these products before you want to purchase them, right? Otherwise, you can download Oracle VirtualBox, which is a free hypervisor. It's not as robust as VMware Workstation, but it does the trick, right? So the free version 6.1 is free, and you can then create your own virtual machines over there and install operating systems on them. What I I already have a VMware Workstation installed, so I'm just going to open that up. And that's my VMware Workstation. As you can see, I already have a lot of virtual machines created over here. What we are going to do is we are going to configure a virtual machine for the Kali Linux operating system that we are downloading, which should be somewhere here. Let's see, it's at 43%, so halfway there. Till then, let's create the virtual machine. So I click on File, create a new virtual machine. I'm going to customize the machine. So click on Next. This leave it default. We don't want to change that. And then we want to install the operating system later. We don't want to point it out right now. So I'll just click on I will install the operating system later. Click on Next. We want to install Linux. Now in the drop down, you would not see Kali Linux over here. However, you can choose Ubuntu 64-bit. That's what I'm going to choose. There it is. Next. What is the name that we want? I want to give it Kali Linux without the typo, and I want to store it in one of the folders that I've created. By default, it stores on the C drive, which is not a good place to store. You don't want to run out of space on your C drive. So I'm going to click on this PC, and this is my data, and in here I'll have a folder called VirtualBox or virtual machines. There it is, within which you can see the other softwares that I already created. I'm going to create a new folder and call it Kali 2019 L. L for is latest for me, because you can see I already have a Kali Linux. So I'm just going to identify this folder with the L at the end. Going to select it and click on OK. You can see the path being changed over here. Click on next. It's going to ask you how many processors. Now, depending on the processor that you have, you can see I've got an 8-core i7. So if I give it 16 cores or 16 processors, that's not going to work. I cannot go beyond what the physicality already is. So for this machine, one processor with 1 core is more than enough. If you're going to use a lot of tools at the same time, you might just want to give it 2 cores. So we're giving it 2 cores. It will ask us for RAM to be provided for this virtual machine. By default, 2048 megabytes. That's 2 GB of RAM is more than enough. If you require more, we can change this later on. So click on next. We want to use NAT for now. Leave this default. Next. Whatever is recommended, keep it the way it is. We do not want to change it. Next. Create a new virtual hard disk for this machine. And it is going to ask us the size. 20 GB is more than fine. Store it as a single file. We don't want to use multiple file options. Click on next. And then click on browse, where we want to store the VMDK file or the virtual hard disk file. And we go back again to the same folder that we had created, virtual machines, and we look at the Kali Linux, Kali 2019 L, and we want to store the VMDK file over there. Once we save it, we want to click on next, and then we want to click on finish. So this is the virtual machine that has been created right here, right? Now, this is the basic configuration. Now, where are we at with the operating system? And you can see the operating system has been downloaded, and it is stored in this particular folder. So we go to E drive. So we are looking for the operating system that we have downloaded. We downloaded it in the operating systems folder. And if we go in here, you can see the current one, the Kali Linux 2019.4 ISO right here. So what we do, we go back to the Kali Linux machine that we have created, edit virtual machine settings, and we point this virtual machine using the CD DVD, and then we point the ISO, the one that we downloaded over here. So we go back to E drive, we go back to OS, and we click on Kali Linux 2019, click on open. So now when this boots up, it will boot up with this ISO, and then it will allow us to install the operating system. So click on OK. Then we click on power on this virtual machine. It will start powering on. It will boot to the ISO, and it will start giving us the booting options. So I'm just going to enter the full screen mode over here for this to be better visible. And we don't want the live mode. What we want is we want to use the graphical install. And then we highlight that, we press enter, and you can see the setup starting up. We'll wait for the GUI to pop up. There it is. Which language do we want? For now, we want English. Click on continue. Where are we located? Click on continue. And the configure your keyboard. We want the US keyboard, American English. Continue. It is going to detect the hardware. So as you can see on the screen, it's attempting auto configuration for most of these settings. The network with DHCP, it has identified the network cards, hardware like the processor that has been provided. Now it is asking for a host name. We're going to leave it at default. We're going to click on continue. Domain name, I'm not joining this into a domain as yet. There's going to be a standalone machine, so I can leave this blank. Click on continue. Now it is going to configure the network. It is asking for a password at this point in time, the root password. Type in any password that you want. Ensure that you remember the password. Now, by default, the username for the account is the word root. We are just creating the password for the root account. And then we want to click on continue. Setting up the clock, looking at the hard disks. Now, here it asks us, do we want to use the entire disk, the 20 GB virtual hard disk that we had provided, or do we want to give it a manual configuration or a guided one where we want encryption and a logical volume management coming into the picture. We're just going to use the first option, guided use entire disk. Don't worry, it's only going to use the virtual disk that we had created. Click on continue. It will give us that it's a 21.5 GB VMware virtual disk that we had. And click on continue. All files in one partition, that's what we want, recommended for new users, whatever it is. We don't want to change these folders. Continue, and this is what we have configured. Once we click on continue, it is going to say, are you sure you want to make these changes? Click on yes, click on continue, and it will start installing Kali Linux on your device. Now this is going to take a few minutes for the installation to work. Alright, so that's the installation that's completed. Now it's asking us to configure a package manager. A network mirror can be used to supplement the software that is included on the installation media. This may also make newer versions of software available. Do you want to use a network mirror? We can click no for now and then click on continue. Now this is going to install the grub bootloader. This might take a few minutes as well. Install the grub loader to the master boot record. Yes. Click on continue. Click the hard disk that you have just utilized. This is the one. Click on continue. It will install the grub bootloader, running through the last phases of the installation. And now it says the installation is complete. We want to click on continue, finishing the installation, and then it will do a reboot. Alright, and you can see this is starting up. So we are going to you just wait out the boot, and now it started the booting sequence. Just going to maximize the screen. And you can see it's asking me for the password. This is the one that we created. Now that's not the password, that's the username, that's the root, and the password that we had created at that point in time. And then click on login. And this is your screen. Now what we need to do here is we need to install VMware tools, which will help us manage the screen and help the virtual machine to be a little bit better integrated on the system. So that's not mounted yet, so we're just waiting for it to mount. There it is. And what we want to do here is open VMware Tools Upgrader. Alright, so what we want is we want to extract, or we want to use this OpenX archiver, and once we do that, we'll see the VMware install.pl. Double click on that. Alright, we've got the VMware tools here. What I've done is we have extract to, and I've extracted that on the desktop, right? So what we just did was click on the desktop over here, open, and this is what it will do. And click on extract. Now the error is happening because I've already extracted this. Open this up. We want to run this VMware install.pl. So what do? We open up the terminal window, which is the command line interface over here. And now this is where some of the commands come into the picture. So for example, pwd, it will show us the present working directory. ls will show us the list of the folders that are there. So the folder that we have is on our desktop. So we'll just change directory to desktop, press enter, do an ls, that will show us the list, and you can see VMware tools distrib. That's the folder that we have right here. Right, so we want to go into that folder, cd VMware. At this point, you can just click on tab and it will populate everything over there. Press enter, do an ls, and we want the VMware-install.pl to be executed. Alright, so we tried executing that command. We had an error over there. So what we need to do is we need to execute this command. So /VMware install.pl, and we'll start creating. Now it will ask you for your input installing VMware tools. In which directory do you want to install the binary files? By default it is going to use /usr/bin. If I just press enter, it is going to use the default. As you can see, the input over here. What directory do you want the init directories? I'm just going to press keep on pressing enter for the defaults to come in. This part does not exist. It is going to create it. Default yes, defaults everywhere, and then it tries to start initializing it to maximize the screen, and this is where it is installing. And you can see by just installing that, it automatically adjusted the screen, and now we got a full screen of Kali Linux right here. Right, and that is what VMware tools does for us once we have installed the operating system. And now you can see the entire screen. On here you will see the tool sets that are given here. Now why are we using Kali Linux in the first place? Because this comes in with a bundle of thousands of softwares that are ready to be utilized for ethical hacking. Right, and they have been categorized over here for information gathering, vulnerability analysis, web application analysis, and so on and so forth. So you can see from forensics onwards, reporting tools, and as you scroll down, you can see your development tools, graphics coming in, internet, and the system configuration coming into the picture. These are your settings for your operating system. So these are basically your tools. We are right now in the favorites. If I click on information gathering, you will see that other tools for information gathering start appearing over here. For vulnerability analysis, we have got Sparta, Nmap, fuzzing tools, web application analysis, we have got comics, Kipfish, SQL map, database assessments, password attacks, and so on and so forth. So if you just go in the favorites, this was the terminal emulator that we utilized. This is the command line that we saw. We use the cd command We use the pwd command. We did the ls command as well to give us the list of the directory that we are in. Similarly, there would be commands like cat. So let's go to cd downloads. Let's see what's there. You can see this case sensitive. So if I type in a capital D and then do a tab ls, there's nothing over here on download. So cd ... will take us back one directory. Now you can see we are back from downloads to root. If I want to go to desktop, this is how I go to desktop. Do a ls. You can see the VMware tools folder over there, cd VMware tools, and we go into that folder ls, where it will give us the list of all those files. Now you can see install is a file that we had edited back then. So if I do a cat install, you will see the cat basically is the command that will help us look at the contents of the file, all right, without opening up the file or without editing the file. So you can see just if I scroll up, this is where we gave the cat command. It then printed the contents of the file over here, and then it exited and gave me back to the command line right here, right? Now if I want to copy this, cp root desktop VMware install, and if you want to copy it to root downloads and press enter. Now what we are going to do is we are going to see if this file, the install file that we just edited over here, has been copied to the downloads folder. So we are currently in the VMware, on the desktop VMware tools district folder. We do a cd ... that takes us down one directory. So we are still in the desktop. Do a cd ... Now you can see we are back in the root, and now we are going to do a cd downloads, do an ls, and you can see the copied file right here. So if I do a cat install, you can see the same content of that file coming in. So these are some of the commands that we would need to learn as we go ahead. The remove command is, let's say we've got install, we do a man rm. Man is the manual page command that gives us the pages with the description of how that particular command is to be utilized. So rm is remove files or directories. Synopsis is the description, the options, -f for force, -i for prompt, -capital I prompt once before removing more than 3 files, and so on and so forth. If you want to exit this, you can press q to exit, and you come back to this page. So if I say rm install ls, you will see that the install file has now been deleted. So in Windows we use the del command. In Linux it is the rm command. So this is what we wanted to look at, the demo for Kali Linux, how to download it, how to install it, and some of the basic commands that we can utilize. Alright, let's begin with the phishing tutorial. We have the Kali Linux operating system booted up over here. What we are going to do is we are going to open up a tool called SET, Social Engineering Toolkit, which you would find in this option, and that's the tool that we want. It's a command line tool, a menu driven tool. We are going to host a fake Facebook page, and we can see how we can harvest credentials by this kind of an attack. So these are some disclaimers you might want to go through there. Do you want to agree to the terms of service? Yes. Press enter. And that's your social engineering toolkit. And we are talking about a phishing attack which comes under the social engineering attack. So like I said, it's a menu driven tool. So we just have to look at these options and then just type in the number of the option that we want. So we want to do a social engineering attack. So I type in 1, press enter. In that it is asking me whether I want a spear phishing attack, a website attack vector. We are going to choose a second option. So I type in 2, press enter, and then it asks me what I want to do. I want to take the third option here, credential harvester attack methodology, and we want to do the third attack. Now it is asking whether we want to use the in-house website templates that it already has, or do we want to clone a site, or do we have a customized site that we have prepared that we want to migrate into this tool. We are going to do the site cloning option, so we are going to type in 2, press enter, and then it is going to ask me the IP address where it wants to capture and store the credentials. By default, this is the IP address that I'm using, so if I leave it blank, it will take my default IP address. So I'm just going to press enter, and now it is asking me the URL to clone. So I type in https://facebook.com. What it is going to do, it is going to connect online, and it is now it has cloned the website, Facebook login.php. The best way to use this attack is that if the username and password form are in the same field or the same page. Regardless, this captures all posts on a website. So you may need to copy ** into HTML depending on where your directory structure is. Press return if you understand what we are saying here. So press enter. The social engineering toolkit credential harvest attack is running on port 80, information will be displayed to you as it arrives. So the site was 71.134, right? The default IP address, and this is where the website is being hosted. Let's check that out. So let me open up a browser on my host machine, and let me point it to the Kali Linux machine that we have just created, 192.168.71.134, and you should see a login to Facebook coming up right here. Looks genuine. It is genuine because we just went online and downloaded this. Let's just have a recap. Let's have an explanation of what we are trying to do. I am trying to host fake Facebook page on my server, which has an embedded script in it, which is going to do credential harvesting. So the attack here is, let's say if I'm now hosted this, I can craft a fake email, send it across to a victim saying your Facebook account has seen some unforeseen activity, create a hyperlink using HTML coding. Within that, click here to access your account and verify that the account is secured. And when they click on that link, they will be redirected to my fake page, which is here. You can see the IP address is my virtual machine's IP address, but I'm seeing a Facebook login page, and I'm going to type in someone@somewhere.com, and the password I'm just going to type in the regular ones that I use. And if you see it, when we typed in the username and password, the page just refreshed and gave us the login page again. But now if you look at the URL, I'm actually on Facebook's login page, which is exactly the same that I was hosting. So a layman wouldn't probably figure out they've been hacked by now. They just would figure out, okay, they probably typed in the incorrect password and the page refresh or something like that, and they're just going to log in and they're actually going to access the Facebook page. Thus, they might not even realize that something went wrong. But if I go back to my virtual machine, you can see that it has captured some data and it is reporting over here of what has happened. So if I just scroll up, let's see what happened here and if we have been able to capture anything. So we got a hit printing the output. This is the HTTP 1.1.200. Okay, response coming in, password field found, and we're just looking. There it is. Email someone@somewhere.com, and password that I typed in ASD@1234. So it has captured the username and the password right here. Once we are done, I mean, this is the way attackers work. Now, this is a very basic attack. Again, in the actual trainings, you would then look at how you would host this on a real website, make it a global attack. Right now, it's a virtual machine with a class C IP address. So here, the thought process is, where can we get a free hosting where we can host this kind of sites? Maybe I'll have to purchase a domain which looks like similar to Facebook or the victim that I'm trying to attack. So this is just a POC. So we just wanted to find out if we can, how phishing is done. And this is exactly how it is done, right? So pressing Ctrl C would exit this tool and takes you back to the actual menu. Press 99 to exit, and there it is. Close the window, and that's the phishing practical. After phishing, let's talk about SQL injection. SQL injection stands for structured query language injection, which is a database attack, though it resides within the application. So it's the application vulnerability that we are trying to look at to try to bypass authentication. As the name suggests, a SQL injection vulnerability allows an attacker to inject malicious input into a SQL statement. What is a SQL statement? A query that is used by an application and is fired off to the database. Database executes that query, gets that information that is required, and sends it back to the user if the user is authenticated. So we're going to look at the SQL injection attack demo here. And what we are going to do is we are going to go back to our VMware workstation. And I've got a tool over here called OWASP, Broken Web Application, which is a utility that has been created for people like us to test our skills, to learn on how we can develop our skills further. So this has a lot of vulnerable applications built within it. We're just going to try to access it, and we're going to see if we can create a SQL injection attack. Just waiting for it to boot up. Once it boots up, it will give us an IP address. There we are. So we need to connect to 71.132. So I can just use the same browser I was using, close up Facebook, and now go to 192.168.71.132. And this is the OWASP Broken Web Application project. What we're going to do is we're going to go to utility, and this is an application that has a lot of information within it. You can see it gives you links about what you should do, help me, video tutorials, listing of vulnerabilities that they have, and so on and so forth. So you can see we are not logged in right now. I'm just going to do this as a demo. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at this and bypass authentication. So we are taken to the login page where you need a username and password to log in. I'm going to type in test as the username and test as the password. Click on login and you can see that account does not exist, so the authentication mechanism works. Now what we want to do is we want to create a query. Now what does a query look like? When I type in a username and a password, if I just type in a single quote here, it is going to create an error, and this is what a SQL query looks like. Select username from accounts where username is a single quote, and then the exception error happened, so it's not showing the rest of the query to us. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to craft a query here, single quote, and give it a condition or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. What happens, hyphen space is comments out anything after that. So the password field is being commented out at this point in time, and I'm just giving it a condition where the condition is true. 1 does equal 1. And if this condition is true, it is going to allow me to log in. So you can see right now we are not logged in. This bypasses the authentication mechanism, and you can see user authenticated, and we are now logged in as admin. So in the training, what we need to understand as a whole is how SQL works, what are the queries that are structured with, how you can, what are the testing operators. Now, the single quote that we used, that was an operator in the SQL syntax, what these operators are, how they function, and then how you can leverage these attacks. There are different tools that are given to you in Kali as well that you can utilize. So in Kali Linux, you can just open up a command prompt, and there's a tool called SQL map. You need to give it a particular site. So SQL map -u for the URL and whatever the URL is. Now URL here, and then once you're here, you just press the enter key. This tool will craft all the queries in the background for you. You don't even have to know SQL query or SQL languages. This is a very easy tool to utilize. Sadly, I cannot demo this on a live website because that would be illegal, but you can see how you can operate this yourself. That's what SQL injections are all about. Moving on, we now talk about VPNs, virtual private networks. And a virtual private network is basically a secure network that allows me to anonymize myself over the internet. So what I'm doing is I'm connecting from here to a server that encrypts my channel, encrypts my connection, and thus allows me to keep my data secure. Now, the basic essence of a VPN or a virtual private network is to allow me this encryption mechanism where I can encrypt and safeguard my data. The added advantage that nowadays a VPN gives is that they can allow us to spoof our IP address or obfuscate our IP address so we can actually become anonymous on the internet. It can allow us to use multiple IP addresses and thus secure ourselves on the internet. For example, I use VPN called CyberGhost. And what this allows me to do is it allows me so many servers over here. If you look at the entire list, all the servers, then there are no spy servers, which guarantee me that they are not going to keep and store any logs. And thus, they are not going to record any of the activity that I'm doing. Right? Since they are located out of Romania, this becomes a little bit more safer for me because the government and the laws over there are a little bit more relaxed than other countries. They give me different links for torrenting, for streaming, for connection features. So there are a lot of VPNs out there. So for example, let's go to the website cyberghost.com. So you can see there's a sale going on, 76% sale, or you can go on to ExpressVPN, which is also a very good VPN. Then there is NordVPN. It depends on what you want and how you want to utilize it. So just purchasing a VPN or getting a free VPN is not enough. It depends on which country the VPN originates from and which server you're connected to. For example, most of the countries have a pact where they share information amongst themselves even if you're connected to a VPN. That means that these companies that provide these services have to generate and store logs, and these logs have to be reported to the government if they ask for it. Now, if there's a list of 14 countries that actually focuses on this practice, so you have to find out VPN that and a server that is not a part of those 14 countries and ensure that those logs are not going to be reported to the government. And these are 3 VPNs basically are something that which are good, and I personally use CyberGhost. I have used the others. I just keep on rotating them just to get an idea of which one is better. So these are VPNs that can allow you to anonymize yourself on the internet. Moving on, these are the ones that we talked about. There are others, Safer VPN, Hide My Ass, ExpressVPN, and so on and so forth. From our terminologies, let's now talk about VPS. VPS is basically virtual private server where you can rent a service or server as a service, a virtual machine as a service. So basically on a cloud using infrastructure as a service, you can rent a server and utilize it for whatever activity you want. So let's go to these sites, register.com, GoDaddy Network Solutions, or we can talk about other cloud solutions as well. So here you can get register your domain names. So in the previous exercise, for let's say when we talked about the phishing exercise, what we want is we can go on to register.com, or we can go on to godaddy.com, and we can purchase a particular domain. For example, something like this. Instead of the O's, I'm typing in a couple of zeros for the Facebook, and let's see if anything of that is available. Now something.photo is available, or facetips.com is available. There are other options that are making over here that they're giving us over here. And once we purchase this, we can then have our own hosting with a web hosting as a service. And you can have a Linux-based hosting or a Windows-based hosting, depending on what you want. And that's where your shared hosting comes into the picture. If you just want, if you want to look at a virtual server and you want to rent a server over there itself, you can move on to rackspace.com, and here in your services, you can have physical server or a virtual server in a public cloud. Your other cloud providers, for example, would be Amazon, AWS, and on AWS, you can basically look at EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud, which is basically virtual servers in the cloud. And over here, you can rent out a server with whatever capacity you require. You'll obviously have to pay the rent for what those servers are going to cost. But once you have those servers, you can then launch any services on top of it. Looking at other services that we have, we talked about Tor. Tor is a onion routing software that allows users to browse the web anonymously. So we can just go online and we can try to spoof our identity, and I'm going to show you how. So I've got a VMware workstation right here, so we're just going to pull that up, and we're going to power on a Windows 7 machine where we're going to look at the onion routing. So our Windows machine has booted up. We're just going to log in, and this is my Windows 7 machine. Now I've got a Chrome browser right here, and we're going to go to a website called seemyip.com, which is going to give the IP address that I'm currently using. So right now I'm not connected to any VPN or anything, and you can see that's my IP address that I'm utilizing. Now if I want to anonymize myself, what I'm going to do is I am going to use Tor, and that's the Tor browser that's set up right there. If I click on it, it's going to open up the software, and it's going to create a new network, and it's going to connect to the Tor network and allow me to anonymize myself. Right, so that's the Tor browser opening up and giving me a new browser over here. So I've got one, which is the old one, which is my current IP address. If I just refresh that, you'll see that I'm still on the same IP address as far as this browser is concerned. There's a refresh, and it's still showing me the same IP address. Where if I go on to Tor right now, and if I go to seemyip.com, you will see that it is going to give me, and you can see the amount of time it is taking to reach that site. That's because I am using a VPN, and there's a lot of encryption running off, and you can see now I'm suddenly connected via Hong Kong. And even to reach this site, what Tor does is it gives me a proxy chain. A proxy chain is where it creates multiple hops to hide my identity, and before I reach seemyip.com, I am using 3 different IP addresses over here. One in France, one in Germany, and one in Hong Kong. So if I do something over here to trace back my steps to my actual IP address, the law enforcement agencies or anyone who's going to search, like a forensic investigator, would have to go through these IP addresses before they come back to me. Now it's not impossible, but the effort and time that's going to be taken to come across 3 different countries is going to be phenomenal. So it may just defeat the purpose of having so much resources spent to identify who did what. So that's what Tor does for us. Alright, moving on from Tor, we are going to look at keyloggers. Keyloggers are basically softwares that run in the background and record all the keystrokes of the user. So if I've got a keylogger installed right now, whatever I type will be stored in a text file for the hacker so that they can look at it later on. And just to give you an example of that, we go back to my VMware workstation and we open up another Windows 7 machine. I'm going to power this on, and I'm going to close this one till then. So this virtual machine has booted up. We are going to use user 1, log in as user 1, just close all these softwares which are not required. And once this machine is booted up, what we're going to do is I'm just going to open up a random websites and see what we're doing. Basically, there's a keylogger that's there in the startup that's going to record our keystrokes. and we just want to see what it actually does. Now Firefox is getting updated, so let's hold on. Now this is the latest version of Firefox, right? And we're just going to go to, let's say, facebook.com. Wait for the website to open up. Alright, let's try opening it up again. And that's facebook.com. And we're just going to type in some random username and password, someone@somewhere.com, and the password being again asd@1234567890. Login, obviously that login is not going to work. User probably doesn't exist, or if it does, the password probably is incorrect. And so we're going to close this. We're going to, let's say, open up another browser window, go to another site, rediff.com, and then go to rediff mail. Try the same thing over here, someone@somewhere.com, password asd@12345678, whatever it is. Don't say, we can see the combination is incorrect. Now there's a keylogger running in the background, and what we want is, we now want to open up the keylogger. Now it is visible here because I've kept it visible. You can hide it in the start menu, and there's a shortcut key for you to pull it up later on, so this completely becomes invisible. And what it can do is, it basically creates a record of whatever you have been doing so far. So you can see these things populating on the 25th of December. So if I look at the visited websites, you can see I opened up Mozilla Firefox, the first where there was a problem loading the page. Then we opened up Facebook, then we opened up rediffmail.com, and so on and so forth. So it just gives me the list of visited websites. Whereas if I look at keystrokes and clipboard, you will see whatever we have typed in. So we first typed in facebook.com. Then again, the second time I try to type in, then I hit backspace, then I type in facebook.com, and then you can see I typed in someone@somewhere.com, and in tab asd@1234567890. We closed up the browser, we opened up a new one, and we went on to rediffmail.com, and then you can see me typing this one, then going back one space, then the rest of what I typed, and then the password coming in. So that's what a keylogger does. If you look at the taskbar, it's not going to show you a keylogger running in the background. It's in the processes, you're not going to see anything at all, but it's going to mask itself as a service. So if you look into the properties, you can see that icon coming in over here, which matches this one. And so you can see that this is masking itself as a service.exe. If this gets hidden as well, it would be very difficult for a user to even identify this. Alright, so that's what a keylogger is. Moving on, let's see what else we want to talk about. So we've talked about Tor, we've talked about keyloggers, and now we want to talk about firewalls. Now, for keyloggers to be prevented, we need antiviruses, right? So we need a good antivirus program that's going to be installed, updated, and run on a regular basis to protect ourselves from malwares. But what about network connections? And you need a firewall and a system to prevent or to detect what kind of connections are going on in the first place. Now, we cannot rely on software 100%. So even if a firewall is not configured properly, that's going to be a problem. So what we need to do is, we have to have a firewall, configure it correctly, and then allow and disallow certain activity from happening. And what we're going to do is, I've got such a system on my machine here. I use a software called Glasswire. What it does is, it is a network analyzer. So it allows me to analyze whatever is going on. You can see all the apps that I'm utilizing and how much upload and download they have been doing, all the traffic. So you can see the protocols that I'm utilizing. So I come to know what's going on in the background. And this gives me the entire graph of how much I have been doing for the past 24 hours, past 3 hours, past 5 minutes, and so on and so forth. Right, so this is what the activities, and these are the alerts that it has been generating. I can click on those alerts and it will start telling me what it was all about. If the graph doesn't work for me, it gives me usage as well. So how much I have utilized since I've installed this software, right? And what applications have been utilized, which hosts have been connected to, and the traffic type that was utilized. And then the things on my network. So these are the devices that I have currently on my network that have been identified. And then comes the firewall. So on the firewall is clicked on. You see all those services that have been identified, and you can just click on a particular service to lock that service. So this becomes a discovery tool, identifies whatever networking is going on, gives me all that information, and then I can look at, and I can just click on any of these services that I find it as malicious and block them. I can create different profiles for different applications as and when I want them. And these are the alerts. So you can see that this was the first time a network connection was looked at from VMware. And what this allows me to do is whenever I execute a file, it can upload it to virustotal.com and scan it as a third-party antivirus to ensure that there is nothing malicious on it. So I already have an antivirus over here, but if this ever gets compromised, I still can rely on a third-party service where in real time when I execute my applications, they would be verified and I would be assured that nothing is wrong with my system. And this software that I'm utilizing, Glasswire Basic, is free, and then there are paid versions as well. It's just glasswire.com is where you're going to find this. Moving on, rootkit. Rootkits are also malicious softwares that you allow an unauthorized user to have access to a computer to restrict areas of its software. Now, a rootkit in a sense is a malicious software that infects a machine and prevents some functionality from it, like hiding data or preventing users from running antiviruses. And it's basically a malicious software that is used to hide information from the victim so that they would not realize that they have actually been compromised. It's going to be a difficult showing of a rootkit, so I cannot show that demo to you. So we're just going to move on, and we are going to talk about ethical hacking techniques now. Now, when we say ethical hacking techniques, we want to look at what kind of audits are available when we want to do ethical hacking. So there's a black box audit, a white box audit, and a gray box audit. So if I'm invited in an organization to conduct a test, to conduct a audit, to conduct a vulnerability assessment or a penetration test, to identify vulnerabilities and then try to plug them out, they are going to give me 3 different variations. In a black box audit, they're not going to tell me about the infrastructure. They're not going to give me any information. And they want me to start from the basics of gathering information, identifying the systems, and based on the information that I gather, whether I'm able to develop any hacks and compromise their infrastructure. So it will be a simulation of a hacker who's sitting outside the organization and trying to find a way in. Whereas a white box audit is where full infrastructure knowledge is given, anything and everything that is required for an audit is given. And this is a simulation of an insider attack, a person sitting inside the organization misusing their permissions and then trying to compromise, trying to get access to data that they do not have access to. So the simulation is from a malicious insider. A gray box is where some partial knowledge is available, and from that partial knowledge, you're going to try to build up more information, and then you're going to try to get access to those resources. What are the tools that we utilize? So we've already had a couple of demos on keyloggers, SQL injection, SQL map, and so on and so forth. Metasploit is a very much used tool for penetration testing, and having knowledge on Metasploit is very much necessary as far as ethical hacking is concerned. Nmap, this is a tool used for network discovery. Nessus, a vulnerability scanner. Wireshark is a packet capturer that allows you to capture packets and analyze whatever is going on. SQL map is something that we have seen, a SQL injection attack tool which generates its own queries. And John the Ripper is a password cracking tool. Backtrack used to be an operating system that was utilized for penetration testing. However, Backtrack has now been replaced by something called Kali Linux, and that's the operating system that we have utilized in all our demos where we try to look at SQL map and those injection attacks that we did. So what are the areas of ethical hacking? We have just talked about all these areas as well. Network services, we looked at the Glasswire application that showed us how my machine is consuming networks, which protocols are being consumed, how the connections are being created. If somebody is able to install a Trojan on my machine, it is going to try to create a new connection on the network with the hacker to allow that hacker a backdoor access. Now, if I have that Glasswire or a similar firewall implemented, it is this firewall that is going to detect it and prevent that connection from happening. So if I install a software that is suddenly suspicious or that installs something else in the background that I may not be aware of, that tool is going to identify all the connections that are being made and it is going to highlight that connection. I need to go through all of those connections and identify whether they are legit or not. And if I find some suspicious or doubtful, I'm going to block that connection and then I'm going to investigate what's going on. And that's where ethical hacking comes into the picture. You want to find out if your firewall that you have implemented is going to work correctly or not. If the configuration of the firewall is done properly, or if the firewall is misconfigured, is it leaking out information, right? At the same time, you're looking at web applications. We looked at the OWASP broken web application where we did some SQL injection attacks, right? So that was a weakness or a vulnerability in that application, which would allow us to bypass authentication and get access to resources that we were not authorized for. And then client-side attacks would be where you install keylogger at the end of the client system, and then you try to capture whatever data the user is typing in, like usernames and passwords on the Facebook and the rediffmail.com website that we saw, and then try to misuse that information to get access to those resources. Then Wi-Fi networks, right? Wi-Fi is something that we use on a regular basis. We got our smart devices nowadays, smartphones, tablets, phablets, that we can connect to Wi-Fi and start using all our services, our banking applications on our smartphones. And thus we want to ensure that wireless connectivity is simple and is secured. So you want to use encryption mechanisms, you want to use tools on your smartphones, antiviruses, firewalls on your smartphones to ensure that whatever you are utilizing is going to remain secure. And then social engineering, we've looked at the phishing website on facebook.com. We've seen how easy it is to clone websites and host them on Apache server. So if you look at it as from an ethical hacker's perspective, the job of an ethical hacker is to simulate these kind of attacks that a hacker may conduct. And first of all, you're basically going to find out areas where these attacks can happen. Think of it from a hacker's perspective. Try to simulate those attacks and see if those attacks are going to be effective. Can those attacks be prevented? And can your current security controls that you have put in place identify, detect, and prevent these attacks from happening in the first place? And that is what ethical hacking is all about. Let's look at the Metasploit attack. Metasploit is a framework of penetration testing that makes hacking very simple. You just need to know how to utilize the tool. You need to identify the vulnerability associated with a particular exploit and then run the exploit on Metasploit. We'll be demoing this during the practical. So there are active exploits and passive exploits. In active exploits, a specific computer runs until execution and then exits, uses brute force and exits when an error occurs. In a passive exploit, these exploits wait for incoming requests and exploit them as soon as they connect. They can also be used in conjunction with emails and web browsers. So in passive exploits, we create a payload, like a reverse connection payload. We send it to the victim. Once the victim installs that software, the machine will then initiate a connection to us. Our machine will be in a listen mode, and then we will, once the software is executed at their end, we would then try to connect and exploit that particular vulnerability. This is the practical that we'll be doing on Metasploit. So let's move on with the demos, and then we'll see what we can discuss amongst them. All right, let's have a look at some of the demos that we had talked about in the ethical hacking and penetration testing module. We are going to look at 3 different demos. The first one is going to be a SQL injection attack that we are going to perform on this tool that we have. The second one is a password cracking attack on Windows 7. And the third one is a MetaBreeder based or a Metasploit based shell shock attack on a Linux based web server. So let's get cracking. I've powered on this virtual machine, which is the OWASP Broken Web application. It is a tool that is provided for people who want to enhance their skills and they can practice how to do these attacks in a legal manner. So we are going to go to this site. I'm just going to open up my browser. The IP address is 71.132, and that's the OWASP Broken Web application that we want to utilize. We are going to head off to Mutility 2. And we are going to look at a SQL injection attack where we want to bypass authentication. Now this takes us to the login screen. So we can just try our luck here and see that the authentication mechanism works. The account does not exist. So the username and password that we have supplied is not the correct one. So we want to ensure that there's a SQL database and we can try to attack it and see if we can bypass the authentication. Now, what we want to do is we want to create a SQL based malformed query that can give us a different output. So I'm just going to type in a single quote over here and type login, and you can see that this is now suddenly recognized as a operator and there's an error that is given out compared to the login that we tried earlier. When we used a proper text-based login mechanism, it gave us the account does not exist, but here the single quote gave us an error and it shows us how SQL works. This is the query that we had created. Now, in the trainings that you have for ethical hacking, there would be explanations of what these queries are all about, how the syntax works. Here we're just going to see if we can create a malformed query to log in as a user in this case. So what I'm going to do is create the query over here, and we're going to give it a comparison. So we're going to give it a OR 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. And if you now click login, you should be able to bypass authentication, and you can see user has been authenticated and we now have admin access to this application. Now here the SQL queries need to be crafted in such a perspective that they're going to work. So there would be a lot of exercise in identifying what the database is. There's a Microsoft database and Oracle database and so on and so forth, and then you have to choose those proper commands. But identifying that would come in the training. Right now we're just looking at a demo. This is how a SQL injection attack works. Now let me log out here. Similarly, now we are in a login page. The same query worked wonders where it allowed us to bypass authentication. So it also depends on what kind of a page I am and what query would be accepted at this point in time. So here application understanding would also come into the picture, where which function we are calling upon when we are connected to a particular page. Now this is a user lookup function, right? So again, here we try the same method, test. That's not going to work. Authentication error, bad user on password. And if we type in the same query over here, single quote or, and give it a condition, single quote or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. Now here it is not going to log us in because this is not a login page. This is a user lookup form. So here it will instead give us a dump of all the databases that it has. So you can see all the usernames and passwords coming in that are stored in the user lookup field. So this is where the understanding comes in of which query to create at what page, depending upon the function that is being called, right? So that's the SQL injection attack that we wanted to look at. Let's move on to password cracking. Now this is a Windows 7 machine that we have. I'm just going to do a very basic password cracking example. We're just going to log in. Now here the assumption is that we are able to log in. We have access to a computer and we want to check out other users who are using this computer and see if we can find out their passwords, so that we can log in as a different user, steal data if required, and we wouldn't be to blame if there are any logs that are created. So here we've got a tool called Enable that is installed right here. Now I'm already an administrator on this machine. I'm checking out other administrators who share the same privileges, or any other user who may be on this system whose password I can crack, and thus I would be able to get access through their account and then do any malicious activity, right? So this allows me to go into a cracker tool, and it allows me to enumerate this machine and identify all the users and passwords that are there in this particular machine, right? So I'm just going to click on the plus sign and I'm going to import hashes from a local system. So where are these files stored? Where does Windows store its passwords? In what format are they stored? And what this tool does to retrieve those? That's something that we all need to know as an ethical hacker, right? So import the hashes from the local system, click on next. It's going to enumerate that file and it is going to give you a list of all the users that are there. So you can see the users are hacker admin, test, the one that we are logged in as, and then there's a user called virus as well. And you can see that this is the hash value of the password that is being utilized. Now there's a particular format for a hash value for Windows and how it stores. But once we have these hash values, let's say if I want to crack this password, there are various attacks that we can do. For example, a dictionary based attack or a brute force attack. Let's try a brute force attack, right? NTLM is the hashing mechanism that is used by Windows. So we are going to try to create an NTLM hash attack. And here we are going to use a predetermined rule set. For example, we are not sure what characters are being utilized over here. So we just create an attack like this using all characters and lowercase a through z, uppercase a through z, numeric 0 through 9, and all the special characters. Let's say the password is between 7 and 16 characters. And this is the character set that we want to try the brute force attack on. What is a brute force attack? It is an attack where the computer is going to try each and every permutation and combination out of this character set and try to figure out if the password is going to be correct. So if we click start, it's going to start with a particular characters, and then it is going to identify if that NTLM hash is going to work against this character. And you can see the time is going to be phenomenal over here. So it's not necessary that this attack would be viable. It will be 100% successful given the time frame. However, the time frame is huge enough for this attack to become a little bit redundant. There are other attacks that we can do which can easily identify this data for us as well, but that is something that we will look on in future videos. So that's how we can get access to users and passwords. There are different mechanisms where, let's say we don't have login access, then what are we going to do? How we can create a fake user, login, or how we can remotely access a machine and then try to get the same access. And that is what we are going to try to do in the next demo on a Linux machine. So what we are doing in a Linux machine could also be doable on the Windows machine with a different exploit. So what I'm going to do is, this is the Linux web server that I have that I'm going to power on. I'm going to use a Kali Linux machine to hack that device, and I'm going to just power off my Windows 7 machine. Give it a minute till it boots up. Now this is also a demo machine that we have which has its own pre-configured vulnerabilities. So here we've got something from the pen testers lab and has a shell shock vulnerability implemented inside. Shell shock vulnerability affects Linux, Mac, and Unix-based operating systems for a particular version of the bash shell. Bash is the born-again shell, which is the command line interface in these operating systems. So what we are trying to do here is we are going to use the Kali Linux machine, try to find out the vulnerability over here, and if it exists, we are going to use Metasploit to attack this machine. Now the first and foremost thing is we want to identify the IP address. We have no idea what the IP address is. We are in the same subnet, so we are assuming that we are able to connect to this machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a tool called ZenMap. I'm going to open up a command line interface, find out what my IP address is, and my IP address is this with a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0. So I want to see if there are any other machines that are live in the same subnet, and we are doing a ping sweep over here to identify which machines are live. In a minute we'll get all the IP addresses. 71.1, 2, 133, 254, and 128. We know that we are 128 at this point in time. 254 is the DHCP server. So we are assuming that 133 is the machine that we want to look at. And let's then try to see if we can scan that machine. 133, and we're going to do an intent scan to find out which ports are open, what services are running over there, and if it is whether the pentest machine that we were looking for. You can see off the start port 22 and port 80, and somewhere here it's going to give us the ports that are open and the details about those ports, and somewhere here it will tell us that this is the pentester lab machine that we wanted, which is correct. So now we want to do a vulnerability analysis on this. What we are going to do is I'm going to use another GUI based tool called Sparta, which I can just find out from here. Sparta uses two tools in the background, Nmap tool and a tool called Nikto. So we're just going to start scanning. 192.168.71.133 was the IP address. Add to scope, and over a period of time you can see all of these will start populating with information. There we are. That's the Nikto tool coming in, scanning on port 80, which means that it's a web server using HTTP. It tells us it's an Apache HTTPD 2.2.21, and gives us the 22 port number as well. If we head over to the tab of Nikto, or let's look at the screenshot first. This is what the website would be looking like, and Nikto gives us the options over here. It tells us that there is a vulnerability over here for shell shock, and this is the path where the vulnerability is going to exist. So what we are going to do, we go back to the command line, we open up a new one, minimize all these other windows, and we are going to open up Metasploit. Metasploit is a penetration testing tool that is used by most hackers and ethical hackers to test applications and test existing exploits and vulnerabilities. So just give it a minute till it starts. You can see there are already around 1700 exploits right here. We are going to see all those exploits with these commands. There we are, sorry for the typo. And it will just give us a list of all the exploits that are stored in Metasploit in this version. So all of these are Windows based. If we scroll up, we will be looking at other vulnerabilities as well, or exploits, the Unix based exploits, Linux, OS X, multi-exploits. And we're looking for a exploit for multi-based Apache or HTTP. Let's go up, let's look at, so this is the one that we're looking for, Apache mod CGI bash environmental executable. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy it, go back to the bottom, say use exploit, and paste the one that we wanted. Press enter, say show options. So it will ask us to configure this. I'm just going to configure it based on the knowledge that we have. Set our host, which is the remote host, the victim's machine. So we put in the IP address. It asks us for the target URI. So that's the path that we saw. Set target URI to cgi-bin/status. Enter. Now with the exploit, we need to find a payload that is going to give us the output that we want. So we say show payloads, and it will give us a list of all the compatible payloads with this exploit. And we want to create a reverse TCP connection, which is this. So we know it's a Linux operating system. We want this payload to be set. So set payload. Press enter. That's the payload coming in. Show options. Now that we have set the payload, this is the options for the exploit, and now we want to set our options for the payloads as well. So we are creating a reverse TCP connection, which means we are remotely executing code at the victim side and making the victim connect back to our machine, which means we need to set up a listener. So I need to put my IP address over here, set localhost or lhost 192.168.71.128, which was our IP address. Show options again just to ensure everything is fine, which looks like it is, and we then type in the word exploit so that it will start this attack. I can see that it has created a meterpreter session at the victim side and it has opened up a session. So if I do a pwd, now pwd is a Linux command for present working directory, and it will show us that we'll connect it to var cgi-bin. Do an ls, it will list all the files. That's the status file over there. Do a cd /, it will take us to the root of this machine. Now remember, we saw the passwords on a Windows machine. Similarly, we can head over to the cd etc folder, ls, and you can see these files, psswd and shadow. Now psswd is the file where Linux stores its usernames, and shadow is the file where passwords are shown. So do a cat command, psswd, and you can see these users coming up. So you can see the last user, Pentest Lab, and you can see there are no passwords. So let's do a cat shadow, and that's your hash value for the password that we have for the user Pentest Lab. So these are the different attacks that we need to understand and we need to create based on the vulnerabilities that exist on different machines. So if you just look at Windows and Linux and how we can exploit them depending on existing vulnerabilities. As an ethical hacker, this is what we need to learn in our trainings, and then we need to clear our exams based on this knowledge of how these things work, so that we get certified and then we can position ourselves for the penetration testing jobs. Now let's begin with who is a certified ethical hacker. A certified ethical hacker is a person who's also known as an ethical hacker. An ethical hacker is just the opposite of an hacker. A hacker is a person who, with malicious intent, tries to misuse vulnerabilities that they have identified in an organization structure and then gain access to unauthorized data. Whereas an ethical hacker does the same thing. They try to locate the weakness, they try to locate the vulnerabilities, and they see how they can be misused. However, the intent is completely different. And that is what differentiates a hacker from an ethical hacker. Hacker would be a criminal with a malicious intent who would try to misuse and personally gain by doing criminal activity from that particular activity that they have done. Whereas an ethical hacker would try to help the organization in an authorized manner. So that's where the permission comes into the picture. The ethical hacker has permission from the organization to conduct some activity that would identify vulnerabilities or weaknesses in the information technology structure of that organization. And then once they have been identified, the ethical hacker would then help the organization to plug those vulnerabilities rather than misuse those vulnerabilities. So any person who completes CH version 10 certification is known as a certified ethical hacker. So there's a certification. Once you complete that, once you pass the exams, you can essentially call yourself as a certified ethical hacker, and you're going to get a certificate with the same terminology. So as you can see in the diagram, your responsibility would be as a certified ethical hacker would be with the proper permission of the organization. With the authorization coming in, with contracts coming in, you would legally help the organization to identify those weaknesses and vulnerabilities. And once you find them, you're going to report them to the organization, and you're going to help the organization with remediation plan, which would help them remediate, mitigate, and resolve the vulnerabilities that you have identified, thus making the organization's security structure a lot better, based on which black hat hackers or malicious hackers would be unable to attack the organization. So what is CH version 10? Now this course was initially introduced in September 2015, and I think if you look at the versioning, this is the 10th version that is there in the market. So essentially CEH, or the Certified Ethical Hacking course, as the course itself, has been for a long time in the industry. It's a very well accepted course, and it's a well-renowned course. The current version as it is was introduced in September 2015 and is one of the toughest certifications in the cybersecurity field. This includes a lot of information that you have to learn, that you have to know before you can attempt the certification. You will master all ethical hacking methodologies that are used in penetration testing and ethical hacking situations. What does that mean? That means that CEH version 10 is a structured course that will help you look at all the phases that are used in ethical hacking, all the terminologies that are utilized, all the tools that are utilized in such a manner that you can penetration test or a vulnerability assessment and identify and test the vulnerabilities for their complexity. And this course, once you complete the course, you would have mastered all the ethical hacking techniques that are required. There are two exams. One is a written exam and the other is a practical exam. Now you can opt for either or. The written exam is basically a multiple choice question exam where they'll ask you scenario based questions and you have to answer those questions. That is something that we're going to look into during this video. The practical exam is basically a simulation exam where they give you a scenario and you have to complete those tests and prove that you are a good ethical hacker. Based on the report that you give, if the report tallies to what the test was, you would be clearing that exam. So practical exam is a little bit tougher. It's more hands-on. It tests this actual skills that you would perform in a hacking scenario or a ethical hacking scenario. Thus the practical exam going to be that much tougher. The written exam, to give it credence, tests you a lot on your mentality, on your thought process, on your judgment characteristics. So they will give you a scenario and ask you what do you think is happening, what does this attack tantamount to, or would be what would be the next step in the particular attack that they're describing. Thus it's more of an intellectual test where when your thought processes are being checked and you are giving those exams. So what would be the difference between these exams? In a practical exam, you would be conducting all those steps yourself and you would be reaching a conclusion. So here essentially you're being tested on the skills that you have developed on the execution part of it and to see whether you can execute a test end to end. Whereas in a written exam, you would be put in the middle of a test where you have to assume something, where you have to understand what the steps would have been performed in the previous steps and what would be the expected result, and you're supposed to analyze that and then come to the correct answer. So if there is a question which exam is better, written or practical, the answer to that is from an intellectual perspective, a written exam would be a lot tougher than a practical exam, and from an execution perspective, a practical exam would be tougher than a written exam. So it depends on us which exam we want to give. Both of them are widely accepted and well respected in the information security field. So it's just the option that we choose which exam we want to give. Now, this course, the version 10 course, is purely attack-based course. Okay, it is an offensive course. There is no defensive mechanisms. So if you're looking for questions of how to secure yourself on the internet, how to securely configure an operating system, or how to securely configure a server, how to configure a firewall, this is not the certification. This basically talks about attacking those devices. So if you come across a firewall, how would you test a firewall? How would you identify vulnerabilities in those? And how would you bypass a firewall? Similarly, if you come across a server, how are you going to attack and hack the server? Let it be Windows or Linux based. So this basically becomes an attack based course. You're looking at offensive mechanisms over here and not defensive ones at all. So what's new in this version? In this version, there's a new module for IoT, Internet of Things. It focuses on emerging attacks, vectors like cloud, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. It basically talks about smart devices. And it talks about the vulnerabilities, the risks that the smart devices face in today's world. For example, it will tell you about the industries that are utilizing all these smart devices, why are they utilizing it for, what kind of devices they are utilizing, and what are the risks within those devices. It will also give you a lot of tools for you to practice upon to identify such IoT devices. What would constitute an IoT or an Internet of Things device? Any device which has an IP address and can connect to the internet and create data. So even your smartwatch, your smartphone, your cars that have internet connectivity nowadays, your Google Homes, Amazon Alexas, all of these devices would come under the IoT umbrella. And have you ever wondered about sitting at home, having a Wi-Fi, having all of these devices, even a smart TV, if you will, connected to the Wi-Fi? And have you ever questioned how a hacker would then be able to access your home through all of these devices, record information, and basically just spy on you? Similarly, an organization where they are utilizing IoT, they would be vulnerable for the same vulnerabilities. And this course does include IoT security to a certain extent, where we talk about vulnerabilities and how to identify those vulnerabilities in IoT. Then there's a new vulnerability analysis module where it gives you risk assessment. It talks about CVSS scoring systems. It talks about how to do a vulnerability management program in the first place. What are the steps required in a vulnerability management program? How should it be repeatable and how it should be measurable as a program? And what should be the outcome? So basically, it will give you a structured way of how to do a vulnerability management assessment and how do you want to achieve the end goal, thus leading you to a penetration test. So all the modules are leveled up. What do you mean by leveled up? That means they've been updated to the latest tools, latest standards, latest technologies. So you've got cryptographic attacks, you have got attacks on applications like SQL injection, we will be talking about packet sniffing using various tools. All of these are upgraded, which means they are up to the latest operating system. So even when we do this course, You'll be looking at operating systems like Windows 10, Windows 8, Windows Server 2012, Windows Server 2016, Kali Linux machines, Android machines, and Ubuntu desktop as well. So all of the operating systems are latest, the tools are latest, and you will be interacting with these tools. And then there's a mobile security toolkit as well, which will help you do a penetration test on a mobile device. So these are what is new in version 10. Now let's talk about the roles and responsibilities that an ethical hacker should have when they actually go into the world. Now, what are the responsibilities, roles, what are the capabilities that we should have? That we should be able to look at scripts that would test for vulnerabilities. So for example, a SQL injection attack, it's a script-based attack. Let's say a cross-site scripting attack, that is again going to be a script-based attack. So we maybe we want to go ahead a little bit, look at Windows systems and do a PowerShell attack and know about PowerShell scripting a little bit. If you look at Linux Windows, there's a bash shell where there's bash scripting, and you'll want to learn that scripting as well. Now the course doesn't include all these scripting languages. It does help you understand what these scripting languages are, and it does have some basic introduction to how these languages can be utilized to create those scripts. Then we also want to develop tools to increase security. You want to look at those commands that are utilized on all operating systems. You want to look at the capabilities of the operating systems, of how to create security parameters and ensure the operating systems and applications devices are secure. You should be able to perform risk assessment. Now, when you say risk assessment is the likelihood of an attack being actually executed on an organization based on the threats and the vulnerabilities that we have identified. So risk assessment is something that you find out a vulnerability and then you try to figure out in a hypothetical manner of what is the likelihood of that vulnerability being exploited by a hacker if they find that vulnerability. And if they do execute that, what is the impact that is going to happen on the organization, and what is the penalties or the repercussions that the organization is going to face if that vulnerability is exploited. That's what a risk assessment is. Then we should also be able to develop security policies or set up security policies and implement them to ensure that the security mechanisms are standardized and are consistent. And then we should also look at training staff for network security to ensure that they are aware of these vulnerabilities and they know what their responsibilities are to maintain some semblance of security in the organization. So why do we want to become a certified ethical hacker? Now, since you're watching this video, it's easy to assume that we all are interested in security, we all are interested in hacking, but hacking is not a real job. For us to get a job in the industry on a security parameter or information security parameter, we want to become a certified ethical hacker. So if you look at the popular hacking cases that have happened, in 1990s, there was a national crackdown on criminals. Microsoft NT operating system was hacked. Now, this was back in the 90s when security wasn't that much evolved. And there were a lot of attacks back then that crippled infrastructure, that crippled banks, when they started realizing that computing isn't as easy as it seems. Of course, if you use a computer, the functionality is always there. But if the functionality is not properly configured, you're just exposing yourself to cyber criminals where they're going to steal information, and your organization may just go bankrupt because of that. In 2013, an example, Adobe reported 2.9 million accounts as stolen. In 2016, Kaspersky, which is an internet security firm, announced that there were 758 million malicious attacks that occurred worldwide. Imagine that, 758 million malicious attacks that were identified and reported. In 2018, Facebook reported a loss of 30 million to accounts that were stolen. 2018 again, Quora reported 100 million customer accounts being stolen. And in 2018 again, Marriott, 500 million travelers' accounts stolen and manipulated. Now, when you say accounts were stolen, how does it affect the organizations? Now, first and foremost, if those accounts were stolen, that means usernames and passwords were cracked, and those accounts may have contained credit card information or may have contained some personal information that would identify the person and thus make them gullible for a social engineering attack or an identity theft attack. So it has a cascading effect. If I would have been affected, or you would have been affected with these attacks, the repercussions would have been catastrophic. Your credit card information being stolen, that means somebody else would have misused it, and you would have seen a huge bill come your way. Now, you can go back to the bank and dispute that, but that's again a dispute that you're trying to have with the bank for something that you didn't do, which requires a lot of energy and a lot of time. And at the end of it, somebody has to pay for that particular loss. Now, in this scenario, the bank would have had to bear the loss, but then that's a loss for the bank, and bank doesn't want to do that. And that's where they would try to hire certified ethical hackers who would try to test these vulnerabilities and plug them in so that the end consumer is also secured, the bank is also secured, right? In this case, Marriott, there were 500 million travelers accounts that were stolen. A lot of credit card information was leaked out. Email accounts were hacked and compromised, and thus there was a lot of repercussion that happened. Now, the thing is that there are also laws that these organizations need to adhere to that tell the organizations how to keep their information secure, and also have penalties in place if the organization gets hacked. And the penalties are pretty severe. So organizations do not want to get hacked or do not want to get compromised, not only from the customer's perspective, where they would be losing customers, losing reputations, and then thus facing losses, but also from a legislative perspective, where they would have to pay fines to the government for the frauds that have happened. So these are some of the popular hacking cases that have cost these organizations quite a lot of money, and thus they have a lot of security in mind. If you look at the news, in BBC News, there was something reported from a French police that there was a virus that infected more than 850,000 computers worldwide. Now, on the similar lines, if you remember ransomwares, and if you look at WannaCry that happened in 2018 or 2017, it also cost the world $4 billion in losses during that just one small month of its infection. Then Google basically disclosed that a large-scale hacking effort was targeted at Apple devices. And this has been, it has reported that there was a sustained effort to hack iPhones over a period of at least 2 years, which means that there's a specific target towards Apple consumers, and they are at a higher risk of getting hacked than others. Then the Texas government organizations hit by ransomware attack. So hackers have infected 23 organizations connected to local government in the US state of Texas with ransomware. That means that their databases have been encrypted. The government themselves do not have access to that database. The databases could have been compromised by the hackers. And that means that whatever services were being provided to the users based on that database may no longer be available to the end users because of the ransomware. Now, moving on with these, why do we want to become a certified ethical hacker? Increased attacks lead to more job openings. Now, if you look at ransomware, the WannaCry attack that happened in 2017, there was a knee-jerk reaction given by the rest of the world for IT security. Suddenly budgets started opening up. Suddenly people wanted more ethical hackers on their payrolls to test for vulnerabilities. In UK and Europe, we have GDPR, which is again another law that imposes severe penalties on organizations that get hacked and for not having proper security and a vulnerability assessment and penetration testing program in place. So that leads to a lot of job requirements as well, where organizations look at people with this special skill set to help them mitigate the vulnerabilities, to safeguard them and their customers from hackers, and also from penalties from law enforcement and governments. So thus the demand keeps on increasing for ethical hackers, which automatically means that the salaries are going to increase as well. So more the demand, lesser the supply, higher the salaries. That's plain economics. Then challenge hacker with malicious intent. So from an ethical hacker's perspective, it is our duty to safeguard an organization, which means that we'll be pitched against hackers, and we have to ensure that those hackers would be challenged to the maximum limit before they even try to get access to any of the resources that we are trying to protect. It offers a boost in your career, so more efforts that you put in, more vulnerabilities that you find, the better the career prospects that you have, and the better job aspects that you're going to get. And this also lets you keep yourself updated on the latest technology. As the technology progresses, as we evolve on technology, security will also evolve, and the ethical hacker would need to keep themselves updated on these technologies. So this is what is a plus point to become a certified ethical hacker.
So why do we want to get the certification, and what would it mean by being a CEH certified individual? Take this into consideration. You are applying for jobs, and you have been applying for cybersecurity related jobs, of course, and you go in for an interview. In the interview, you are asked quite a few questions, and they will be testing you on cybersecurity concepts. So they will be asking you a lot of technical questions about cybersecurity, about information security, and any other related topic. So let's say in a few minutes into the interview, there are some concepts that you have not brushed your skills upon, and they ask you about certifications. And one of the main certifications that is sought after is the CEH certification. And if you're not certified, that's where things can become a little bit problematic, where Organizations today very proactively start looking for people or candidates who are already certified rather than take them on board and get them certified. So in this scenario, having a certification would obviously help not only to be shortlisted for the job, but the certification involves a lot of training which would help you understand the concepts and prepare you for the interview a lot better as well, right? So getting yourself certified is quite necessary in today's world. Let's look at what the certification is all about. The certification involves a very hands-on training that trains an individual into thinking about cybersecurity from a hacker's perspective. And developing this mindset is very important because to catch a thief, we have to think like a thief. Teaches the candidate to spot vulnerabilities in a system, so it trains you on how to identify flaws, how to verify that they exist, and then how to treat them as well. Like I said, this is a very sought after certification, and companies look for people who are already certified as CEH or a certified ethical hacker. So what is this certification all about? This is a globally accepted certification, and it tests the knowledge that a candidate will have about threats and their preventive mechanisms. So the certification, the exam itself will test you on the parameters. The training would provide you with all the information that you require to clear the exam and to gain knowledge from a real world perspective. So it will train a candidate to think like a hacker. It will train the candidate to use the tools to identify those flaws, to spot those flaws in the first place. And it will give an understanding to the candidate where to look for those flaws in the first place. So essentially, when you get certified as a certified ethical hacker, you become a white hat hacker or an ethical hacker, which means that you will be looking at flaws ethically and reporting them to those organizations. The certifying authority is the EC Council. It is a very well known and a widely accepted certification authority across the globe. It is based out of the United States, but the certification is valid across the globe. So what does it take to take the exam, and who can take the exam in the first place? Now, the basic criteria is that a candidate should be 18 years and above. So any person who has completed an official EC Council training is eligible to attempt the exam without going through an application process. So there are two ways you can actually attempt the exam. You either have work experience, that means you're already in the cybersecurity space, you already have some hands-on knowledge, and you want to give the exam. In that scenario, you just have to prove that you've got 2 years of experience with network or information security, and then you can apply to EC Council to directly appear for the exam without attending the training. Else, you can then approach EC Council and register yourself for a training course, after which you can give the exam. So there are 2 ways that you can deal with it. What are the fees for this exam? Now, the fee itself is $500 for the exam. Candidates who take the second route, where they prove that they have experience and they directly want to appear for the exam, there is another additional $100 of application fee that they have to pay to EC Council for them to verify that you actually have that experience and then allow you to appear for the exam. So what are the exam questions like? What is the exam all about? The exam code is 312-50, and there are 125 questions that need to be answered in 4 hours. Now that sounds like a lot of time, but trust me, it isn't. The questions are descriptive in nature. They give you a scenario. You have to identify those keywords based on the knowledge and the understanding that you have, and then gauge the correct answer for that particular scenario. And the scenarios could be a little bit complex, could be a little bit confusing. The exam will be a multiple choice question exam, so 1 question with 4 answers. If any question has multiple answers, they will mention it in the question itself. The pass percentage cuts off at around 60 to 85%. So there is no fixed percentile. Every question has a different grade, every question has a different value, and based on the questions that you have been asked and the correctness of the answers, you would either pass somewhere between 60 to 85%. The results are immediate, so once you complete the exam and you submit it, it will let you know there itself whether you have cleared or not. So what are the skills that you require for this exam? You must have very good networking skills. And when we say networking skills, you should know your protocols. You should know how computers communicate with each other. The protocols like HTTPS, FTP, SMTP, and anything about the OSI layer. You should be good with your operating systems. The candidate should also have a very good knowledge about operating systems. And when we say operating systems, we want the candidate to know about troubleshooting methods, and how the operating system work in the first manner. So you should have some basic skills about operating systems and the configuration of these operating systems. You should also know the different types of cyber attacks such as social engineering, phishing, and how to prevent these attacks. So this is the exam skills. The training prepares you with all these skills. The candidate must be able to hack into an organization system with permission and erase all digital evidences. So the training itself will get you accustomed with all the hacking phases, how a hack is constructed, how a hack is made more effective, and how the hack evolves, and later on how you can delete all the evidences of the hack that has happened. So for the exam, you should have, or you should be very good with your networking skills, understanding protocols and how they work, configuring operating systems and troubleshooting them. You should be able to classify different cyber attacks and know how to launch them as well. And you should be able to hack into devices and erase all digital evidences that may have happened. Password cracking and cryptography is also a very much required skill to clear the exam. There must be a few rules followed, and there is a code of ethics from EC Council. So they essentially give you a non-disclosure agreement before you start the training, which you have to go through, and you have to sign it, submit it to EC Council. Only then are you allowed to go forward with the exam. So what are the exam all about? What are the topics within that exam, and what kind of questions would you get? So there are 7 domains in this training based on which they will ask you questions. When you say background, background is nothing but your knowledge on networking skills, your knowledge on a little bit of operating systems, how communications happen, how protocols work, and so on and so forth. Analysis would be where you analyze certain attacks and you're able to analyze, let's say, packets, and based on those packets, you can identify whether it's a legitimate packet or is it a malicious packet with any malicious data within it. Then with security tools, you are able to talk about security as in the concepts of security like confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad, the IEEE identification, authentication, authorization, and accountability aspects, and various other concepts that are there in security. So you'll be questioned on those topics as well. Tools and programs. Ethical hacking carries a lot of tools, and you should be conversant with those tools. During the training, there will be hundreds of tools that you would be going through, and you would be facing questions on these tools. So there would be some basic questions like commands that would be given to you to identify what that command would execute, or there would be a specific scenario given to you, and then they would ask you which is the most suitable tool that you would utilize to crack that particular scenario. And then there's the methodology, of course, of how or which steps would you take in this particular attack to be successful. Then we talk about policies and the ethics. So as you can see, all of these domains have different weightage in the exam. 21.79% for your backgrounds. So you can see the background information is very much important. Operating systems, networking, a little bit of applications, a little bit of architecture of how things are deployed. Now, CEH is normally an advanced certification, right? So there are a few presumptions that you already know a little bit about Active Directory, how operating systems work, how identity management works. So there's a little bit of presumption that you have these background knowledge, but in the training you can be prepped up for that knowledge as well. So it does contain a little bit of insights about how these things work. Analysis is where you're looking at some scenarios, and based on the evidences given to you, you can analyze what's going on. So that's at 20.73%. Security, which is the main topic, is at 23.73%. Tools and programs related to security would be at 28.91%. The methodologies would carry a weightage of 8.77, policies 1.90, and ethics 2.17%. So you have 125 questions. You can figure out percentile wise how many questions you would get on each of these domains. So let's have a look at these domains a little bit more. The background is about network and communication technologies. Again, like I said, protocols, procedures, services, how computers work. So ports on a computer, how ports are utilized by services, and how communications happen over these services and these ports. How we can scan these ports to identify what's going on, and then try to find out vulnerabilities within them. Then we have got information security technologies and the information security threats as well. So when I want to launch an attack on a device, where would I find vulnerabilities? Is it just on the network? Do I look at the operating system? Do I look at different applications that are there on the operating system, and so on and so forth? So where are the threats That's something that we need to identify, and that's what this domain deals with. So 27 questions from this domain. Then analysis and assessment, information security assessment and analysis, and the security assessment process. So let's say you're in a penetration test and you want to launch an attack. What is the assessment that you want to do before you launch that attack? What is the process you want to conduct? And how you're going to analyze the vulnerability in the first place to identify which penetration test or which attack you should do at that particular point in time. Then security would talk about information security controls. Controls would be all the security elements that you can implement to prevent hacking. So firewalls, IDS, IPS, antiviruses or endpoints, all of these would be included in this domain. Information security attack detection. So it's not only about how you can attack, you also want to know if you're being attacked in the first place. So analysis would basically identify how you're being attacked, and the detection is where you first detect that something is wrong, after which you can analyze it, right? And how you can prevent security attacks happening at your organization as well. So which firewall would fit at what OSI layer, what in the architectural aspect, where do you want to place an IDS or an IPS, where would you want to place a firewall, where would you want to place a UTM, to have a layered approach, a structured approach towards security, where a hacker would have to peel off layers of security to reach the data that they wanted to get access to in the first place. So there will be 30 questions from the security domain, 16 questions on the analysis and assessment domain. The fourth domain is the tools, systems and programs. So this is where all the tools that you would have utilized resume. So this is where all the tools that you have utilized in the ethical hacking scenario, and there will be questions asked about those tools. So in the training, there are some tools that are prescribed in the course where you'll have to concentrate on those tools. You'll have to get your hands on those tools to understand how those tools work and then give appropriate answers in this domain. So there would be 36 questions for tools, systems and programs. Then the fifth domain is procedures and methodology. Information security procedures and assessment methodologies would be asked over here. So how would you conduct a test? How would you conduct a vulnerability assessment? What is the method and the procedures that you would follow in conducting these tests? So there would be around 11 questions for this domain. The sixth one is regulations and policies. So this is all about some basics that you need to be aware about for information security policies and frameworks, like ISO 27001, PCI DSS, and these regulations that are available in the real world that can help you or guide you to place a security architecture on your organization. These questions are not going to be in depth about any of the laws or policies. It's just checking your awareness, whether you're aware of these laws or policies and where they can be implemented. So you can see there are only a couple of questions that would come in regulations and policies. And then ethics. Ethics is the code of conduct of how you are expected to behave as an ethical hacker, what is expected out of your job role, what you should be doing and what you shouldn't be doing. So there would be around 3 questions of ethics in the exam. Now let's look at a few sample questions from the exam as well. So this will help you get an idea what the exam questions would be. So consider the attack scenario given below. There are 5 steps listed. Step 1 starts with user browses a web page. The second step is where web server replies with the requested page and sets a cookie on the user's browser. In the third step, attacker steals the cookie by either creating an attack on the network for sniffing, or at the application with cross-site scripting, or sending a fake mail or hosting a fake website by a social engineering attack, which is a phishing attack. In the fourth step, attacker gets access using whatever they have done and orders a product using modified cookies. And in the fifth step, the product is actually delivered to the attacker's address, whereas the bill is footed by the victim. So what is the attack that is happening here? Identify the web application attack. Is it a session fixation attack? Is it a unvalidated redirect attack? Is it a cookie poisoning attack, or is it a denial of service attack? So again, going through these steps, which of these would be the correct answer? In this scenario, it is C, which is a cookie poisoning attack, because if you look at the steps, the attacker basically hijacked the cookie or stole the cookie and then modified it to be utilized for some malicious reasons. Second question, which one of the following scanning techniques do attackers use to bypass firewall rules, logging mechanisms, and also hide themselves as usual network traffic? A. Stealth scanning technique. B. TCP connect scanning technique, C. Maintaining access, or D. FIN scanning technique. Now here, as you can understand, we need to know what these techniques are, right? So what does a FIN scan mean? What is maintaining access? What is TCP connect? What does TCP mean? TCP is transmission control protocol. How does it work? So when you connect using TCP, what is actually happening in the backend? That is what the knowledge is all about. And in here, the correct answer is A. Stealth scanning technique. So what do we mean by stealth? How can we achieve that? Which tools help us achieve that? That is what we want to gain an understanding in before we can attempt the exam. Question 3. Which of the following Wi-Fi chalking method refers to drawing symbols in public places to advertise open Wi-Fi networks? War walking, war flying, war chalking, or war driving? Now, here we need to know first that there is something known as Wi-Fi chalking, right? And there are some symbols that are utilized globally and they are recognized globally. They're standardized, by the way. And these symbols represent some type of Wi-Fi networks. For example, open Wi-Fi, which means you can freely connect to the Wi-Fi, or paid Wi-Fi, where you have to pay before you can connect to the Wi-Fi. Or once you get connected, you're first to have to make a payment. Only then the internet would be activated, right? So for different Wi-Fi mechanisms, there are different options that can be utilized, and the question is which of the Wi-Fi chalking method refers to drawing these symbols in public places to advertise open Wi-Fi. So in this, the answer is war chalking. Now the question here itself is a little bit, so here the question itself is a little bit misleading because it mentions Wi-Fi chalking in the question itself, and that would then lead us to whether war chalking is a correct answer or not. So some of the questions could be a little bit misleading. So let's start looking at the certifications. So to be an ethical hacker, you must hold a certification which specializes in ethical hacking or in cybersecurity. Companies look for candidates who are globally certified. When we say globally certified, they're looking for a certificate that has been given by an organization that is recognized globally and is well accepted in the industry. So these are the top 5 certifications a candidate can obtain. The first one, become a certified ethical hacker. Then there is Global Information Assurance Certification Penetration Tester. Then Offensive Security Certified Professional, CompTIA Pen Test Plus. And finally, the Licensed Penetration Tester. Now, these certifications are offered by different organizations. All of these organizations are recognized globally and their certifications are well accepted in the technical space. So let's start off with the Certified Ethical Hacker, and we'll look at the organizations that provide these certifications and how we can attain them. So CEH, or Certified Ethical Hacker, in its current form is in its version 10. It's been revised and updated over a period of time. EC Council is the certifying authority for CEH. They have their own authorized training centers through which you can attend trainings, give those exams, get yourself certified, and thus become globally certified and can be eligible to apply for security related jobs. It is a very well-known certification and is widely accepted at the same time. It would test the candidate's knowledge of security threats and preventive measures. Now there are 2 types of exams that you can give with CEH. One is a multiple choice question exam, which is theoretical in nature. They ask you questions and you answer the correct one, you select the correct answers. If you clear, you get certified. The second certification nowadays is where there's a practical exam associated with it. That's you'll have to purchase the voucher for that exam and give that exam. The practical exam is held in a virtual lab where you're given scenarios, and based on those scenarios, you have to resolve the questions given to you and give proof of the resolution, which would then get you certified as an ethical hacker. The theoretical exam in this scenario is the fees is around $500. This is for the multiple choice question exam where you can pay the fees and you can attend through a online portal and you can give the exam directly. The exam is 4 hours long, in which you have to answer 125 questions. Now 4 hours for 125 questions seems a long time, but it isn't. It's a very technical exam. There are scenario based questions and it would take some time for you to analyze and understand the question and then identify the equivalent correct answer. So it's a very competitive exam and you'll have to study really hard to clear this exam as well. The cutoff for passing varies from 60 to 85%. So there is no exact grade and all the questions have different weightages. So depending on the questions that have been given to you and the way that you have answered them, you would pass at either 60% or you would pass when you've scored 85%. Once you are CEH certified, which is a very technical certification, you will be qualified to apply for job roles as a penetration tester or a security engineer. These are job roles where you would be responsible of ethically trying to attack applications, servers, switches, and try to find out vulnerabilities within them. The training of this certification will make you adept in most of these tools that are required. There are a lot of practicals in this training, and if you successfully completed those practicals, clearing the exam is a easy task. With the practicals comes your knowledge and would help you understand how you would be performing penetration tests in the real world. An average annual salary in the USA for a CEH certified person is around $91,000 and in India is around 4,76,000 odd rupees. The salaries would vary as far as organizations are concerned. More established organizations can afford to pay a little bit more, but these are average salaries that we have seen across the market. The next certification is the GPEN, also known as the Global Information Assurance Certification Penetration Tester. This certification looks into the different pen testing practices and methods, also focuses on the various problems and pen testing. So again, this is where you're getting certified as a penetration tester. So it's again a technical certification where your knowledge on networking, applications, and security of which will be tested. You will be trained on this, of course. So the training will include all these areas where you need to focus, identify those problems, and thus be ready for the real world scenarios. The candidate will have to understand networking concepts and operating systems such as Linux and Windows, and you should be very well aware of the TCP/IP protocols. This is true for any of the technical certifications for ethical hacking. GIAC is the certification provider. It's again a very well-renowned and well-accepted certification authority across the globe. The exam fees are $1,899. 82 to 115 questions to be answered in 3 hours. Now, why 82 to 115? It depends on the test that has been associated, and depending on how you're answering those questions, you would be given those many number of questions to begin with. But all of these need to be answered in 3 hours. 74% is the pass percentage that is required to clear this exam. The average annual salary in the USA is around $96,000, while in India it is around similar to certified ethical hacking. Then looking at the next certification from Offensive Security called the OSCP, Offensive Security Certified Professional. This is another penetration testing certification, highly technical in nature, and it is an entirely hands-on certification. The previous 2 certifications that we saw, we talked about CEH, where there are 2 different exams. You could either take the theoretical exam and give your MCQs, or you could take the practical one. Here you don't have an option. This is a practical exam. So the test is conducted on a virtual network. So they send out instructions to you. There's a virtual lab that is given out to you, and they give you the questions, and you have to perform those assessments, create those reports, and provide it to the certifying authority, in this case Offensive Security. If you match their criteria of whatever you have identified in those reports, you get certified. Here, the requirements of good understanding of networking protocols, how systems function, how Kali Linux operating system functions, and the candidate must complete Offensive Security's penetration testing with the Kali Linux course and pass the hands-on exam. So this focuses purely on Kali Linux. Kali Linux is an operating system that is freely distributed over the internet and comes structured with around 300 plus tools used for ethical hacking. So this course totally relies on Kali Linux for you to use as a tool set for penetration testing. The certificate provider, as stated, is Offensive Security. The name of the course is OSCP, Offensive Security Certified Professional. Exam is around $800 to $1,550. Now understand that this exam is technical and is hands-on. So for you to prepare for this exam, they come up with virtual labs where you can start practicing and honing your skills. Depending on the number of days for which you have purchased the access to that particular labs, the amount will vary from $800, which would be the minimum access days available,
to $1,550, where the maximum number of days would be given to you for practicing. Once you're ready, even during the time span of where you have that access, once you're ready for the exam, you can attempt the exam and clear. The average annual salary is similar, around $91,000 for the US market and 905,000 rupees in the Indian market. Then looking at the CompTIA Pen Test Plus. CompTIA is another certification authority or a certification provider, a training provider that will help you get yourself certified in the ethical hacking space. So they have certification called Pen Test Plus, which is focused towards penetration testing. So it is an intermediate level certification. It assesses the vulnerability assessment and the penetration testing skills of a candidate. Here, the training will provide you with all the essentials, where it will help you identify how to do vulnerability assessments, how to identify those vulnerabilities, and then which tools to utilize for what kind of a penetration test. For the requirements, a minimum of 3 to 4 years of hands-on experience in the information security field. Also, a CompTIA Security Plus or a Network Plus or equivalent knowledge is required. So in the Network Plus, they talk about securing networks, and they help you understand the OSI layers, the TCP/IP layers, and help you understand the protocols and all of those things. So having that knowledge is an added advantage. The certificate provider is CompTIA, and the cost of the exam is around $349. Maximum number of questions is 85, and I think it's a 3-hour exam. The passing percentage is scoring 750 marks out of a possible 900. So the scale is, the minimum you can ever score is 100. If you're completely unprepared, the maximum you can score is 900. You get a leeway of 150 marks for your certifications. So you have to score a minimum of 750 to clear the exam. Average annual salary for a CompTIA Certified Penetration Test Plus professional is $97,000 in the US market, and in the Indian market it would be around 5 lakh rupees. Then comes the Licensed Penetration Tester. Now this is an advanced certificate again from EC Council. This is where EC Council gives you a license which certifies that you have undergone thorough training and have cleared your exam, in which you can conduct or lead an audit for vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. It is an expert level certification, comes after the CEH certification. It is the ultimate test which tests the candidate's penetration testing skills. So there are 2 certifications over here. One is the ECSA, EC Council Certified Security Analyst. Once you clear that, you can appear for the Licensed Penetration Tester. Both of these are hands-on certifications. So you will be given a virtual lab, you will be given a scenario in which you'll have to perform some assessments, create reports, submit it to the EC Council. They will analyze your reports. If they meet the criteria that have been identified, you would then be certified as a licensed penetration tester. The candidate must be above 18 years of age. A recertification is required every 3 years. So the validity is 3 years. After 3 years, you will have to be recertified, or there is a continuing point education system over there where you can score points by publishing articles, by attending trainings or giving out trainings, and you can get yourself recertified. It is preferred that the candidate has CEH and the ECSA certification. So the previous certification that we saw, Certified Ethical Hacker, and then the ECSA, EC Council Certified Security Analyst, after which you can appear for the LPT, Licensed Penetration Tester. The certificate provider again is EC Council. The Licensed Penetration Tester exam has a different process. The candidate must purchase an exam dashboard for $899, which is valid for a year. So once you purchase the voucher, the validity is 1 year. You can prepare within that 1 year and then give the exam and attain the certification. Only once you're ready, the exam can be scheduled and you can give that exam. The exam consists of 3 different levels. Each level has 3 different challenges. The candidate must pass at least 1 challenge in order to qualify for the next level. And for each level, the exam is 6 hours. So this is a grueling exam. This is hands-on. They're giving you challenges and they are going to test you on your skills as a penetration tester. So be ready to be very hands-on for this kind of a certification. Average annual salary in the US is around $100,000 and above, and in India, $825,000 and above.
Next, Shruti will guide you through the career of an ethical hacker. With the increase in the number of cybercrimes across the globe, there is also an increase in the number of cybersecurity jobs, and the role of an ethical hacker tops the list. Hi guys, this is Shruti from Simplilearn, and today I will run you through this video on ethical hacking career. So let's get started and explore the world of ethical hacking. Let's begin with a few facts. Did you know that by the year 2021, there will be 3.5 million cybersecurity job openings? That is a huge number, isn't it? And also, according to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, there will be 28% increase in the number of jobs from 2016 to 2026 for information security analysts, which includes ethical hackers. This proves that there is a great demand for ethical hackers at the moment. As I mentioned earlier, the number of cybercrimes across the world will increase as the digital era will only continue to grow. Organizations will be on the lookout to hire professionals who can fight these cybercrimes and protect the company's data. And to fight these cybercrimes, we will require individuals who can think like a hacker. And who is that? Well, to do this job, we have ethical hackers. As you might be knowing, an ethical hacker is trained to discover system vulnerabilities. An ethical hacker is also known as a white hat hacker. He or she is given authorization from the company to perform security assessments. And at the end, an ethical hacker would have to report the findings back to the company so that the vulnerabilities can be fixed. An ethical hacker performs these security assessments with the help of various hacking techniques and tools. Let's now move on to our next topic, that is the steps to become an ethical hacker. You might wonder how to start your ethical hacking career, right? Well, I will take you through that step by step. Firstly, the candidate must have a computer science or an information technology bachelor's degree. It is also possible to become an ethical hacker without these degrees, but provided you have the required skill sets and experience. The next requirement to be an ethical hacker is that the candidate must have a minimum of 2 years of experience in the information security field. You have to start your career with a software or a networking job, and only then can you move on to the ethical hacking field. You have to start your career with a software or a networking job, and only then can you move into the ethical hacking field. Coming to the certifications, it is necessary for the candidate to hold various cybersecurity certifications. Certifications play a vital role in the field of cybersecurity. Your job opportunities can solely depend on these certifications. To become an ethical hacker, you can start off with the foundational level certifications such as the CCNA and CompTIA Security Plus certifications. Finally, the last step to become an ethical hacker is to clear the Certified Ethical Hacker examination. CH certification is provided by the EC Council. It trains the candidate to protect a company's network by using the same tools and methods that a hacker would use. The CH exam will have a duration of 4 hours with 125 number of questions. If the candidate clears this exam, then he or she will become a certified ethical hacker. Now that you know the steps to become an ethical hacker, let's look into the skill sets which are required to help you achieve these steps. First and foremost, an ethical hacker needs to have an in-depth knowledge of the working of the operating systems. Knowledge of Windows, Linux, and Macintosh operating systems is required. For penetration testing, creating exploits, and bug hunting, programming will be important. So knowledge of programming languages such as C, C++, HTML, Python, and PHP will be very helpful. Basic knowledge of networking, TCP/IP protocols, and Osi model is necessary, as networking is the foundation of cybersecurity. For securing databases, knowledge of SQL, NoSQL, PostgreSQL is necessary. Cryptography is used to secure information. It is the process of converting data from a readable format to a non-readable format and vice versa. Cryptanalysis is decryption without a secret key. In most cases, certified ethical hacker would need to perform cryptanalysis. Hence, ethical hacker has to be comfortable with cryptography and cryptanalysis. Ethical hackers should be proficient in network security control measures such as intrusion detection and intrusion prevention techniques. Now let's move on to the responsibilities which are taken care of by an ethical hacker. Let's have a look at these responsibilities. An ethical hacker is responsible for scanning systems, open and closed ports using tools like Nessus and Nmap. Vulnerabilities and threats are identified by doing this. In addition to scanning for vulnerabilities, they also search the deep corners of the network to spot critical information such as passwords, which can make the organization vulnerable to an attack. In addition to building and maintaining IDS, IPS, and firewalls, they also try to evade these security measures to gauge the performance of the systems. A lot of times, a company's online fraud or online theft incidents are looked into by an ethical hacker. An ethical hacker also checks for sniffing networks and hijacked web servers and applications. Those were the responsibilities of an ethical hacker. Now let's look into the various job roles an ethical hacker can apply for. It is a misconception that an ethical hacker will perform only penetration testing. Well, there are a number of other jobs an ethical hacker can apply for. The different job roles such as that of a penetration tester, information security analyst, security consultant, and an information security manager. Let's have a look at each of these job roles one by one. A penetration tester performs the typical responsibility of an ethical hacker. That is, he or she tries to exploit a security system's vulnerabilities. This is carried out using different hacking tools and techniques. An ethical hacker can also apply for the role of an information security analyst. There is a difference between the job roles of a penetration tester and that of an information security analyst. Here, the candidate will be required to primarily design and protect the organization's network from various cyber attacks. Finally, the candidate is also required to document the identified security breaches so that it can be omitted the next time. The responsibilities of a security consultant is more or less similar to that of an information security analyst that we saw previously. As a security consultant, you will be responsible to design, implement, and maintain various security architectures. In addition to this, you're also required to upgrade the security systems as and when required. Finally, an ethical hacker can also apply to the role of an information security manager. As the name suggests, this role will require the candidate to possess managerial skills, as an information security manager is responsible to head the IT and the information security team. Now that we have seen the responsibilities, the skills, and the steps to become an ethical hacker, let's have a look at the different companies hiring ethical hackers. To name a few, we have Bank of America, Ernst & Young, KPMG, Urban Pro, and IBM. Let's now look into the salary structure of an ethical hacker. Well, in India, the average annual salary of a certified ethical hacker is nearly 4,76,000 rupees. And in the US, the average annual salary of a certified ethical hacker is $91,000. Now I will guide you through a sample resume of a penetration tester. As you can see on your screens, this is a sample resume of a penetration tester. We will look into this resume closely and understand how your resume should look like if you are applying for the role of a penetration tester. As always, you can start off with your name and your email ID and your phone number, followed by a brief summary of your current job profile. It is preferred to add your LinkedIn profile link here and also your GitHub profile link if you have one. As I mentioned earlier, this is a sample resume for a penetration tester, and hence we have to have more than 2 years of experience in the information security field. As you can see under the experience section, the candidate has 2 prior experiences, out of which the first experience is that of a software tester and second is that of a penetration tester. You would have to mention your latest or current experience at the beginning. You can mention your job role and the company and the duration, under which you can list out the various responsibilities that you are looking into currently. If you are a penetration tester, you can mention responsibilities such as security monitoring, black box testing, documentation of the results, vulnerability scanning, and so on. Below this, you can mention your first company's experience with the roles and responsibilities that you have performed earlier. Here, the candidate was a software tester before becoming a penetration tester. Let's move on to the education section. Here, the candidate holds a bachelor's degree in computer science. You can mention your degree followed by the university name. Or if you're applying for any other role in the cybersecurity domain, it is recommended that you list out the certifications as well. To start off with, a CCNA certification will be preferred, followed by a certified ethical hacker certification, which is a must if you are applying for the role of a penetration tester. In addition to it, the Certified Expert Penetration Tester certification will also hold a great advantage. After mentioning the certifications, you can go ahead and mention your skill sets. Here we have the technical skills and non-technical skills. Under technical skills, you can mention the programming languages that you know. Here we have C, C++, Java, Perl. You can also mention the operating systems that you have worked on. For example, Windows, Linux, Unix. And in addition to the programming languages and the OS, you can also mention the tools that you know, such as Nmap, Metasploit tools, which will be helpful if you are applying for the role of a penetration tester. Then you can also mention encryption technologies, knowledge of SQL, and bug tracking systems if you have worked on them before. If you have participated in ecodathons, you can mention that here as well. Under the non-technical skills, you can mention various competitions that you have taken part in and the games that you like and other extracurricular activities. Finally, you can also mention the projects undertaken. Under the projects undertaken, you can talk about the various projects that you have performed in your company or outside the company. Here, we have two projects, one as a software test engineer and second one as a penetration tester. So this is how a resume of a penetration tester will look like.
And that's a wrap of our complete computer networking full course. If you found this video helpful, do appreciate it with a thumbs up and share it with your fellow mates. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.